For the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots, bring it back to what it's like. Make a move
your secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright.
masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよね、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come draw me get you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listenな、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me yet when you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェッチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングの始めよう、country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on
whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. we're walking on the water. We're walking on water. We're walking on water. Fire's not as cold to your life. Breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, race a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. We're all too good to last long. Pulling out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? that's what it's take up. And never is as long as forever. When it's love, but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are
here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕さす Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純 すぎだと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. About the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it, And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give in to temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run
a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下集赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth， 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下集赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？拿出你们本事，阻止他们。
We team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
前途未定，一切皆有可能。 我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
赢的是年，看我们的！来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？
来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Nightmare as we head into day number 5 of the second week out of only 7 weeks of the LPL summer split here in 2023. We are firing away through our season because we're only almost 2 weeks in, but we have got through so many games of League of Legends. I feel like we're halfway through the split already.
And I only had my first day yesterday. I was joined by Mazel yesterday, and he was saying, "Oh, welcome to Super Thursday. We don't have just Super Saturday, Super Sunday now. Every day of the week, we've got 3 series. We have a lot of games to go through."
It's super everything but Monday and Tuesday at the minute here in the LPL. Let's have a look at what happened super yesterday on the LPL as we had some pretty good series, it has to be said, especially the second one. But we'll start with RA versus FPX, which RA starting to show us what this roster can do.
And we've taken on a bit of a Shakespearean tone in the LPL. Feels like every game is a tale of 2 acts. And Act 2 is exactly 20-minute mark when the Baron spawns, and it feels like Rare Atom are a team which really knows the genre. They know what to do beyond that point, and as we can see, a lot of these team fights, as soon as they get past what can be some shaky early games, are looking pretty good for Rare Atom. On the other side, FPX, LWX did some pretty good carrying for what he could do, but it just wasn't enough to see at that series.
Yeah, but then the second series, JDG getting defeated by LGD in game number 1 of the series. They managed to fight their way back in, and the team fighting, it got a bit messy at times, it has to be said, but they did come out on top in the end. You gotta wonder, what on earth has happened since MSI that LGD are giving them such a run for their money? And then Weibo kind of smashing LNG in this third series of the day.
Yeah, Weibo continues to be one of the most confusing teams in the world, where after spring, we're like, There's no hope left for this team. Surely they can't beat our top teams of LNG with Gala added to the roster. No, they are, again, really content to just keep us on our toes, and they take them down in a 2-0, which is very important because, of course, every team only plays every other team just the once. Taking down a team like LNG, who we do have high hopes for Weibo, puts them up in a pretty decent position, even early into the split.
I mean, look, Weibo have 2-0'd LNG yesterday. They 2-0'd JDG as well. Their one loss so far comes from OMG. So at that point,
again,
do we just have to assume OMG is the best team in the league? Or I don't know. Lot
I
of
thought that
decisions to be
anyway.
made there. I will say, in terms of seeding for later on, when it comes to playoffs, Weibo are looking good. Taking games off LNG and off JDG, like, that's really good for your head-to-heads later on. So we'll see how that turns out. That's still a little while away. That's about 5 weeks away until seeding's going to come into the conversation. But those are your results from yesterday. And that brings us to our standings, where Billy still sitting as kings right now. They are 6-2 in games, 3-0 in series, and naturally a 3-win streak, being 3-0. JDG still sat in second place, and we are starting to see, we're getting to the point in the split where the standings do differentiate somewhat. LGD, it's kind of insane to me that LGD beat JDG yesterday and then nearly beat JDG yesterday. Got a game.
Yeah, they couldn't quite do the double tap. They had the first
but they're
game.
still 0-4. Like, how do you take a game off of JDG, but you can't beat like other teams in the league? How do you get 2-0'd by current IG? You lose to TT and NIP, but you can take a game off JDG? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, this is why, you take a couple of weeks in the LPL to just say, you know what? This is kind of shrouded in the mystery of just complete random chance, it feels like sometimes. Because particularly when you have these top teams going against bottom teams, sometimes you can have these points with the top teams. They won't prep as hard for that series because they have 2 that week or something like that. Because at the end of the day, when you have such a rigorous schedule, you have to fit in breaks somewhere, somehow. And it does mean that occasionally those games can go a bit astray.
Yeah, absolutely. But today, AL versus NIP, TES versus TT, and then BLG versus Ultra Prime. I feel like the first 2 series, very much middle of the table bounce. Top esports have looked a bit dicey so far. I feel like they need to prove themselves today against TT. But that last series as well, I feel like Ultra Prime losing to a Team WE that are looking pretty strong right now. But aside from that, just 2 wins on the board. So I feel like that final series could be a test for Ultra Prime. See how realistic this team is up against BLG, who currently, as I said before, kings of the table. But let's talk about our first series in America. AL versus NIP. I feel like this one is inevitably going to get a bit messy.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 teams which struggled in spring, putting it lightly. We have seen a bit of a bounce back from NIP, but anyone's legend, despite picking up a series win, this is a team which really has a lot to work on. Some individual performances kind of going a bit astray, kind of across the board, but they have, however, changed out that bot lane, and there are some signs of life around there.
Yeah, there certainly are. I definitely think that this is a team with a lot of potential on the roster, obviously. I mean, iBoy stepping in as well, inevitably, that's going to be a positive. He managed to get the best of Wonfong the other day against TT. But they're up against NIP today as well, which I think this is a team that when you actually look at the names on the roster, like Joel, Photic, Angel, Shadow, have all been on top teams internationally. Shadow has struggled in the LPL, but the man's been to international tournaments when he was in the LEC. So I feel like there's a lot of power on that roster. You just need to see it. To see it with. I actually, but what I never bring to the table. Whether or not you can, I have to see some scrims between these. See what has worked for them. I feel like a lot of the time you see the same default compositions down to who can play that better. But teams like anyone's legend, that's never the way that these with late game team know that this is an organization live in really games feel like that meta is really suited.
Yeah, and in terms of individual players to watch, I think the one player which really stands up in this matchup for me is actually Angel coming into the mid lane for NIP. In spring there was this kind of vague through line of, okay, well, rookies left the NIP, formerly V5 organization, who's going to fill in that? You had Dream coming for a little while. he could never really find his feet. Angel, in a similar way on RNG in Spring, was meant to be kind of the successor to Xiaohu leaving that, you know, prestigious organization. And Angel never really found his feet there either. He was one of the weak points of that roster. But coming into Summer so far, I've actually been very impressed with Angel. I think that he's had a couple of good snowball games. I tend to judge this by people playing Ari because it's the champion I know the best and the one which I can probably judge with a little bit more accuracy. I feel like his snowball performances, particularly on that pick, have been something which I have noted, and I'd be very interested to see how consistently he can continue to do that through this split.
Yeah, we'll have to see. NIP stepping out, you can see it's going to be Shadow on stage once again today. We did see Xiaolong Bao in their most recent game against Top Esports. Both junglers played in that series. Xiaolong Bao playing the second game. Actually played Graves, which was fun to see that back in the game again. But
which is so crazy because all of Graves' items have been nerfed into the ground. Like, there's no shield bow anymore. That was gone ages ago. Bloodthirst is out of the window now. So what items does he have left? And yet still Graves is meta.
Storm Razor, because everyone has Storm Razor. Turns out it's really, really well tuned right now. Well tuned, I mean overtuned. NIP, yeah. We'll see how they're going to look. Shadow coming back in, as we said. On the other side, though, Harder stepping into the mid lane for anyone's legend. It will be his first game of the split with the team. It's been Pinsy playing so far. And I feel like we're kind of entering a realm here with anyone's legend that we've seen a lot of the times over the years in the LPL, where you've got a team sort of mid-bottom of the table who are wanting to change things up. They're wanting to find a way to get wins, and so they change their roster slightly every single week. I have never been a fan of that style. It almost never works. It almost never leads to good results. I feel like, you know, anyone's legend used to be Rogue Warriors. Rogue Warriors was the biggest proponent of this, where you're constantly changing the roster. You can't build synergy if the team's never playing together. So hopefully this is a version of the roster that they can be happy with, that can start to build some synergy and get some wins, because I'm just not a fan of the musical chairs.
And they tried this a little bit in Spring as well, when they had the previous spot lane where they had the reunion of the Flash Wolves spot lane. It was Betty and Sword Art. And they changed around some of their mid laners in terms of they were switching out Pingsy and Harder and hoping that something would work there. And it did feel like it was more of a systematic issue. There's a lot of psychology which goes into changing out rosters which are struggling anyway, because at the end of the day, we have very partial information. We don't know what the atmosphere is like in practice and on stage and even just inside the team house or whatever accommodation they have at that point. It's very hard to have full information, but just looking at it on kind of like a logistical level, if you don't have time to prove that synergy, how the heck can you get really meaningful results to make those decisions later on? Of course, then there's kind of like the sunk cost fallacy as well in terms of, but we have to keep this roster together. Sometimes it's just not going to work. With anyone's legend, we've seen a full split of them really struggling. They were very much at the bottom of the table throughout the entirety of Spring. This is the kind of matchup against a team which also struggled in Spring in NIP that you would realistically be looking to contest. And if you walk away with a loss from this, it hits that much harder because this feels like it should be one of the achievable results, as opposed to going up against one of these real titans of the LPL that we see, like your JDGs, your BLGs.
Yeah, and I feel like for NIP, like you say, not the greatest results in Spring, but also quite a different roster to what they had in Spring. Changing things up, Angel coming into the mid lane most notably. I feel like Angel has been a player that's kind of been bouncing around the LPL for a little while now. Obviously, the most successful roster for him was back in 2020 when he was on that Suning team, made it all the way to World's Finals. But since then, not really been able to replicate that success. I'm obviously personally a big fan of the guy. You know, I was a big fan of that team. And good to see he's in high spirits today. You can see him grinning on camera there. But whether or not he can find a team that he can gel with and that he can be comfortable with, like, I feel like he's the kind of player that over a long period of time will give you quite a few pop-off games. But we don't see it consistently. He's quite a quiet player most of the time. He'll have that random game where he just absolutely takes over. But whether or not you can rely on that for Angel, it's a different question.
That is exactly my read as well. And even before I came into cast the LPL as well, Angel, because, you know, he had that very strong run on the Suning roster as well, which made World Finals, he was a player with so much hype around him, very occasionally on stuff like Akali or something like LeBlanc or whatever, he'd have crazy pop-off performances. And that's the thing which sticks in your mind. Until you realize that he's played, you know, 12, 15 games in the last however many weeks, and he's done that once or twice. That's really what's separating someone like Angel from the very top elite mid laners in the LPL. Gotta see that happen consistently.
Yeah, one of the other things that hurts him is Azir's not in the meta. I feel like Azir is
Yeah,
historically, comfortably his best champion. The Kassadin as well, actually, one of the ones that I feel like he plays like an early game Kassadin, and somehow it works. It begs belief, but let's look at the bans as we get into our first series here. Ari, Yumi, Milio, banned away. AL, they know the OP picks, and they're taking them off of the board. Kisante and Lee will be the answer from NIP, and then a Rakan.
Well, this is the thing.
Ban.
Yeah, because that last ban, if you are NIP in that position, you think there is Nico, there is Nocturne, there is Vi on the table as well. You're going to let something through that's OP. And typically what you do on red side is you try and leave enough powerful stuff open that you can snap up 2 things in response. Even something like a Aphelios has been very high priority still in the LPL, works in a lot of different lane matchups, and also having some build diversity as well between Gale Force and Stormrazor. A lot of the time they end up going into the same build, but which one you build first can change the way you play out a lot of different matchups. However, though, a bit different, Maokai hasn't seen the same priority that it did in spring when he was incredibly overpowered, but is still going to be locked in early here for NIP to be that defensive range and space-giving jungler.
Yeah, so NIP getting something, I want to say almost defensive in the Maokai, in that jungle. Shadow, you think of him, you think of like Lee Sin, you think of going aggressive in the jungle, but the Maokai, much more of a team-oriented pick. The Aphelios that you mentioned will be locked in as well. Do we see the Graves jungle as an early lock-in? That would surprise me, but well, Lee Sin's taken off the board. Maokai's locked in. I would love to see it. I would love to see a little bit more diversity, but you would anticipate the Wukong, the Bai, these kinds of things. And Jinx will be the lock-in for now.
So Jinx is going to be locked in, so you're going to have, you know, the very long-range AD carries, which we've seen for a very long time now. Kind of started spring last year. We had Jinx Aphelios meta. We have, as all things do in League of Legends, rotated back to the same few metas over a couple of years. But seeing Xiaohao hovering over that Graves, a lot of the time when anyone's Legend would get wins in spring, it was through early pressure champions, like the Lee Sin, which is obviously banned on that red side because it was so impactful. Locking in the Wukong now as well, I think that is more the style of jungler which I would prefer to see from anyone's Legends jungler, to have a little bit more of that early burst and dueling potential, which we've seen them succeed with, even though their successes were few and far between in spring.
Well, the Jace is going to come through for Angel, which should allow for a lot of mid lane priority, should be able to contest the Nico somewhat, at very least. The bans come on through, though. And I'm curious what the focus will be. Could be supports, yeah. The Lulu taken off with the Jinx already locked in. Trying to remove things that will be able to protect that Jinx could be the solution. Things like a Thresh, maybe, could even be taken off the board.
Well, one of the things you do have to protect right now is, because of course Jinx will have to pay a lot of attention to the Maokai ultimate. One of the reasons Wukong is very good into Maokai is you can just press the clone backwards, your clone eats up one of the tendrils of the Nature's Grasp, Jinx sits in that little gap and just kind of takes some cover behind that. That can help in some different situations. You're absolutely right. I think particularly when you're playing around very bursty compositions, you need something which will just buy a little bit of safety for that Jinx. I'm expecting maybe a melee support out of that front as well, just something that can tank up a couple of skill shots, despite the fact that Jinx is typically very good with enchanters, and you see that Lulu banned away. The front line from AL needs to come in somewhere, so you're either expecting that tank support, or maybe something like that Jace, the Scion in the top side, depending on if you think you can take something like that into a Jace, if it flexes up there.
Yeah, we'll see. The Gragas taken off the board, which again would kind of fulfill that role of the tanky front line. It's NIP reading the situation similarly to you, but actually banning away the Gwen. RAL, not wanting Invincible to have that
Scion.
carry himself.
That says, we want Scion, we don't want to deal with the step step.
Yeah, true. Nautilus going to be hovered. Nautilus Aphelios, not a surprising duo to see.
No, not at all. It's very consistent. As soon as you hit 1 to 2 items, that combo is just always finding a target and doing something very impactful with that one. See that the Leona being hovered over. We've also been through a lot of those different metas between those melee supports. You are, however, at a point now where you're getting outranged by Markyle and Jace. Something like a Blitzcrank can add in a bit of that X factor. Something like a Solar Flare, again, very long range engage to stop you just sitting at that extended range where even though Jinx has the very high range, you're still having some issues with that, with what NIP have on the table.
Well, Leona's going to be locked in, which, to be fair, Leona, we don't see that much of these days. I feel like Leona Nautilus feels like, oh, this again, but actually that's from years ago. It's been a while since it was, I say years ago, probably last year, but it's been a while since we saw Leona Nautilus as a standard. Sion, as we mentioned before, will be locked in the end. And a Gnar to answer. So Invincible should have a whale of a time if he's left isolated up in the top side. But Jinx Leona versus Aphelios Nautilus. While Jinx and Aphelios have been seeing a lot of daylight, pun intended, Leona coming back in. This feels like a 2020 matchup. Or 2021 maybe.
Yeah, a number of years ago, we got so used to seeing this support matchup that it's just kind of stuck in the back of our heads. But actually, most of the time, it's been you know, a lot of Renata before that point. Probably a bit more of the Lulu. Of course, Yumi's come and gone as well, and is back on the ban table once again. What we have now with these compositions coming in, though, is quite a dangerous combo coming in from NIP, where they have a lot of very good poke, where you have something like an Aphelios ult adding into a burst combo from very long range. You have Maokai and Jace. That's a combo we've seen an awful lot through Spring. And you have good side lanes. So I think what this game is going to come down to is anyone's Legend trying to find a way to group up and stop that side lane of the Gnar and the Jace really taking over before things really start falling apart. They need to start grouping up and use that Jinx as their power point.
Well, we'll see if they can. The Jinx, in my mind, one of the strongest champions in the game currently. I feel like there's a lot of champions that are being talked about as being incredibly overpowered, but when it comes to team fighting later on, for my money, Jinx wins that 100% of the time against the Aphelios. The range advantage just feels so strong a lot of the time, but like you say, the Jace can be the difference maker when it comes to that range advantage. If we can get the poke down, Maokai could close the gap, Nautilus can close the gap. There will be pressure towards anyone's Legends AD carry as we head into game number 1 on Summoner's Rift. Get this matchup underway.
I completely got jump scared by that horse. I didn't know that skin had that one. It's like, oh, hi there, friend.
I mean, it wasn't that scary. I don't know if jump scare is the phrase.
I like to think it's kind of like a bit more of a vague term now, jump scare. Are you actually scared, or is it just like an exclamation of shock? Either way, you know, language is a wonderful thing. Just wasn't expecting the horse, honestly.
Yeah, it did get awfully horsey in here for a second there. Let's talk early game. Let's talk early game between these teams, because I feel like Wukong and Maokai. I mean, Maokai, you really can be aggressive if you want to in terms of getting in your lanes, but we don't necessarily see that often. Quite often we see Maokai picked much more for control in the early game. Would you anticipate Shadow trying to get his lanes ahead early on?
So the way that I view... Well, we'll have to see if he's going to have that choice, because we can see that ZDZ stood up here. He's probably started Q. Can he kill any of them? And he wants, he can. He gets all of them.
Got all of them. Shadow has just been absolutely robbed. It is literal daylight robbery.
I don't think we're going to see the Maokai in any lanes, because he's not got level 2. He gets robbed of that. You have to get the majority of the small raptors and the large ones. You get that level 2. Not going to have that choice. Going to be delayed at that point. The Shadow going to have to find an extra kind of couple of camps, really, before he can start matching that pressure which a Wukong can put out.
I love that ZDZ also dropped a ward on the Krugs. So Xiaohao doesn't even need to out-jungle Shadow right now, because ZDZ is out-jungling Shadow to start this game off. There's a hook from Joe, but not much more from the back of the trade. iBoy and Zora get level 2. Full respect from Photo Control, as you would expect here. And it will be fairly standard. I'm looking towards that mid lane, though. Harder. His first game of the split here. Looking towards Angel and getting some good trades out so far. Does have that Nico, so set up for success in his first game.
Yeah, Nico has been first pick worthy. He was first pick in this game as well. And the most interesting thing about this champion, talked about it a lot yesterday, is that I love seeing this champion because it shows a very different skill set. Let's see whether that comes into play, though, whether it's going to be more junglers. Xiaohao finding Shadow.
I mean, Xiaohao knew exactly where he was because the wards from earlier. Shadow in a bit of trouble, but doesn't have to flash. Angel goes to hover. But ultimately, Xiaohao just having this bottom quadrant for free now. That'll be a blue buff and a Gromp going his way. The Shadow tries to make his way up to the opposite side of the map where he has prio through Invincible.
Yeah, so really Invincible, saving Shadow's skin a little bit, will give him some access to the top quadrant. Harder, I don't think he's going to interact with this top jungle, even if he does teleport back. You'd need Xiaohao to be on that same side of the map, which of course he's taking the bot quadrant right now. It's not going to happen. So Shadow, difficult early game so far, but at least getting something back in the form of that topside scuttle. Actually, that's worth talking about as well. Doesn't even get into those camps, doesn't feel safe enough to do so. Just has to settle for the scuttle right now.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow being put really far behind to kick us off.
ZDC, no, you can't do this
moving over.
man.
He's like, look, this is my jungle, Shadow. The top half of the map is ZDZ's jungle. Walks in, denies the sapling. Shadow will replace that, but again, will not get access to those camps. And so now, Xiaohao can just move back over to the top side of the map. He's going to get 3 quadrants for himself. And Shadow, I mean, he needs to reattach the Peter Pan at this point.
Someone get a needle and a thread, gonna have to find his way back onto the body he belongs to. And this is gonna have a lot of implications for later into the game, because we talked about the Jace being quite important for NIP. A lot of the reason why the Jace is very strong in the meta is because you can combo up Jace with something like a Maokai. What Maokai does is buy space for the Jace, because you throw out the ultimate, Jace gets to stand behind the Nature's Grasp and throw out some shot blasts for free. If your Maokai is behind or late as the level 6 or under threat because you're so far behind in the game, obviously the Jace is kind of impacted by proxy from that. So, Anyone's Legend putting that Maokai behind helps them out very much so later into the game.
It certainly does. It's a good start for them. It's Invincible. You know, we'll have an advantage in terms of, like, trading in theory in this top lane as he loses a trade to ZDZ there. Should have the range advantage, but not building himself up too much of a lead just yet. Perhaps he'll be able to find more of that once he's head back to base and survive for himself. But a very quiet early game. Drake now onto the map. And I feel like Xiaohao, with the advantages he's found in this early game, and with a Nico in the mid lane, you'd hope he'd be able to look towards that objective.
Yeah, I do agree with that. When you see that Shadow working his way down towards the spot lane, this is normally what we see from Maokais. You were kind of asking the question earlier about how Shadow can get into lanes. Typically, Maokai is a champion that wants to respond to a gank rather than flashing forward to make one himself. So I think right there, Shadow playing into that part of Maokai's playstyle actually has matched Xiaohao on the correct side of the map, but will get spotted again. Shadow has basically been on vision the entirety of the game. So again, struggling to get anything in there.
At this point, his name has become ironic.
Yeah.
the shadow he's casting is from the wards he's walking past at this point. Yeah, bit of tough early game for Shadow. Is not necessarily anything he's done wrong per se. It's more just everything AL has done this game has been.
He loaded into the game, and that was
game.
the great sin that he committed. He chose to connect to the server.
Yeah. We're actually going to see ZDZ just ulting up towards the top side. So top laners will not be interacting with this Drake, as Invincible does manage to crash a massive wave, but it is gone. ZDZ just one-shots it with his ult, and again, managing to maintain relatively even CS up at that top side for ZDZ, which is good to see on the Sion. Quite often you can see advantages built up there. But it doesn't feel like either team is confident necessarily to just brute force the Drake, as Xiaohao moves in, trying to fight for vision control, but there is a ward and a Scuttle Crab there for NIP.
We're getting to the point where first ultimates of the game are going to become much more apparent soon, though. Watch out for, again, you talk about that first dragon. I think Herald also typically very important points, particularly when you have one team which is very strong in side lanes, when you have like a Nara and a Jace. Herald becomes quite important to make sure that you don't lose a tower very early to get that split pushing team ahead, or you get to blow open a side lane tower to kind of stop that side lane pressure coming up so early as well for your own team. So I think Herald, looking for those first ultimates, the first Pop Blossom, the first Solar Flare, that could be very important to watch as well. And I think Anyone's Legend, until those come up, they're pretty happy to chill.
Yeah, certainly will be. And happy to take it slow. And, you know, in this current meta, not surprising to see teams take it slow. I do want to quickly mention Harder as well, because a few of you at home may have seen this guy's name before. He's been on the AL roster for quite a while at this point. But he's not actually played that much LPL. He's mostly been a substitute on the roster. He's actually only got 6 games of LPL underneath his belt. And that's
6 more than you and me,
That's a lot more than I have. Yeah, that's for true. But That's for true. Those words don't
Yeah,
go together.
you speak the word good.
Yeah, but the key thing here is like he's getting another opportunity here on AL, replacing PinZ today, to see what he could bring to the table. He's got the Nico.
Chance of something in
I'm
mid lane.
hoping for a big game as he goes for the flash, but Angel reads the play, flashes himself, gets out to safety. Perhaps could have waited for Xiaohao to go in first there.
Maybe, but I think if I think the engage rage might have been a little too long. See that NIP though, despite the fact that Pop Blossom's been used and the fact that they managed to get Invincible down to this Herald early, have not managed to find themselves onto the Herald after that point. It's reset, but now Xiaohao has the angle.
Here we go, behind enemy lines, Invincible has to jump away. Shadow, the next target, is there comes Nico, and Harder finds himself first blood. Invincible wants to answer, but I don't think he can 1v3 this. The rest of the team is not coming, he's Mega Gnar, but that would be full-on 1v3 as Nautilus in the mid lane alongside Angel cracking the way.
Yeah, Harder, first game back in the LPL after that spring substituting in, and he breaks some Nico kneecaps. Doesn't even need the Pop Blossom to do that. I've been preparing that for so long, you have no idea. This champion being meta, wonderful, chef's kiss. But even not having that Pop Blossom, AL walk away with an important kill. They deny the Herald being taken very early into the game. Going back into this replay though, it's very important to realize that despite the fact that Jace survives, Jace has no impact on this fight. You don't have a Shock Blast coming in, you don't have a big Maokai ultimate coming in. And NIP feels like after that Herald reset, why are you still here? It feels like they just overstay and they get punished for it.
Yeah, looking for a fight that they couldn't realistically get. And also, like, Xiaohao came from the mid lane gank and basically just went up past Herald. Just sort of walked past the whole NIP essentially and somehow pulls off the flank. Perhaps should have been a little more aware of what was going on there. But we go back to Herald once more as Xiaohao. Just go for the Drake in the meantime. This time NIP should be able to get it.
Should do, and it's a base Mountain Dragon. Very, very important when you have the likes of Leona and Sion on your team to get huge value out of that percentage increased resists, and that might help stave off some of that side lane pressure, some of that poke as well later into the game. So giving up Herald, it's not really what you want to do as anyone's legend if you can potentially help that, but if you're going to trade it for that Dragon and you've also delayed that Herald, I think that's still an okay trade of neutral objectives for that team.
Yeah, not too bad. Just depends on how the Herald is used. It's always the big question that comes up when you do trade, is how much value do you get out of your Herald? Good to see that despite the Herald being taken on the top side by NIP, we don't see that traded for an AD carry getting 5 plates to the bottom side as AL really
watch for the Maokai ult, there might be a fight here.
Photic's over the wall with red and white. This could be good for Photic if he can find the target. Zora the target for now. Moonlight Vigil, that'll be one for the Aphelios. In the meantime, Shadow walking away with his life. Doesn't have his ult available. Already used that one, and the rest of the team there for AL. Perhaps needs to back off a little bit quicker.
Went in deep, did anyone's legend, and the unfortunate taxi over the wall after the Zenith blade connected made things a little bit awkward. Zora on that Leona. Still going to end up being a 1-for-1. Still going to end up being the camps afterwards going towards anyone's legend. But while all this is happening, of course, Invincible does get himself that second plate up towards that top side, and this side lane split push Gnar is going to become a little bit problematic. You can see the starts of it right now, significant CS advantage, significant plate advantage too, but at the cost of that, you're losing on the bot side of the map. This was the kind of awkward moment when you realize actually you're in a choke point against a Maokai, and despite the fact that Shadow has no flash and is a little bit behind, this is not the kind of terrain you want to be fighting on. And for a brief moment, NIP do get some advantages.
Yeah. It's the second that ZDZ starts channeling that TP, Angel just turns around, he's like, I'm out. Shadow tries to get out as well. They realize that that's a play that they cannot win 4v5. And so it's kind of the trade, right? We mentioned the CS advantage. Invincible managed to get a couple of plates there, managed to proxy a wave or two because he didn't TP. I think his TP was actually still on cooldown. He TP'd after the sign.
And you know what? You know what completely messes with my head? The fact that that teleport happened and I thought, oh, it's too early for Unleashed Teleport. Must have been a teleport to a turret. It's been changed, folks. 10 minutes is now when you can teleport to anything. And, you know, you just got to retrain that muscle memory.
Yeah. The teleports really have been unleashed, if you will. As ZDZ taking advantage of that, and rightly so. When you're playing the Sion, you really do want to be impacting the rest of the map. Like, you're not going to win 1v1. You're not going to, like, find an advantage in your lane. So, getting out, and getting an assist for his team and denying the play from NIP because the play was looking fantastic for NIP. Like, remember, Zora had already gone down. Photic had a million shurikens stacked up. Shadow was going from one side. Angel was flanking. Like, without that TP, that's a really dicey play for anyone's Legend. So really, really good stuff from ZDZ to kind of save the play for his team.
So, getting back into a little bit more of a sense of normalcy, waiting for the next big play to happen. Harold, we were asking what is going to happen with this? How much value are we going to get out of it? The gold looks like it's going over towards Photic on this. The fellows did pick up that kill from the last fight as well, so now a significant advantage open up in that bot lane, which is very important because it feels like the Gnar on the top side of the map getting advantages all by his lonesome, and that's going to get worse as the game goes on. Getting the Cephalios ahead of the curve early on, though, definitely helps when you can sometimes struggle to pull ahead of the Jinx on your own.
Yeah, you certainly can. It's fun to see Photic and Jwar succeeding in this bottom lane as well. Like, you know, Photic having an advantage in this early game. Photic, a player, used to be on top esports, Jwar as well. Not at the same time, but two previous top esports players now united on NIP. And I feel like both players that had like big potential to succeed, they've both shown big moments in their careers, but it's never been consistent, right? And I feel like that's almost the story of NIP. Like Angel, we talked about earlier, like has those big moments, but not necessarily the most consistent player. You've got Shadow, who again, like when he looks good, he looks amazing. I remember last year, multiple times on LGD, it felt like he was the only part of that team that was functioning well. Invincible has had some big games. I felt like this whole roster is like players that have shown, perhaps with the right coaching, perhaps with the right team environment, they could be big players, but have yet to really manage to succeed in that fashion, aside from maybe Angel back in 2020.
It was so close to photo control, though, particularly on the V5 lineup that they were on. They were the best, like, Kalista Renata in the world. They showed the world how to play that. They've taken some knocks since then, though. Didn't manage to go to international competition and struggled in spring as well on a roster which had a level of hype around them. Of course, losing Rookie was a little bit awkward for them, but they would love to find themselves some of that form, which has gone amiss for the last split or two. Coming around to the second dragon, they have ults, they have summoners. What can they do? They also have themselves first into the river. Can they protect that position with Maokai ult? That's going to be the most important thing.
Remember, AL got the first Drake here, so this would only be one for NIP if they get it. Pull in onto Zora. He's down before the fight even begins here. The roots across the team as well, but here comes Xiaohao to turn it around, and in the meantime, Pop Blossom for Hardest alone. He's gone so deep for the Pop Blossom, but no follow-up from the team whatsoever. And that means a double kill for Photic as well as a Drake.
That was a very messy approach from anyone's Legend. It felt like their multiple engaged champions have found some good angles individually, but they have to be in concert. And, well, the bigger they are, apparently the harder they fall, as you can't quite get that Pop Blossom off on the right side of the fight. Xiaohao had a great job there, making sure that Invincible couldn't use that Mega Nart to his own advantage. That's one half of the fight. When you look at the other half, though, it's just completely a miss from what anyone's Legend were trying to do as a team. As we were saying just before this, Photic and Jwar, they had a lot of tools available to them. They had the chakrams as well onto the Cephalios, large amounts of damage. But look how these big plays are happening on the different sides of the fight. If they happen all in one place, awesome. But you can't split them apart like that.
Yeah. First off, great hook coming out from Jwar to start the fight. So Zora is pulled in before really AL were ready to fight, but also great presence of mind from Angel, right? Sees that hard as well. He saw that Xiaohao was going for the flank. It was actually harder in the end, but just trying to deny that entry to the backside of the play while Photic is the one killing off Zora. So really, really great coordination from the side of NIP to deny entry there from AL. And AL, you know, bit discombobulated there, but with a great pull from Jwar. Not much they can do about that one. Harder has found Invincible in the top lane, but even with a rocket there, it's not going to be enough. And it will be answered with a tier 1 in the mid lane.
Okay, this is really awkward now for AL. They're looking for a big engage, trying to buck this play.
Jwar just stands and tanks him, flashes out. Giga Chad Jwar right there. As Photic, what was that? Just Gale forces in, has to flash straight back out. iBoy is caught alone at Raptors for some reason, as Invincible flings them all back into the play. Zora flashes out, and it's an explosive fight, that's for sure.
Yes, it is. Still trying to make sense of that one, because it feels like, again, much like that fight we saw around that dragon, except kind of flipped towards the other team this time. A little bit discoordinated. A couple of plays happening apart from each other. If they happened all at the same time, might have looked a little bit more clean. Kind of scuffed the engage a little bit. Invincible does go down. Looked like it was an incredible Mega Gnar angle. Couldn't quite get that knockout blow though. Still, NIP walking away with a number of turrets falling down. They have a lot of gold in pocket. And for a team that has very good side laning position, taking down that mid lane outer turret makes it even harder for Annual's Legend to kind of balance the map and deal with split pushes when they go to those side lanes later into the game.
Certainly does. As Photic control moving in now to clear these waves. And I have to say that these fights, they're feeling a bit weird. I want to see a replay of what actually happened there, especially with iBoy. I feel like iBoy was caught outside of Raptors. I'm not sure how he ended up at Raptors on his own. I'm not sure what.
I think there are some things that's better off not knowing. When you see a Jinx like completely in the middle of no one's land, I'm like, look, I just don't need to know. Just don't do it again.
Yeah, part of me was like excited that iBoy's back in the LPL. The man is a legend, but I feel like in recent years that has kind of been iBoy's MO as like sort of mispositioning, being a bit
ask
too
and
confident.
you shall receive. There's a Scion.
Look at this.
No, he's not disconnected. He's just the bouncer. And that does a really important thing of stopping ZDZ getting good range to deal with Photic. Photic then uses the safety that is support for him to do whatever that was. And in the retreat, things just get really split from AL. They are very fortunate. Invincible takes a couple of tower shots and at least delivers one kill back.
Yeah, Xiaohao kind of saving the day there. Clones and Cyclones to peel the rest of the team. Zora using that stopwatch. That'll be on cooldown now. Drake coming up in a minute. And so the fight for River Vision begins between the two teams. The fight for mid priority as iBoy will be able to clear things up there. I think perhaps just getting a little too confident in that previous fight, but with Kraken Slayer on, almost towards that Infinity Edge, you can see Photic way ahead in AD carry items. The Ghost Blade there for Angel as well. I'm not really sure that AL can win a team fight right now.
And that's going to be a very difficult thing for them to contend with, because what does this team do besides that? They can engage in mid lane is what they can try.
Yeah, Photic Gale Force is out. Can he survive? No. Good pickup by Xiaohao and Arda. Now the re-engages, the roots come across the team. Angel's here and certainly has damage to work with. Zora goes down 1-for-1 now. But it's AD carry for support. But AL blinking health bars. I don't really know if they can contest still.
And while that's happening, Dragon is spawning right now, and Invincible is pushing in the bot lane. So Invincible continuing to push on that side of the map. That's going to open them up to take this Dragon. Xiaohao has no ultimate, and despite the fact that he's 4-0 on this Wukong, doing well on the pick. After getting that early jungle advantage, AL cannot find the grouped up fight wins.
I don't mind the attempt from AL though, because we just established, right, look, AL are probably not going to win a 5v5 with this gold deficit. So they try and make a play onto Photic. He's clearing the wave. They know he doesn't have flash. Like, I don't hate the attempt. They do actually get the pick ultimately. Unfortunately, just kind of overcommitted to the play and NIP. Able to trade evenly, so it didn't lead to anything. But I like that AL aren't just accepting their fate here. They're still fighting for ways in.
Yeah, looking for that entry into Valhalla one way or another. NIP, though, they get themselves those two dragons. It's a Hextech Rift, obviously one of the strongest souls that we do get in the current meta of League of Legends. However, we've reached Act 2 of our LPL game. There happens quite a lot here. The Baron spawn. Anything can happen around this Baron spawn in the LPL. Even teams that are very far behind have been very good at judging the game and saying, look, as long as we get a1 fight beyond this point, we can try and take the Baron and snowball it into a win. So that's what AL are probably looking for now. Look for some opportunistic picks. See if they can find Shadow out of position. He's not tanky. He's gone first strike. He's going towards an AP build. That'll probably be their win condition. This is... You got to count your minions, folk. That's one more than there should be. One minion. Photic just about managed to buy enough space for a turnaround to come in, but he's just caught out on that wave in a way that everyone is doing so against Nico right now.
Yeah. I feel like there's going to be a turning point where people habitually count minions, and even in games where Nico isn't being played, people will be like, how many minions are in that wave? It's going to become a habit at some point. But I don't feel like we're there just yet. It's a 4,000 gold lead, though, for NIP, and now they're starting to set up around Baron, and they're happy to set up on the top side and leave Invincible down to bully away in the side lane. ZDZ, this lane is not getting any easier for him, as this is Na's comfort zone. Being mini and being able to just brute force things. A TP from Angel from the top side. He's crashed the wave there. He's now trying to move into River with his team through mid lane.
Both these teams know exactly what's up, though. You have to have control around this Baron area. And if you give up a pick around this point in the game too, things will start falling apart. Invincible, making sure that ZDC is not available for an engage attempt with that ultimate, pushing him into that inner turret. Very important to make sure that NIP can keep themselves safe in this mid lane. AL, they're just trying to find a pick onto probably Shadow or Photic. Those are their two key targets. Need to take one of them off the board.
Oh, Zora. Whoa, that's, what, 3 auto attacks? And Zora through his W nearly goes down. Angel has to flash. Cyclone is there. The Rocket as well. But he walks away with his life. And that's good enough. Shock Blast in to set up a shutdown. But in the meantime, Photic's been caught. Shadow with a big play on the backside alongside Harder here. And Invincible now trying to clean up. ZDZ goes down. iBoy still going strong though, but not for long. Oh, the flash at the last second. Angel can't find the kill. It's real messy, but it still comes up NIP.
It does, and AL, they try again to try and find an angle with that Nico ultimate, with Xiaohao's Cyclone, but it just isn't quite clean enough. They don't get themselves that distancing. NIP managed to turn things around, and it's just going from bad to worse. Invincible almost dying for the turret, but instead will just blow the flash.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him commit quite that hard to the turret, but Harder nearly finding himself a kill there.
You wouldn't understand, it's a side laning thing.
Hey, I'm a Yorick enjoyer. I've felt that feeling. Let's take another look at what happened onto Photic here. I think maybe just overestimating his safety is Harder. Really nice flash forwards.
Yeah, and they've been trying to catch this Aphelios so often, and they did manage to catch him in that last mid lane play. It just wasn't quite enough to see things through. Markel's been thrown again.
It's all kicked off. Invincible, the target, jumps over the wall, will go down. Good advantage for AL. Can they turn it into more? Shadow, the next target, as iBoy starting to get these resets going. That's 2. ZDZ can't be taken down by Photic. He doesn't have the damage for that. It's Harder sending his clone to recall in the face of NIP. ZDZ almost going down here. Remember, the mid-tier 2, very low from earlier. NIP trying to threaten that, but AL having none of it, goes straight to the Baron.
It's the second act of the game. The Baron's alive. AL, like every other LPL team, knows that everything can turn around this Baron.
An attempt there. The Moonlight Vigil comes in. What is that damage? Angel arrives as well. It's 3v5, and NIP is somehow making it work. ZDZ will go down to Photic next, as Angel on the hunt here. Harder the target, and Angel goes in. One more auto would do the trick, and he finds it. Xiaohao now in a 1v1, and will get the shutdown. It's 3v2 on the map, I believe. No. 2 are over in the base. It's Tro and Photic on the scene of the Baron, as Shadow now re-arrives on the scene.
It's an absolute brawl. It's a bar fight. We got some broken legs and some black eyes across the board. Angel's down, but he is the only member of NIP not present at that Baron. AL felt like they found an angle, but there's just way too much damage from the Jace and the Aphelios with all of their long-range bursty ultimates and combos to come into play. At least AL have an angle towards this dragon with the Hextech gates allowing them to get back out into the map. It means that there might at least be a contest, but they're still going to have to wait for their solo laners to arrive by foot because they don't have teleports.
Yeah, I don't think that this is something AL can actually go for, to be honest, because with the Hex gates there, NIP will be able to arrive, and they have an 8,000 gold lead at this point. I feel like these fights have been way closer than they have any right to be. AL are fighting tooth and nail, but they are losing those fights tooth and nail. ZDZ! He's gone real deep on this one, and Invincible just going to stack Meganar off of it. In fact, not even going to get any Meganar, just going to get a kill instead. But it bought space for the dragon to be taken by AL. Was this intentional? I don't know, but hey, we'll take it.
Did anyone order Uber Eats? I think your delivery driver's here. That was a decision, and I understand the thought process of I'm just going to buy time for my team to get this dragon. That's the most important thing. Not quite sure you need to give your life for it. So this is going back towards that Baron, though. AL, they found a couple of pickoffs before this. Again, they understand that the Baron is, that is the main objective. If you get that, you can change so much this gold deficit. But this Nico ultimate, as opposed to the last two, doesn't catch Photic. And then Photic does that. Then Angel adds in the rest of the damage to absolutely shred through those HP bars. Despite the fact that the jungler and the top laner are gone, the damage was still always on the board for NIP, and they shred them with it.
Yeah. Yeah, like ZDZ going full zealot there. My life for Aya, or my life for the dragon. Doesn't quite work, but now AL forced into the base. They're against the Baron. Whether they got the Drake or not, Angel is going to be able to get the tier 2 in the top side as he has just solo pressure there. And we'll get that increased gold, remember. That's like 600 not gold for that tower. Plus
as if Angel
gold.
wasn't doing enough damage already.
I know, he is
the extra gold
real scary
definitely
on that
needed
Jace.
that.
I feel like Jace is one of those champions as well where when you think about Jace, you think of him as that like poke champion that likes a siege, likes an elongated standoff, right? But actually, when you get to like 3-4 items, yes, you do like that situation, but you can essentially function as an assassin as well in the right moment. When you go a hammer form, you really chunk.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of LeBlanc, because LeBlanc is a similar kind of thing. That poke goes from being half your HP to all of it. And at this point in time, NIP, they really don't need that much of an opening to land that damage. They're currently trying to play on multiple lanes. This might be an opportunity for AL to find themselves a clutch engage while NIP are moving between lanes. There was a moment while they were on all three. They've just kind of trimmed that down to 2 lanes, just mid lane and top lane. AL, they need to find an engage though. They're just getting whittled.
Hard as a minion. He's a caster minion. Will it work? Will he find his opportunity? His 7th game of LPL, and he wants to make the play. He's onto Photic. It works. The cleanse comes on through. Cyclone is there. Photic on the backline. Saved by Dwo. But now Xiaohao turns golden. Invincible arrives on the scene. Shadow down. Both junglers down. Is now Dwo tanking up. But Invincible's mega. And he finds 4 with his ultimate. Angel in the fray as well. But Photic can't get close to do damage. He's been abandoned. Invincible can't live up to his name.
And it's another Nico Jedi mind trick. These aren't the minions you're looking for. There's an extra caster in there, and they don't count the minions. Photic, once again, doesn't die to the Nico ultimate, but this time the chunk is large enough that there is 180 carry able to fight, and one which has to just run for the hills. NIP, despite their huge gold lead, cannot finish the game there, and they take themselves a teamfight loss.
And once again, these fights that have no right to be as close as they are. Look at the gold difference. It's almost 10,000 in favor of NIP. But every single team fight this game has been so close and so scrappy. I feel like if AL's macro was a little bit better, this would be a totally different game.
Absolutely. And again, this is one of the things which I've loved watching about this summer split, even though we're only a couple of weeks into it, of LPL. Every team, regardless if they're first place or 17th place right at the bottom, they understand you just need to take one good fight at the right point in the game and you can really turn things on their head. Gold difference be damned, a good angle is always a good angle. This is the angle which happens in that last fight. It's a minion trick, once again. Maybe they've fooled them by disguise themselves as a melee minion so much in this game that they weren't expecting the caster minion. You have to count all types, folks. And Harder lands himself a really good engage. Just the fact that Photic has to blow so much of his defensive potential going backwards, blows that ultimate onto a stopwatch as well, means that a lot of that gold difference in the 80 carries is just not apparent. One 80 carry is doing damage, the other one isn't.
And I feel like if NIP are just more on the same page here, they can walk away without Invincible going down. That can be a neutral fight, right? It's harder. That was a chunk and a half. It was actually a minion health bar, so that wasn't as big of a chunk as it looked like. But they could have walked away from that, but Invincible kind of going in as the rest of the team's going out, and Angel throws a shock blast, but it's really all he could offer. Photic, cleanse available as a QSS now as well. He knows that this Nico is a problem.
We are getting to the point where at least look, Sion's not going to be healthy if he gets hit by all the poke in the world, but he can tank those shock blasts a little easier than the rest of the team. As long as he can stand in front of Angel, block some of this, there's the chance that AL can find themselves in a position to fight.
Invincible turning into Mini Gnar here. AL could potentially push in, but look at the waves on both sides of the map. They are crashing into the base right now. NIP, they've sent Invincible to go get that third Drake for them as they go and contest vision around the Baron area. They don't want to give that up for free as Photic and iBoy on that mid-wave clearance duty. It's January sale right here as the clearance is fully coming on through. But the Drake should be taken down by Invincible. I believe the minions took a tower in the top lane there and are looking towards it inhib as hard as that to go and answer that fact. You can see the tower incredibly low HP in the bottom lane as well. So those side waves doing serious work for NIP.
Yeah, it was very much helped by the fact that NIP did have a brief period of time with the last Baron buff that they could just all sit in different lanes and hit those towers, whittle them down. Inhib towers, yes, they regen over time, but it's a fairly slow thing. Those minion waves finishing off some of that dirty work, which has started a little earlier. The next work on the table, though, is setting up against, again, for this Baron, next one of the game, that'll probably be where the next hammer blow lands. Right now, vision control helped out by Maokai saplings, very much in NIP's favor. So what AL need to do, need to get real control of this mid lane wave if they can. They're trying to do another minion trick with the Nico. Not going to find anything at this point, but that's what AL are looking for. A big mid lane engage so they don't have to deal with all of this topside vision from NIP.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though, as Invincible is just trying to ignore the Scion and go for the tower. Will be able to do so. So tower, take it down. He'll walk away with his life as well. And as he turns mini, he'll continue to threaten. iBoy trying to move down to the bottom side here to potentially get a pick onto the top laner. But the second iBoy shows a vision in the bottom side of the map, you know NIP will go for that Baron.
NIP, they have all the control they need right now. They just need to avoid those clutch engages, which they've fallen a little bit afoul of.
Look at the vision in the bottom side jungle as well. Invincible has so much information to play with. He's under no threat even with these hovers.
That could be so very important because it is that balancing act between top side of the map where you're trying to poke out, get control of that mid wave yourselves if you can, and then also buy space for Invincible. The side laning pressure really becoming very effective. Zora has ult, has flash, might be able to land a stun onto someone.
Look at Invincible. He just walked through the base because the top inhib's open as well. He can just sweep up this entire base. And in the meantime, AL, they're fighting for mid-prio for a Baron that realistically is just not even contestable anymore.
He's literally just there, like, I'm housekeeping. Did you leave a sign on the door? Well, he's there again, trying to go into 1v2 now.
Yeah, hops over the head of ZDZ. Xiao Hao will jump on in as well. Invincible about to turn Mega. He needs to turn Mega, and he does! Jumps away, whiffs the ultimate, finds a stun. Duo with a knock-up onto Xiao Hao. Can they turn it into a fight win? NIP 4v5 at this point. As Harder behind enemy lines, gets onto Angel. The Pop Blossom on 3. This is the moment for AL if they can find Voting. But he's still going strong for now. ZDZ onto that back line.
Down.
3v2 Shadow, and Votic still pushing forwards as the recall from Angel has TP available and he wants to rejoin the fight. He's TPing behind enemy lines. It's no longer Harder on the flank. Angel's found his way into the fray once more. ZDZ, he started the fight with an ult and he'll end the fight with an ult as he leaves his jungler to die.
We've talked about Angel occasionally having those pop-off games, but asked for consistency, and this Jace has been consistently excellent in this first game. NIP, they have to brawl for it, but they're going to walk away with the first game.
Yeah, brawl is definitely the key word for this one. 30 kills in a 35-minute game. It was a quiet early game, but once we got to 20 minutes, nothing but teamfight. ZDZ surviving for now. Baron being used on the super minions. Can they actually end the game? Votic is here with the turret as well. Like you say, iBoy coming back up. One turret down. Should be two as well. They need to finish this Nexus off, but AL are moving on in. Invincible about to turn Mega. Zora's going to go down before the fight once again. As ZDZ tries to charge in. Harder's down though. And that'll be that. iBoy flashing onto the fountain. As NIP take game number 1.
Well, slow early game made up for by a pretty explosive mid and late game. Credit to Anyone's Legend where it is due, even when they were very far behind in goal. They find themselves some engaged angles to make the game at least more in question than it was from the early kind of stage of things. And when we kind of see these two teams interact beyond that point, NIP will have to walk away from that game still wondering how they got caught out so many times.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird game. It was definitely a weird game. I feel like both teams had moments where they were getting caught out. I feel like NIP were permanently on the front foot, right? Aside from the very, very beginning where Shadow, you know, got robbed and then just got red everywhere on the map, like that didn't look great for NIP.
Like
but
the lunch money's gone, like everything's just, yeah.
Yeah, just taken up in the playground, shook by his ankles for all the coins to fall out. But beyond that very, very early game, like once we started to get into the fights for Herald, fights for Dragons, like it felt like AL were the better team fighting. It felt like NIP were the better team fighting team, and like constantly finding just small enough advantages that then the objective would go their way as well. They get a Drake off of the fight, or they get a tower off of the fight, and then you start to see that gold really snowball in their favor.
And I feel like that game could not have gone as well as it did if it wasn't for how safe the solo laners managed to play in their side lanes as well. Invincible very rarely caught out of position. Angel, I think, only had the one death the entire game, despite the fact that Nico was really gunning for him at points too. It did feel like those solo lane performances from NIP added that core of stability, which allowed them to roll those advantages into quite important teamfight victories when they came to them.
Yeah, I mean, Invincible was fully feet up this game. Like, just sat in the side lane as Nar against Sion. What can he really do against you? And consistently just ignoring enemy solo laners while taking towers. We saw him having to flash away from Harder, almost dying for the tower, the tier 2 on the bottom side, and then completely ignoring ZDZ later on in the game as well. Like, it wasn't the most, to be honest, actually, no, he had big teamfight impact as well. So I was going to say it wasn't the flashiest game from Invincible, but actually, it was a fairly flashy game as well as having side lane impact.
Yeah, you kind of lose it in just like the smoke of like exploded ordnance like across the entire game, because it was really weird in terms of some of the big plays that happened. Because I think the focus in terms of the perspective was actually Anyone's Legend being proactive a fair amount in terms of the big engages, because the map was so set up in the favor of NIP. They had to look for those engages, which means that sometimes you forget about the big plays in some of those team fights from the big members of NIP.
Yeah, Invincible finding like 4-man Nars a couple of times. The one thing I will say is they were never like against a wall, so it was never found that like big Gnar that stunned everyone and won the fight immediately. But yeah, huge moments, like really great map play from Invincible, I think is the biggest takeaway, right? Where you've got him playing the side lanes, but also then pushing the wave and rotating and being a part of those fights and setting the team up. I will say as well, Harder like comes in first game with a split, playing the Nico, clearly a pick that he has practiced on, like did manage to find engages, multiple really fantastic pop blossoms, but honestly, the biggest takeaway for AL for me is so many of these fights, we saw big individual moments, but just never together. Like, we never saw the Wukong and the Nico hitting at the same time. Like, I don't think it happened a single time this whole game.
There was like one fight maybe around the top side, around that Baron, where it got a little close, and at least they were trying to go in at the same time. But into that real late game, it did just feel like the gold became too much. iBoy, even on that Jinx, had some good kind of in-the-pocket Jinx team fights where he could actually get a reset, do more damage than Photic at points. But as you can see, every single member of Anyone's Legend was outvalued by every single member of NIP. The damage really does just show how much better NIP were at leveraging their advantages.
To be honest, I'm a little surprised how low Invincible's damage was, considering he was in the side lane against CDZ for so much of this game. I was expecting
damage
him to
towers
just be like
is
far
going to
away.
be monstrous, but yeah.
That's true. I'm surprised he didn't go Hullbreaker, to be honest, with the way he was playing this.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. We've seen a lot of that split. I mean, in spring, it felt like that was basically just Bin doing that. Maybe Ala on a good day as well. But Invincible, it could have been a good angle for it. Instead, went towards that teamfight impact. Don't trust that KDA. That 1 in 5 does not tell the impact that Invincible did in terms of the macro on the rest of the game.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. He was a huge portion of the team there. I feel like Angel will likely grab himself the MVP for this one. Just very consistent performance, like constant pressure, managing to fight for prio, managing to be an impact in these early skirmishes. The Shock Blast doing a fair bit of work. Although I will say, not necessarily connecting as many Shock Blasts as you would have wanted. Quite a few times I feel like there could have been more pressure there, but I'm nitpicking at this point. I feel like he had a good game. I'll leave it at that. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out how Angel will do in game number 2.
It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy! As Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again, getting Tibbers out of the face of Phoenix. Gets chucked out YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in, and he dies! Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes, and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Phoenix and Haijiao are trying to get him off. Phoenix will die. Haijiao's next, and Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced.
Welcome back to the LPL. Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for TN. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up, and TN's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalope getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Mitchell. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately for Forge. You see Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo, very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge moving forward to CBZ. Face tanks 2K on the Herald. We're going to flip it here, and it's taken by the Wukong. Nick to grab that one. Final chapter across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there. And the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. It's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked up and somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack or something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta
That's
wait.
what it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout, who's gonna be at the top. Lost him immediately. Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the eco. Lands it on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his horn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG. 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Go, patient as ever. Gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
The world's coming after me, but I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
话，就是他们刚赢了一把，就感觉状态挺火热了吧。然后面对 iBoy 的话，就因为我们之前也是交手过几次嘛，就跟他感觉他是一个对线比较凶的 AD，就我遇到他的话，就可能就跟他硬碰硬一下。对 iBoy 放句狠话，就是小心点吧，我会把你干碎的。气氛担当应该就是我们的打野跟辅助吧，就打野比较平时生活中比较欢乐嘛，然后辅助的话就可能就是也差不多，达成的目标可能就是先进个季后赛嘛。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Namera as we head towards game number 2 between NIP and Anyone's Legend. And I think it's fair to say that this was anything but a clean game from either team. We had very scrappy fights, and I'm going to be honest, the team fight side of things, incredibly fun to watch because it was pure carnage. But the one person who was consistent throughout this one, and we came into today asking if he would be consistent, was Angel on his Jace. He'll grab himself that MVP. Had a fantastic performance.
And that's got to feel so good for this player, particularly because they had quite a difficult spring on a roster which had a lot of hype in RNG, but Angel never really found his feet and his place within that roster. He goes on to another team which is struggling at that point with lower expectations, particularly after that spring run, and is starting to pull off some really good performances. Again, there will be that continual question, just because historically we know this player doesn't always string together good back-to-back-to-back games. It gets a little streaky at points. But with this game starting off, this is a good thing for this team to kind of, again, settle the nerves in this early split and to get some of these really big performances off the ground.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of this from Angel. I'm excited to see what this NIP roster can do if they can, like you say, string these wins together. I do want to clarify as well. I feel like Angel, generally speaking, is consistently decent. It's just whether or not he can be a top player consistently. The TP's absolutely fantastic from him throughout the game. The team fighting great. And I feel like the big difference between him and everyone else in the game essentially was he was much better at not overcommitting to these fights. We had a lot of overcommitment from both sides of the scoreboard when it came to these team fights. So Angel doing a very good job of staying just at that right amount of committing enough to help his team, but not putting himself in harm's way.
But this is, like going back to the previous conversation, this is the problem with being a mid laner in the LPL. We have very, very good mid laners. And when you talk about a player like Angel, in any other league in the world, this player would be one of your very top mid laners. I think by and large, he's a very talented player. But when you're playing with Rookie, Scout, Xiaohu, Knight, obviously, you got so many names up there where you're like, wow. Trying to join that kind of elite few is a very difficult task. So while Angel will have these great performances where every so often will outvalue those players even, he's a very talented player, doing that consistently, that's what we really want to see and see this development in this player to see him get to that level.
I feel like Angel, career-wise, kind of almost like a Yagao style player to me, where you've got sometimes some metas, like, he really will pop off, especially when, like, Azir is in the meta. Actually, in 2018, he got a pentakill on Aurelia. Like, there are, and his Akali as well, absolutely sick. There are certain champions where he will just go crazy, but a lot of the time, he'll just kind of tick boxes and will just fulfill the role that his team needs. Not necessarily to, like, a Knight level, but will still be decent, right? Yagao usually at least decent, and then has those metas where Zoe's really good, LeBlanc is really good, and he can really pop off. So I feel like they're kind of similar stylistic players in some ways to me, on paper at very least. Let's talk Anyone's Legend, though.
That makes sense, but yeah.
As I don't want to go too much into Yagao during this series. Anyone's Legend, I feel like they've got some work to do, but there were positive things in that game to look at, right? I feel like a couple of those team fights go ever so slightly differently. And actually, this could easily be a win for Anyone's Legend. There were so many fights that were very close to going their way and ended up tilting the balance towards NIP that realistically, a lot of that gold lead was less about the fights and more about the objectives off the back of them. So I feel like there are positives to take away for AL.
I think the takeaway I have from that game and for AL is actually quite similar to the one I have for just the entirety of the LPL, which is even when teams are struggling or are at the bottom of the standings, most of the time, you can still see that they understand what is happening in the game and they know when to fight, if not be able to execute on it. In that game, they had multiple Nico engages, they had Sion coming in from the flanks at the right kind of times in the game, which in a different world where, NIP didn't disengage as cleanly, that could have been a clean teamfight win. It could have been a Baron, it could have been a turnaround. And despite the fact that AL were one of our teams that struggled the most in spring and have had to build off of those learnings from those defeats coming into summer, this is still a team where in that first game, they had some really good angles, and that's something which is very important to note.
Yeah, you can see the signs for Uzi already in the crowd. EDG aren't even
We've had no knowledge about that one. Nothing's happening there, folks.
Anyone who's not been looking at Twitter, there are rumors that seem maybe substantiated that Uzi could go to EDG. Nothing confirmed just yet, but it's looking exciting. If you're an Uzi fan or if you're an EDG fan, we'll see how that develops over the next few days. But here in the draft for NIP, they've moved over to the blue side now. No substitution, so Harder still going to be playing, iBoy still going to be playing, and Shadow as well, not being swapped out for Shalombaum. Fulfilling his role in that game, it's fair to say, playing for Vision, playing the standard Maokai role. And speaking of which, the Maokai will be taken off the board.
So we have Nocturne available, Vi available. Ari was banned in the first round as well against NIP. That was a champion which Angel, of course, has done an awful lot of work on. But that champion right there, that one's been a bit of a thorn in the side of many drafts because it feels like you have to ban this on red side. We did, however, see in LGD versus JDG yesterday, the first pick Milio get punished because they picked what LGD managed to do to take their game off of JDG. Of course, dominant titans of the LPL and then winning MSI, is they picked the Blitzcrank into it and they picked an anti-Milio comp. This is not going to be the same kind of approach though. It's going to be the Zyra Khan on 1-2.
Yeah, so perhaps feeling like they can find a strong 2v2 that can fight up against the Milio. I don't know how well that will work. Milio, you can go with like a scaling carry, like Kog'Maw, this kind of thing can work with him, or can work very well with Lucian as well. We've seen how dominant Lucian Nami as well. Lucian Milio can work too, but looks like they will go for the scaling route.
So, Aphelios is very much, it feels like Aphelios has kind of this twofold identity. One where he can throw an ult forwards and kind of join these big fights with the Gale Force and a lot of his kind of utility weapons. It's kind of like an aggressive character, but can also be awesome at standing and fighting with chakrams or whatever else you have. When you have the Cozy Campfire to increase your attack range, Aphelios didn't need that already, but it makes him just this absolute bastion which you have to try and get through. Now going forwards, even with stuff like the Rakan and the Annie, if the Milio ult is good and gets a good cleanse onto the Aphelios, that stand and fight potential just goes through the roof.
Oh, it certainly does. It certainly does. Annie, at least, will be one of the champions that can try and shut that down, right? The Tibbers slams down the CC chain, and damage can be enough to get through an Aphelios, so long as the rest of the team has follow-up. But alongside the Rakan, you can certainly see the direction that this composition is going for AL in terms of all-in. Kindred being banned away from Xiaohao here. I've got to say, I was not anticipating a Kindred ban.
Yeah, me neither. I guess when you have the very hard CC mid of the Annie, it helps you play towards more of a carry role in that jungle. Annie halfway between that burst threat and just a setup champion as well. I'm a little surprised that you're banning it away when you're playing such an aggressive pick champion in mid lane like Ari, who can pick off these squishier junglers to pretty high proficiency. But maybe you're thinking, look, we're not going to have the Vi, not going to have the Wukong, two of the better combos with the Ari to help reach that target if you're trying to pick them off. Let's not give a carry threat over if we don't think we can cleanly shut them down from mid jungle.
I have to ask, Namir, am I missing something? Because
yeah,
AL banned Wukong. I feel like Wukong fits their comp literally perfectly. I feel like Wukong is the jungler for their comp. They have pick now. Like,
that's a good point. Because I was viewing it as a sense of they're banning away two champions which fit very well with the Ari, but I mean, you have that fourth pick. You could have just locked away that for yourself. They're hovering over junglers anyway, unless they had a specific jungler in mind. That would be one of them. You have to imagine maybe that would have been better as a takeaway spot rather than just banning it away. But instead, they're going to lock in that Viego. So it's going to be a bit more damage threat, I suppose, when you have the Annie and the Viego. The ability to individually burst down a target and have Viego absolutely monster a team fight with their resets. You can have a reset on either side now, of course, with the Ari versus the Viego. I can understand the logic of that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can understand the logic of the Viego. Poppy going to be locked in. I'm assuming that's for Shadow in the jungle with the Gnar being hovered here. So going to deny a lot of that movement. It's great versus Rakan. It's good versus Viego as well. And then the Jace being hovered could go up to the top side for ZDZ here.
Jace would be
Carry
very
top
risky.
laner, that would be exciting to see. Try and punish the Gnar from Invincible.
Yeah, if that was locked in, I'd have to very quickly look up a lot of those builds being put around, because Gangplank has always been a very versatile champion with it, and it is locked in. Now, not gonna lie, folks, I have not seen much Gangplank on this patch. I would imagine there's going to be a Triforce involved in there somewhere. Very powerful item. If you can build that item, it's almost always worth building it. But now, I feel like Shadow has a very, very important early game to play out. You have to be able to, one, answer Xiaohao, but also get into one of these lanes, either onto this Annie or onto this Gangplank, and get kills and flashes away early to make sure that your top side of the map can start fighting. Because there's a lot of damage from AL, and if they manage to escape up until level 6, I really feel like NIP can struggle.
So I've just had a little look at the stats. This is the first professional Gangplank game of the split. Aside from one game in the GLL, which I believe is the Greek League.
I know who that would have been. That would have been, was that Acidy who played that? ACD? He's a huge Gangplank. Sky Sunday. Oh, okay, right. They actually have a load of GP mains randomly in that one ERL.
Yeah, it's a first strike angle. And, it's the Essence Reeve and Devori Quick Blades, the kind of one-shot style where you're slamming out barrels and slamming out damage. Invincible going to have his work cut out. He locked in the Gnar in game number 1. That was against a Sion. This time, ZDZ bringing a bit of fire to that top lane with the Gangplank. We'll see if he can carry this one. We don't get many carry top laner games here in the LPL at the minute, and I'm excited to see what ZDZ can do with his hands on Gangplank.
Gangplank, if you manage to have a safe laning phase and you manage to escape those first few levels and don't get your flash blown, don't die, is such a menace. Heck, even if you do die multiple times early game, if the game extends long enough, we all know what a fed Gangplank can do. That'll be what AL would like to have in the back pocket to see if they can bring this to a game 3.
So here we go into the game. It's kind of an interesting draft, honestly, from anyone's legend, considering the fact that they went for the Xayah Rakan so early, and now we finish off with Viego and Gangplank in the top side. Not something I think many people at home would have been expecting today. On the side of NIP, relatively standard. Obviously, the Poppy coming on through as an answer to that Rakan, as an answer to Xiaohao's Viego as well. I don't think the most value I've seen in a Poppy pick, but I think you're pretty much just picking that for the Rakan, right?
I think you're picking it for your first 3 levels and your first 2 clears. I don't necessarily think it's great as the game goes on if you don't find that lead. As you said, the actual kind of anti-dash synergy is not completely there, but you do have the ability to find some very strong gank angles as the game really starts off. So Shadow, watch his initial pathing. Let's see how well he can do in getting into those early lanes. He's getting spotted right from the off, though.
Yeah, the ward coming down, but I do think Poppy, one of those champions that can very comfortably go for the Raptor start. So you kind of expect that the Poppy is going to go for that Raptor start, even if you don't have the ward there. But the ward comes down from Harder. We'll spot him out. So both junglers playing with full information. Looking towards ZDZ, though. Playing the Gangplank, trying to use that passive. Almost walks under tower there, but does manage to get that burn off. Gets back into the brush. Corrupting Potion ticking away as well. And I will say, ZDZ, if he can play this well, if he can get himself a lead, that's a real squishy enemy team.
It is. Now, you're pretty squishy yourself, and if you do get, Poppy and Ari getting onto your kind of laners very, very quickly, they can very much burst down that Gangplank. Gangplank can be dove as the game goes on. So ZDZ is going to have to play a pretty mistake-free game. Xiaohao also has early pressure on this Viego, though potentially can set up with a stun from this mid lane. Harder does have a Molten Shield, will have stun now.
Goes forward. Angel knows what's going on here. Sees the mist coming on through, and Harder will just have to clear this wave and crash that one in. Although the next wave is arriving, and I'm not sure he'll actually be able to crash that. as ZDZ, perhaps a little out of practice as he misses his barrel combo. I think that was his first 2-barrel combo of the game as well. So I do wonder how much time ZDZ's been putting into this champion, or whether that was just, you know, it's the very start of the game. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
I have to say, I try not to reference my own games because I haven't been good at League of Legends for a little while. But I just took a break from League. I was on holiday, and I played my first games back the other day. And it is so weird, even when you've played a champion which you know really, really well and you go back to it, if you've taken a month off, a couple of months off, the first couple of levels in your first game, they get a bit sketchy.
They certainly do. That said, I'm hoping ZDZ hasn't been taking time off before this professional match.
Okay, he might have been taking a holiday from Gangplank specifically, because we haven't seen that one for a while.
Yeah. We'll see how he does. Photic, though, in the meantime, being dived alongside Draw. Great little knockback from Draw, and Zora misses the knock-up. It's a disaster from AL. And Photic now chasing down iBoy. Gravitum is there. iBoy low on HP, doesn't find the route himself. And Photic double Gravitum in. That's a heal come out from iBoy. Forced to flash as well. Zora now next target, and here comes Shadow. iBoy no sums, gets splashed on Zora over the wall, Xiaohao over the wall. Every summoner under the sun popped by AL. And Shadow wants a little bit more.
Photic and Zhuo just destroyed a 2v3. Shadow picks up a kill from that too. What were we saying? We wanted to see Shadow with some early pressure, getting an early lead to keep ahead of the curve on this Poppy pick as well. He's handed that on a complete silver platter by this Aphelios Milio ridiculous combo.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming out. And like, this should have been a pretty clean dive. I like the idea of diving the Milio, but in execution, it's disastrous.
So, how does Zora pick a baggro hit? He autos after the W misses. And as soon as that happens, I think you realize that the HP bars are just not there from AL to make anything work. Xiaohao loses the red buff some point as well, doesn't have that for the rest of that trade. And really good awareness from Photic and Zhuo to really make the most out of that situation.
I have to wonder if Shadow's E was on cooldown there, because iBoy had no sums. I'm not sure Shadow needed to flash, but perhaps had used his E on like a mid lane minion or something to get to the play, you know, like using it just to try and get there as fast as possible. So having to flash for the kill. It is going to be 3 flashes on the side of AL, though, for just 1 flash on the side of NIP. I think they'll take that trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And now when you have the Aphelios and the Milio, who are already pretty insufferable from an even state in the game, having them ahead, having themselves a couple of assists, that's going to be even worse to play against. Invincible has 6 here, could potentially ult.
Possible, going for ZDZ, forced to flash away here, and still just being absolutely beaten down by Invincible. But ZDZ not running. Why are you running into the wall?
I don't know. There are some things it's better off not knowing. Angel gets involved on the bot side of the map as well. Picks up the Dark Seal first item, immediately gets a kill. Wonderful stuff from the Snowball play on the Ahri in the mid lane too.
Look, I've just had a look through the match history for ZDZ. And he's been playing a lot of League of Legends recently. None of it's on Gangplank.
So not taking a holiday from that.
He has 1 Gangplank game on the 31st, which is, you know, a week ago. Now, I don't know what he's been doing in scrims or anything like that. Maybe he's got multiple accounts. Who knows? But right now, the Gangplank not looking fantastic. But that was not a Gangplank issue. I don't really know what was going through the man's mind there. I feel like he could have just walked away.
It's a difficult situation, right? Because you are the level down already, you're level 6 to level 5, you know the extra CC is available. If you flash away and you trade flash for flash, I would imagine we're going to see this now, okay? So ZDZ, I think he's at a point where he doesn't know what's happening with the wave and he wants to shove that in. I think that's a very difficult point. I think if he manages to get a barrel onto the back minions, even then he doesn't kill them. It's just a bit of a misread and he's getting caught out again. ZDZ, buddy, what's happening?
Yeah, ZDZ is having a bit of an apple crumble this game. Oh, the slow doesn't land. Shadow, he's safe. Invincible gets himself second kill. Yeah.
So what we've seen now is actually he's renamed in-game. You see that, like the D in ZDZ? That's another Z now because he's being put to sleep in this top lane. He's just completely sleepwalking into this lane. ZZZ, basically 2 bad wave states in a row, tries to fight and push in that wave and gets punished for it.
And you have to wonder what's happening internally on anyone's legend right now. Like, it doesn't seem like spirits are high if this kind of stuff is going on in the top side. And the dive went so disastrously in the bottom lane as well. I feel like bad news bears for anyone's legend to start this one off. But hey, at least we get a bit of early action. We certainly didn't in game number 1, so I could see that at least. There was a Drake picked up by anyone's legend while all of that went on. So Xiaohao at least finding his team an objective, but it's 2,000 gold lead here at the 8-minute mark. And a fantastic start for NIP. As Angel just going to receive a Tibbers. Xiaohao not quite close enough to ult in onto the play as well, though.
So Angel has Merc Tread, so at least does manage to get out of that CC, has the Corrupting Pot to keep himself healthy as well. So what you'll see with Annie is they'll often drop those hard trades to just get the most out of a first strike proc, and then also stop their opponent from roaming as well. Angel has the Spellbook, switched over to the Ignite, can't use that to now teleport back onto the map, so has to kind of sit back in lane. It means that they're not available for something. Angel.
Ooh, that's a great charm. Harder's underneath the tower. Tibbers on cooldown here as Ignite comes down. Angel still has one more proc. Orber Deception out. And flashes for it. Harder taken down as Angel finds himself a solo kill. Tibbers is real angry, but he won't find the kill.
That was super slick from Angel. One of these things you can do on the Ahri is try and get a charm under the tower after you've killed the minions. Throw out a Q and then charm them back into tower. Manages to get Harder to take just that one tower shot afterwards. Had that Ignite like we were talking about. And then at the end, it did one of these rarely seen mechanics because a lot of the time you don't need it. But if you ult as Ahri and then you flash before your ult lands, you can extend the range of it and get the damage to go through. Just about gets the kill pressure. Walks away with even more Dark Seal stacks.
Certainly does. Great route from iBoy there as Photic tries to go aggressive and just gets denied. 2v2 looking a little better from iBoy and Zora, despite the 0-2 scoreline there for iBoy. A lot of that not really down to the actual 2v2 itself. And wow, what a game so far. What a game. NIP solo leaders feeling good with how this one's going. And the same for Shadow. You said we need to see a lead on the Poppy early on. Well, we're definitely getting that.
Yeah, so low health minions under tower, you absolutely cannot take them for granted because, of course, Ahri has pretty good instant wave clear. Make sure that the Ignite plus tower shot is enough for this kill. As you can see here, one of the things you can do, ult, you flash before the ult lands, follows up with the auto, extra Spirit Rush, does manage to get that damage down, and now this snowball on the Ahri, talked about Angel being one of the better snowball Ahri players in the league. It's very much off to the races. Harder looking to make something happen towards bot side, though, potentially.
Shadow could be the target. Harder's over here. As is Xiaohao. That Tibbers was not ideal. Gravitum going to come through. Featherstorm going to be forced out from iBoy, but the Feathers won't really find a target. Photic just walks at him. Only a couple of them landing in the end. Does get the root to keep himself alive, but now Herald going to be slammed down in the bottom side. This might even be 3 plates off the back of it. Photic can get some hits in. Harder's here, though. The whole team's still sticking around for AL. They will protect the tower, at least for the time being, but Angel's over the wall, looking for a bit of damage, a bit of poke. I feel like AL, they look like they're trying to make a play, but actually they've been corralled into this bottom side. They're not allowed to leave.
Oh, as soon as that Tibbers goes down, you just got to feel for Harder because you don't have your stun at that point. You don't have the ability to impact that fight. And particularly since Angel was just about to get that ult back up, switched over to the Ghost, and has a stopwatch, NIP look at that and they say, well, we can do whatever now. The Herald then gets so much gold over to Photic's. Aphelios once again, need we remind you what he did on that champion in game 1. NIP, we were just talking about that first game being a bit slower in the early game. NIP really turning up the pressure well early.
They certainly are. And Angel, no fear in this man's eyes as he just pushes as hard as possible.
He's
There's
on a
2 of them
mission
in that
from
mid
God.
lane. He certainly is. As just standing basically underneath the tower. Zora here just to try and help Harder push the wave. And Angel's still fishing for charms.
I think he's absolutely free to do so, particularly since Harder doesn't have the highest early damage right now, has cooldown boots, that alternator is all you've got. Angel going to be first on the roam again. They see Harder on the ward.
Oh no, the charm is a bit of a whiff. No. Went the wrong way, predicted the dodge, but the dodge never came. And unfortunately, the play won't land for anything here from Angel, but still sets up for this Drake. Although, doesn't look like they're looking for the Drake. Okay, just dropping a ward first. Now can go for that Drake. Oh, the charm so close to denying that recall.
Yeah, not going to be able to stop that one, though. Does mean that Tibbers is back available. Shadow gets the wall stun.
Goes straight on forwards onto this Viego. That's half a Xiaohao's health already, and Shadow not even been touched in return. Photic, oh, he's got red and white guns. AL, I don't think you take this fight. You're 4K down, and you're against the red and white Aphelios. Now is the time to leave.
And so it is. Xiaohao at least managed to save his ult for that play. Thought it might get a little bit awkward, but does manage to at least get away with his Heartbreaker intact. AL, though, I mean, what do they do at this point, right? You're getting absolutely rammed in this top lane matchup. Those kills going over to the Gnar. It means that ZDZ is just bleeding out plates and CS towards his top side. You don't have your playmaking opportunities towards the spot side either. Shadow is running across the map still. iBoy potentially going to have his flash or his ult blown. Shro's coming in.
Yeah, Shadow just going to get a bit of damage down, but with the Cozy Campfire, it's essentially a free trade. And now Photic with red and white solo time on a tower. This will be the first tower of the game taken. Great focus from Shadow on setting this bottom lane up, getting Photic ahead, despite the pressure that Xiaohao and Harder have tried to put on that bottom lane. Invincible might be caught out on the top side. Flash for the stun. The Tibbers is there. Invincible going the wrong way on the map as well, and will be taken down. Xiaohao takes the kill. I feel like you could have let ZDZ's ult finish that.
With the ultimate coming up so soon from Invincible, maybe the extra HP coming through from Mega Gnar potentially could have made things a bit awkward on that front. But I mean, AL, to be honest, I don't think they have the luxury of being able to choose that much in this game.
No.
They use so many ultimates to get that one across. ZDZ at least gets his first item from the assist gold coming through, but NIP, they lose one kill, but that's so little in the grand scheme of things.
It really is. It feels like a tough one, honestly, for AL. As Photic now pressuring in the mid lane, he's able to just rotate over and start to transition.
Ow, Storm Razor hurts so
Storm
much,
Razor
man.
is an item in the game of League of Legends, by the way.
Remember when everyone built that first item in Season 8 and we decided never to do that again? It's happening again, folks.
We obviously didn't decide to never do that again, because here we are. Yeah, Angel now pressuring at the top side as well. This is the thing. The Gangplank pick was meant to mean that AL had a carry to play through, right? In theory. And the Xayah Rakan, I feel like, was designed there to try and take on this Milio in the lane, but I feel like it's just 3 winning lanes in favor of NIP at this point.
It's quickly become that, particularly since that failed dive in bot side meant that Photic and Draw could really get the most out of that occasion. AL, they're really scrabbling at the dirt to try and find some kind of escape from this situation. It's a very difficult situation to be in. They don't have the Gangplank ult up and available for another couple of minutes either. It's a very long cooldown at first rank.
I love how fearless Photic is. You see the Viego mist come out, and most AD carries back away there. Photic is like, look, I've got a Milio with me. I'm on Aphelios. I've got Infernum. Bring it on. I will happily take this battle. As Angel now pressuring a tier 2 in the top side, as the Herald gets its charge down in the mid lane, and Photic can continue that push, although iBoy's making a play, and here comes Zora as well. And they don't find the kill, they don't find the moment. Shadow actually going underneath the tower. Everfrost from Angel, a good charm as well. But a stopwatch from Zora keeps himself alive. TP coming through as Harder is behind, but misses his stun with the Incinerate.
One more charge.
Wants it. The charm actually lands. And Invincible here to follow up with a long-range damage. But can they finish the job? Tibbers to buy space. Calibrum dodged by Harder. And AL walk away with their lives, but it feels dicey.
It's hard won, though, at that point, and all they're winning is a net even play. Harder even has to blow the Tibbers at the end of that fight. It is going from bad to worse. And to add context to it, this is all happening within AL's, like, in a turret, within their side of the map. They're not even across the other side of the river. Like, AL, they're having to get to this point where they're trying to find even plays with all of their ultimates invested.
And you have to... I feel like this is the kind of series where we're trying to calibrate expectations. I'll come back to this point, as it was a good engage to start with, but the knockback from Dwarf ruins Zora.
It does, and also, I mean, you have the ultimate coming in from Milio as well, so that's the cleanse coming through. The cleanse and the heal means that this stand and fight Aphelios type champion, you can sit there and stand and fight, you know what? Now we're coming back onto the map. I love this from Angel. I've been a big proponent of this for a very long time. Second item Medjais in snowball games are incredibly effective. Angel has an exhaust, has Merc Treads, has Flash. Angel's at a point where even if he picks up a couple of assists from the next fight, this game was already going badly for anyone's Legend. If you get to the point where a load of stacks gets onto that book from Angel in that mid lane, no one gets to survive on your team. You're a very squishy team.
Shadow is literally going between the towers to attack ZDZ, put pressure on, and set up this mid lane tower for takedown. NIP are snowballing so hard in this game that I feel like my expectations coming into this one was two teams that really need to prove themselves, that are looking towards the bottom end of the table, that maybe not the greatest teams in the league. NIP looking like they're smurfing in this one against anyone's Legend. iBoy will be taken down in classic iBoy fashion. And NIP will get themselves a second Drake after taking 2 tier 2s. It's only 18 minutes into the game. NIP, this looks like a top team just destroying a bottom team.
Oh, they're absolutely cruising over this game. Could have maybe given the kills over for the extra 2 stacks on that Medjai's there, but Phoenix says, no, I need to get myself in that kill column as well. 1-0 and 2 on the Aphelios. The other 2 assists coming from the dive, actually, earlier in the game. The failed one, which they managed to turn around. And this is what happened across the last kind of phase of things. I mean, AL, they don't have any vision in their own jungle. They can't see their own walls getting taken. iBoy is trying to get a wave pushed in somewhere, but you can't go alone like this. You don't have the tools to do so. It's a massive overpush.
I just love that Photic is like, we can pick iBoy, but let me get this wolf first.
Yeah.
Finishes the wolf before going for the play.
Priorities,
I respect that.
Priorities are in order there.
True AD carry mentality. Zora has to try and base check. Won't target, but a real follow-up as Shadow's there protecting his support.
Ooh.
Goes wide.
And now we're at a point now where at least AL are managing to group up, stand on this mid wave, and get a wave push. When you have zero vision, this is pretty much your last resort, and it often comes a little earlier that way. You can at least sit on your minions in mid wave and force the enemy team to come to you. You haven't been able to force Invincible out of that side lane. That was the issue in game 1 as well. In AL, they don't have the Nico minion tricks this time to find themselves these miracle engages. They have themselves very few options remaining. They have to hope for a misstep from NIP and over-engage where maybe harder on this Annie can get something working.
And the W denies the engage from Xiaohao. There's the follow for the rest of the team! Where did Xiaohao go? What a combo from NIP. Beautifully played there. And turns out the misstep coming out from AL rather than NIP. And now Baron is on the map, and if the jungler picked off, it's free pickings.
Yeah, Act 2 once again, 20 minutes past, Baron on the table, and the first mistake beyond that 20-minute mark is weighing that much harder. Harder has that flash, using the extended blast cone to get into a better angle. Can he get here in time?
Baron on 3k flashes in. Tibbers doesn't really do much, and Harder pretty much just dies in the Baron pit. Voting getting the kill as Droll was tanking Baron for a bit there. Angel wants a little bit more onto Zora, but is all on cooldown at this point. Zora will be able to get out with his life, I think. The flash charm at iBoy, but Featherstorm, good reactions there. But ZDZ will have to be the sacrificial lamb here, or will he? Trying to escape, but will not be able to get anywhere. And Angel
sees him.
He doesn't want to let them recall here. He's trying to find a moment. Everfrost comes
Oh, he
on
empowered
through.
recalls!
They actually both got out!
It's a Zyra card special recall. Because one of them started before the other, manages to tag onto that. Both of them get out alive. They're not going to, of course, be able to stop this Baron push coming through, but at least they managed to get themselves away with their lives. But that's been the story the entire game. AL fighting tooth and nail to just get away with their lives. Harder is in by himself again. And this is something that we picked up from the first game as well. Individually, okay play, gets a multi-man stun, but it's nowhere near to the rest of his team. The Gangplank ult very much helps as well in regards to trying to disengage that Baron. Doesn't stop it going down at the end of the day, though, and they lose some members on the retreat.
You can see... Oh, iBoy's died in the live version of the game here as the charm goes wide, and Zora chased out by Shadow. You could see the idea, right? You could see the idea from AL where Harder goes in, the Gangplank ult is there, and you can see Zora trying to make his way over as well, but he was slowed by Invincible as Shadow does get knocked up. Zora...
No one on NIP is coming, by the way. It's literally just Shadow chasing down the support. Everyone else is pushing mid-wave. They don't care to kill the Rakan.
I feel like at this point, though, is this actually positive for NIP? Like, I feel like Shadow being with the team as the kind of the front line for this squad maybe would be more valuable. But I guess when you're this strong, you got Baron.
Angle here.
Doesn't
He's
really
actually
matter.
coming up behind them.
Wait
guys,
a
you know
second.
Zora's here, right?
Quick,
He's
this.
ulting.
Here we go, onto Photic, but he cleanses and he flashes and he just kills Zora instead!
Oh, no.
He just one-shots the guy, and it's a great little gnaw from Invincible as well. ZDZ next to fall. I was excited for the Gangplank pick, but it has been disastrous this game.
I think Invincible was excited for that one too. Really, really wrecking that lane.
Yeah, yeah. This was nothing like game number 1. This was brutal. This was, I don't know, AL going to be going back to the drawing board off of this one and wondering what went wrong, to be honest. But NIP looking fantastic. This early game was absolutely beautiful from them, punishing every single misstep. And the snowball was quick and decisive, right? Didn't give them a moment to breathe.
Really want to hone in on that as well, because part of that snowball came from, once again, on Angel. That Ahri was banned away first round bans in game 1. And with that second game, you can really understand why. I don't often say this, I'm a big fan of how Angel builds Ahri. He's throwing out some different items in there. He had a Lichbane game the other day as well. He's a Medjai's builder, which I've always been a big proponent of. Sitting on early stopwatches, which save you gold instead of building up into the full Zhonyas. It's the small things like this, and this happens across the team as well. And you can see that multiple members on NIP found their own ways to add to that snowball, which all adds up into that.
Was happening in the draft there on the side of AL, right? When we see this Viego and get like Wukong banned and Viego picked, I don't feel like what we saw in that game was like Viego specific. I feel like Wukong could have done everything that they tried to do with the Viego. And things like this, Gangplank, was that the coaching staff calling for that because it's a good matchup into the Gnar? Was that, like, it didn't feel like ZDZ was particularly comfortable on the pick. So you do have to wonder kind of what's going on behind the scenes with AL in that second game, and maybe the first game with how close some of those fights were, but how decisive the victory ended up being, perhaps knocked them on kilter and just went mentally there for game number 2. That's what it felt like to me. Obviously, that's entirely speculation from my part, but yeah, I don't know. Definitely something to talk about in the morning, I think. Maybe go to bed.
Yeah, because, I mean, we kind of called it at that point saying, yeah, I mean, it's all good, but what happens if you fall behind because the top side from NIP was so bursty? And we saw that it didn't even have to come to the whole top side. Fell behind in the individual lane, Gnar just absolutely popped off. And Invincible, having actually 2 fairly strong games as well, you might look at the scoreboard post-series and look at that game 1 and say, a 1-5 Gnar, I guess that was a bit of an oopsie. No, that was a good game too. Again, playing very strong in the side lanes. I think that's a good takeaway from NIP from both of these games so far. Sometimes our mid to kind of bottom table teams, they will have some playmakers, they'll have some star players, but they won't really have the macro tuned in. These were 2 games where it did feel like, particularly in that second game, obviously, they were pretty good at arresting the entire map, forcing AL into pretty awkward positions, and making sure that even when engages came in or a big play was made, they were winning across the map.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they read what AL were doing, essentially, and did the correct things to counterplay that. I will say as well, shout out to Juo on the Milio. We always talk about how strong Milio is, but actually played very mechanically well today. Like, the first dive, when Zora was trying to go in, a great little flaming football, whatever that ability's called, like, knocks them back, gets 2 of them with the knock-up as well, and bought so much time and space for them. So then the dive is like a little bit discoordinated. They have chance to move away from the knock-up, and then, you know, we saw what happened after that fact. But fantastic little bit of play from the bottom lane of NIP. And like you say, exciting to see this duo looking good. Like, when we talk about their history, when we talk about that V5 roster, the fact they both came from top esports and didn't really have that level of success on top esports. Good to see them performing well.
Absolutely, because this was a very difficult spring for NIP as well. It felt like there were still some hopes for them, particularly because, again, it was the core of the V5 roster from last year, which was, at a period of time, one of the very strongest teams in the LPL. They were nowhere near that in spring. They very much struggled. They didn't make it into playoffs. And now coming into summer, having changed out a struggling mid lane position where Dream didn't quite manage to find his place in the roster, Angel has looked like a very good addition alongside some very consistent players in Photic and John as well. I don't think the consistency was even at fault from Photic and Draw, even in spring. It's just that they didn't always have themselves playmakers on the rest of the map to help them really find that position in a game. As you can see from this game coming into Game 2, the playmaking on the top side of the map allowed Photic and Draw just to have a much more comfortable game and allow them to perform this long-range kind of bastion of defense.
Yeah, able to kind of just stand and tank it in a lot of these situations. I will say, Harder having a really rough one here as well. Like, a couple of those Tibbers really missing the mark and not necessarily
Solo killed
on the
as
same
well.
page as the rest of the team. Yeah, like, really, really tough game for Harder. You expect probably Pinsy coming in for the next series here for AL off that performance, which is disappointing to see because I feel like his Nico game in game number 1 was pretty great. Like, I feel like he had a lot of really good moments on the Nico. Again, not necessarily super coordinated with the team, but individually looked good on the Nico.
Yeah.
The Annie, not so much. I wonder if this is just a matter of comfort on the champion or what, but yeah, some really tough moments across the board for AL.
Because part of this you can say is, look, Nico is a very strong champion. How much is that the champion? It's not like Annie is a weak champion either. Both these champions have been really in the mid lane pool for summer and then for Annie across the entire year as well. And then it just feels a little bit worse because you're likely... I don't know who's going to get the player of the game just yet, but you had 2 very good games from Angel back-to-back, had that player of the game in the first game as well on that Jace. So getting direct comparison as one of the people that struggled the most in this series versus one of the best players in this series, it makes it seem that much worse.
Yeah, it does. I would say Angel probably earned it, but draw on the Milio, I think, is a fair shout, although Milio not the most flashy champion.
Do you think I have a preference here? Just looking back.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, Photic had a good game too. Shadow had a good game. I feel like it's one of those games where it was so one-sided everywhere on the map that really there's a reasonable argument for any player. But I do think Angel was the standout for me on the Ari. Fantastic game from him. Fantastic series from him, honestly. We came in saying, look, we want to see good stuff from Angel. We want to see consistent stuff from Angel. His Jace looked great in game number 1. His Ari looks good in game number 2. Like you say, confident to build the Medjais on 4 stacks. Like,
No, but I've been asking for this for so long.
I know you have.
It's genuinely good. I'm so glad someone's doing it.
But outside of that, like outside of just, you know, banking on the snowball, it does also have, it speaks to confidence, right?
Yes.
It speaks to going, look, I am going to win the next team fight, or this was a terrible decision. Like, you're really all in on the fact that you are going to win this game, you are going to dominate, and you are not going to die in the next team fight.
And there are 2 ways to kind of frame this, because yes, there is the confidence angle as well, and that's very valid, absolutely true, but there's also kind of like just having belief in your abilities on a like slightly more objective level and going like, look, I have Exhaust for the next fight, and I have Stopwatch, and I have Merc Treads, and my team has already got a gold advantage as well. I have someone setting up for me as well, and something like that that Poppy coming from the jungle. You're going to have this checklist of so many things to the positive. You're thinking, look, if I just survive the next fight and get involved in 3 kills, get a couple assists, get a kill, I'm completely out of control this game. And that's exactly what happens. You buy that as the second item as well. Because it's such a cheap legendary item, you get the extra mythic passive from your mythic, which is an extra 10 AP from the Everfrost. That's like an extra side bump as well you get at that point. For me, it's a kind of a blending of the 2 things, confidence and the intelligence, which we have seen from other LPL mid laners, Knight most notably. Big Medjai's builder himself and has other similar like strong itemization in clutch moments. And that can be a difference maker, especially when you are playing in such a snowballing meta, which the LPL has pioneered over the last year.
Yeah, to be honest, with Knight, I've seen that man build Medjais on 0 stacks. Like, he is a confident player. And it will be Invincible, actually, taking player of the game on the Gnar. I mean, he did have a great Gnar game. He did massacre poor ZDZ up in the top side. Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from Invincible. I thought it was probably an Angel angle, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he got a solo kill.
He got the solo kills, and if you think about actually where the game sort of kind of like kilted and fell over, this was probably the 2 kills which did it, because we were talking about ZDZ, had a very important gangplank pick. You could play through that carry on the top side. The reason we never talked about the gangplank positively is because Invincible shut that conversation down before it got off the ground, really. And that allows you to make these big plays elsewhere on the map. And don't get me wrong, we talked an awful lot about pretty much everyone else on the map in regards to the plays they made bot side. The reason they could do that without anyone having to worry about top side is because Invincible had already done that dirty work early into the game.
Yeah, very true, very true. Invincible, fantastic performance across the course of today. Clearly, Invincible's Gnar is something you got to worry about a little bit here, especially if he's against a Sion and has a free lane, or if he's against a Gangplank and apparently also has a free lane. We're going to jump into a break, though. That's the end of our first series, with NIP comfortably taking down AL in 2-0 fashion. And now we go on to Top Esports versus TT, and I've got a feeling this might be a bit of a barn burner. We'll see you in a few minutes to find out.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight.
TT 这个战队的话，我觉得他们主要中野的节奏会比较好，觉得正好能压制一下他们中野，然后辐射其他路的话应该就好打一点。接下来就是下一赛能后面越打越好，然后以一个就是更好的状态去打季后赛，然后希望能进世界赛。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head to our second series of the day, because NIP, they made short work of our first series, especially in game number 2. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards Top Esports versus TT. And I feel like this matchup is kind of exciting because we've got Top Esports, who not necessarily the cleanest team ever, quite often leave something to be desired in terms of how they play the game out. And TT, a team that I think a lot of people have reasonably high expectations of, that it's a team that made it to playoffs for the first time ever last split and are hoping to do the same again, but 1 and 2 so far in the split, so definitely need to show us that. I feel like this is the series where they could.
I think they could too, because when I think about both these teams, I think the common thread, if there is any between these two teams, is that they find their advantages on the whole through excellent individual play as opposed to excellent macro play. Now, on the side of TT, we spoke an awful lot in spring about UCal in the mid lane. He was doing incredible things on Jace, on Tristana, on pushing high burst mids as well. And it felt like UCal had found a really good spot within the meta and within his team to really make the most of the situation he had in mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find those advantages. I mean, Rookie is a beast, I will say, so finding advantages in the mid lane could be tough. Wayward going to be playing over Qingtian here today, but aside from that, standard roster. Although Wayward has been the standard roster, I would say, this split so far on average. But excited to see what they'll bring to the table today. You do always get a bit of a different version of Top Esports each time you watch, so It's always a bit of a mixed bag with this team. I love this team, obviously, like historically.
Couldn't tell, Munch, couldn't tell.
I've always been one of the big Jackie Love apologists. I've always been a big fan of Rookie. Back when he was on IG, I predicted him to win over IG winning. But here we go. TT stepping in as well. And 1xN being subbed back in over Huanfeng. And also Yao Yao getting his first series of the split. It's been Yuyanja so far this split. So replacing the bottom lane here for TT and hoping that that will change things up.
Yeah. So when I saw that 1xN was playing today, I had to run next door quickly because my brother Initialize is actually currently watching the LDL finals there as well. And 1xN was on Joy Dream, JDG's LDL team, and he was incredibly powerful within the LDL on that roster. He was a player that played a lot of Aphelios, and his whole team would play to make sure that he could be a hyper carry. That's not really what TT have done as a team in the LPL so far this year, but having another kind of carry in the back pocket as opposed to Huanfeng, who is a bit more of a utility player, will affect how you balance out this team. I'm somewhat curious to see how they manage that because they were really playing off the back of Yukal's really big plays, but maybe 1xN can join him as a secondary carry.
Yeah, perhaps he can. We'll have to see because I feel like 1xN was very hyped up coming into the split. We've not seen a crazy level of performance. I remember day number 1 we had like the double rookies there, and we had I can't remember his name. I can't say his name anyway. He got a pentakill coming in, and then 1xN didn't really have to. Yeah. Well, hardest name I've ever had to say in the LPL, I have to say. But yeah, 1xN didn't really manage to live up to the expectation that was set for him in the previous series of the day. But we're heading to the arena. We're now in Shanghai, which means we will have post-game interviews. So that's positive. We'll see Top Esports and TT stepping out onto the stage. I was kind of excited, though, because I thought we were going to have Huanfeng versus Jackie Love, which, for anyone that doesn't know, Huanfeng used to be on IG Youth back when Jackie Love was on IG. So Huanfeng, somewhat of Jackie Love's like protege, or at least that was kind of the big story back in 2020. But we won't see Huanfeng playing today. It will be 1xN, at least for the first game.
So, yeah, heading into this draft, very interested to see how the draft comes about. Got to imagine that Aphelios is going to be very high priority with 1xN and Jackie Love both being very proficient at that. Top Esports taking the stage, as I'm sure lots of these questions will be running about their heads. Rookie, a player obviously of great renown, and a player which I really do feel has a great champion pool to try and find these moments to be that individual carry that Top Esports so often needs as well.
Rookie stepping out like it's nothing. Hey, there's not many people that can walk out in front of a massive crowd of people and barely even notice it's there. Top Esports, if there's one thing this team has, it's star power, it's fame, that is for sure. Tien, Rookie, Jackie Love, all of them. And Mark, honestly. Mark, I talk about this every time I see him on camera, but he's probably got the most swagger of any player in the LPL. I feel like the man has just infinite confidence when he walks out onto the stage, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And look at this, spirits high, the Top Esports camp, everyone giggling away.
That's a team which, you know, has been through an awful lot in spring, because Top Esports, look, when we were kind of loading into this year, I suppose, out of the off-season, it felt like there were some teams that were winners and an awful lot of teams we had no idea what to think of. A lot of very long-term franchise players left their teams and went to new places, and Top Esports don't have Knights anymore. They brought in Rookie, which we thought would be a bit of a side grade. They're both very, very good players in the LPL, and we had a lot of hope for Top Esports to be, again, a new kind of super team, alongside the likes of JDG as well. But in League of Legends, the question of a super team has always had caveats to it. For a very long time, super teams didn't really work. You couldn't have carries in every lane. Love the confidence too. But when we kind of come into this year, Top Esports, it felt like they had all of the star power that they needed, and the first couple of weeks of spring looked excellent. And then they started to derail. They couldn't play around the same power spikes that they could, with the Lucian Nami being a big part of how they played the game. They didn't quite manage to hit those same kind of strides that they used to, and they started to get taken down a couple of pegs by teams of the kind of level of TT. They would start dropping games to teams lower and lower down the table, and now we come into summer. Expectations are very different from Top Esports compared to how they were at the start of the year.
Yeah, certainly different. To be honest, my expectations as Top Esports is always, it's kind of like a it's like a shotgun shot. All the way from number 1 to like number 13 in the league, I think is a reasonable expectation for top esports. It like
really narrowing it down that much.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like a shotgun shot, it like just sprays
Yeah, it's a
across the
baker's
whole
dozen. Just
top
throw another one in there. They'll end
of,
up somewhere on the list.
yeah, they will be in the LPL, is my prediction. But like with this team, like you can easily imagine that. No, to be honest, 13 is way too low. I feel like this is a team that there's no way they don't make playoffs.
Well, they almost didn't in spring. They were like
yeah, they almost
series
did,
away from
but
it.
they
were
still
barely
made it.
in
They
there.
still made it. But I feel like they've had a bit longer to gel, and I do think that this is going to be a team that does make it to top 6 this time around. I don't think that they're going to be as dodgy towards playoffs as previously, but it is also a team where you can easily see how it fails, right? With TN's recent performances, like Wayward, feel like leaving something to be desired. Jackie and Mark and Rookie, I feel like on a good day, you can firmly believe in those guys. And the same for TN and Wayward when they're on a good day, but it just feels like quite often that's not quite there. And like you say, when you're a team that's relying on winning lanes, if your players aren't consistently winning lanes, well, you're doomed, aren't you?
Yeah. What's your plan B? We didn't think that far ahead. Whereas I think you compare that to TT, and yes, we talk a lot about top esports. They're a team with a lot of history and a lot of expectations on them. I think TT, on the other side of things, it's less about the early game snowball in the same way that top esports could do so, which of course is very precarious when your early game understanding goes out the window a little bit when the meta changes. When you have players which are so consistent like UCal on pretty much any champion across the board, you can always rely on someone impacting the game in a positive way, and UCal was so often impacting the game so positively, so effectively, he would be the reason that they'd win. And that's something which occasionally around the mid-game top esports couldn't manage in their own right, because, when you talk about your Jackie Love and your other players which have really good games on good days, they couldn't consistently find that in the mid-game particularly, even if they had some of those early game advantages. And I wonder now in this matchup today, if we're seeing shadows of that again, whether UCal and the rest of the carries that can come through from TT, whether they can outvalue in mid-game where top esports have had some stumbles.
Yeah. I kind of hope so. Just like from the
perspective
perspective
much more
of like,
wouldn't it?
yeah, as just a fan of upsets in general, as a fan of the underdog, I want to see TT succeed. I feel like TT is one of these teams and one of these organizations that, like, they have so many personalities. Like UCal coming out and like doing weird stuff on the stage. Beishwan on the break screen, he's there like flexing away. I mean, not quite Jason levels of flexing, but he's flexing. Like, I'm here for that. I'm here for
If
the
anyone heard me have a giggle earlier, it's because Munch showed me a picture of Jason like on the back, and I'm like, what the heck? That guy's absolutely ripped.
Yeah,
See if,
for context, for anyone at home, by the way, Jason is our producer. He's the guy that like runs LPL English. He is the biggest dude I've ever met. He is ripped as hell. There's a picture on my Twitter if you scroll back far enough. He's a beast.
I'm going
He's
to
an absolute
furiously
beast.
scroll just as we get through draft.
Let's take a look at Top Esports vs TT, though. Blitzcrank being banned away from Yao Yao. I did not expect a Blitzcrank ban blue-sided within the first 3 bans. Like, that seems insane to me.
You know what? The more I think about it,
It's gotta be
actually,
Milio,
I think,
right?
I mean, it has to be. It has to be as that first pick, and this I think is a learning from the LGD victory over JDG.
Yeah.
We talked about this in the game 2 of the last series because it was a similar thing, right? You let the Milio through as the first pick, but then also the Blitzcrank can come in as a counter because you can just hook the Milio, kill the Enchanter. That's how we've typically dealt with OP Enchanters over time. But with the Milio pick now being locked in and you don't have that same kind of X-Factor Blitzcrank hook, what do you do at that point? Annie's being hovered. We have seen this be such a meta pick. UCal, one of the better players of this champion as well, though it is his first of summer.
Well, see if it's going to work out. Annie, Aphelios locked in for the side of TT here. Fairly standard rotation for them. Top Esports. Could go with the Jinx. Cogmore. We know Jackie loves a bit of Cogmore. Gone on record saying it's his favorite AD carry because it's the only AD carry where you can still do damage when you've died. So I'm just saying, like, Jackie Love, I'd love to see it. And also, with the W and Milio's Campfire, you can actually hit turrets from out of turret range, I believe.
that makes... Well, the thing is that you still have to activate the Aphelios... I'm trying to think about this, because you can actually activate the Aphelios turrets, and then you kind of step back and they just die by themselves. So at least you can deal with that.
No, I meant turrets, as in towers.
Oh! I thought you meant like the Sentinel turrets. Like, that's a bit of a weird interaction, but sure, I'll roll with it. But that does make sense, though. Yes, maybe you can do that. Of course, Rapid Fire Cannon was one of the reasons... that was one of the things you could do with Caitlyn as well, one of those champions. But outside of that, we are getting ourselves to very strong meta solo laners from top esports. You have the Ahri coming in from mid lane, so what Angel could do on that pick just before this point. And then, of course, the Cassante. I saw a clip earlier today on the very social media of Showmaker going on one of his mental breaks once again, because Cassante is just a champion right now. We've seen what 369 can do on it. We've seen what Bin and Shanji can do on it as well. Wayward, no slouch on the champion either.
Yeah, I think it was it Dudu that got a clip in LCK yesterday as well?
Yes.
I didn't actually get to see the clip. I saw so many people tweeting about it, but nobody actually tweeted the clip.
Apparently we're now meant to refer to him as Dusante. That's the new name for that player.
Well, congratulations, Dusante, on your new title. Jinx is going to be banned away here alongside the Dar, as reasonably standard draft so far, but there's time, there's space for this to get a bit funky in the second rotation, especially without the AD carry being locked in for top esports. You could ban the Lucian here as well. Banning oh wait, Lucian's already banned anyway. The Xayah taken off the board. I'm just saying, we're opening up for a Kog'Maw angle here.
Oh, that would... But playing Kog'Maw into Nautilus is just not it. I'm just throwing it out there. I think that's how you go the 0 and 9 JackeyLove dream. That's why you kind of sit there and go, well, wish I'd played another champion. Get good use out of the passive, but that's it.
I will say, one thing I'm really excited for is, I was about to talk about Ashe, which is now being hovered. There's no way they lock this in. They've got Nautilus and Aphelios, but Ashe it's not on this patch, but once Triforce gets buffed on 13-11, Ashe is really good, actually. Like, you do way more damage early than you basically
I know it's
have
not
ever
in this
done.
draft. Another thing you can do as well is you can also go Phantom Dancer first on Ashe right now, because the stats just work out so well with Ashe's passive. So if you see that end up turning up in other games across the world, absolutely remember that one. There are some weird builds on that. On the other side, though, we're still very standard, very much run-of-the-mill. It's the Wukong coming in for Bechuan. Does mean that you now have multiple... Please,
oh my God,
are you really doing this?
He's going to do it.
Into this much engage, it would be absolute lights out. I would personally not condone that one. The Maokai does buy you a bit of space. If you have good enough frontline play with a Cassante and a Maokai, you can still play a hyper carry, but you have to have something that can get out of a Cyclone, get out of a Nautilus kind of immediate engage range as well.
Vayne, but actually has range because of Milio. That could be pretty good. I mean, Draven would be the classic.
Look, I'm down to try it. I'm down to see it tried. Given the fact that it's JackeyLove, sometimes it's not the champion, it's the player who decides he's going to absolutely pop off or die trying. It is going to be the Zeri instead, so I'm sorry. I'm so
all
sorry.
All that we get Zeri. God, get me out of here, man. Hysterics or someone. Come and cast this instead. Man. I can't believe that we talked about Kog'Maw, they hover the Kog'Maw, and then they hover the Vayne, then hover the Draven. Bloody Zeri.
No, it is just Zeri. Just in case you hadn't seen enough of this champion, the Yumi's gone, the Lulu's gone, it's the Milio instead. It's still helping Zeri kite and be much in the same way that we're talking about the Aphelios from Game 2 of last series in terms of standing your ground and using the extended range and the cleanse and the like to just kite back and turn around a fight sometime later into it. Now, I haven't seen a huge amount of the Zeri Milio lane pairing. I think there are definitely some ways where a Nautilus hook lands onto the Milio and they get burst out before the Zeri can really return fire. That's what I'm interested in from TT, particularly because we have just been talking about 1xN being a very proficient Aphelios player, being being the absolute best player on his LDL team, has to try and transfer that now into the LPL against these legendary players like JackeyLove and Mark.
Yeah, and one part of that function that I want to mention as well is his coach, right, which is No Name. And for anyone that's wondering, that is No Name from the 2014 LMQ over in the LCS.
Oh, that's where it was from.
Many years ago.
It's on the tip of my tongue, man.
Yeah. That is the coach for TT. So certainly a veteran player to help him try and reach those dizzying heights. I do feel like TT, a team with a lot of individual pop-off potential. 1xN, like you say, hyped up from the LDL. Yao getting his chance over you, Yanja once more. He was playing for TT during playoffs when they lost to RNG. But also Yukal. I feel like Yukal is one of these players that, over the last couple of years, he went from at least in my estimation, is one of the worst mid laners in the LPL. I don't know how else to say it. To solo killing everyone, to dominating the mid lane. This Tristana pick came out for him that was like this huge turnaround moment, and suddenly he became a player that was lane dominant and could fight for games and win games for his team. I feel like he's kept that moniker, he's kept that style ever since, and now he's become a player that I'm always excited to see, especially against the likes of Rookie.
Yukao is a player with so much history in himself too. Of course, completely overshadowed by Rookie, playing all the way back in Season 4, and he's been at the top of the tree pretty much his entire career. Yukao has such a weird career trajectory because, yeah, he's had that dip. His first season, Season 8, I think that was when he was on KT, if I remember right. I'm trying to remember which team he was on at that point, but he was one of the very best Taliers in the world. He was viewed as one of the best mid laners in the world. It has taken a very long time for us to start considering him as one of the top laners, even in just his region from that point at this time. But then you go back to this spring, and Yukao, I mean, you have to refer to him as that. He was incredibly powerful on a number of different picks, and he was the carry for his team. It wasn't really like there were other people he was competing with, 4 players of the game. It was pretty much always Yukao when they were winning.
Now, I don't want to get too boring here. Oh, Jackie spotted the level 1. Won't work out. I do feel like we should talk comps, even though it is the same comps that we see every single game. Let's talk about win conditions here a little bit, as we do have the Zeri alongside the Milio. I feel like it's a terrifying combination when you stack up the lethal tempo, then get the cozy campfire range on top of the burn on your auto attacks. Like, Zeri will be terrifying later on. But what do top esports do to set that win condition up?
I think a lot of it is through very proficient frontline play. I think that you don't get them to do damage as Jackulov if Wayward and Tien are caught out before you're ready to fight, before you're in position to fight. And that's going to have an added level of difficulty when you have something like a depth charge forcing Jackulov to retreat, when you have a cask forcing them out of the fight. I think what TT can do is look to hit the first target if they can't find a flank angle. Of course, they have some options for that too. They can look to split up the fight, force the Zeri out of the play, and kill the front line first, and allow 1xN on this Aphelios to just drill down the first front target.
We'll see if they can. The one thing he'll have to worry about is Wayward does have K'Sante, and even Aphelios struggles when K'Sante is diving. Rookie has to flash here. The stun does come on through, but Beitron not going to commit underneath the tower. Flash for flash in the mid lane here. This Beitron just trying to get some pressure out. Walks over a ward, though, as he tries to spot out Tien. Realizes the chickens are gone. Tien on the red buff right now, has the smite available. I don't think he was spotted by this Cryos Bloom. That didn't go over the red buff.
I mean,
they'll know where he is, but
yeah, I think like they'll know he's there by process of elimination. But I think if you angle that a little differently, you can just about see both. Either way, Beitron now going to be spotted on his own camps as well. Hook lands.
It's not that great though, because that's not a trade that they're winning right now. Is Yo-Yo takes a third of his health at 1xN, takes a hit as well. Jackulov still just vibing in that bottom side. Tien moving over, but good little ward there from 1xN. There's if you do it. If you stand on the wall where there's a little nook you can stand in, you click your ward on the rock that sticks out of the waterfall, that'll ward that brush for you.
So, you know what's even better now? They've added an indicator to see where the ward will actually land if you just press the key instead. If you're doing it by hotkey and just smart casting it, sure, that's the way to do it. But you can tell where the ward is directly going to land now, so you don't have to do the Scara thing of like warding either side of the tri brush. Yeah, they've added that in. It's one of the best quality of life changes I've noticed in the league recently.
I did not know that was a thing. And also, I just quick cast it anyway, so...
Yeah.
Well, I miss it out. I miss it out is the long and short of it. We do have Tien trying to make a play on the bottom side, or at least trying to answer a play potentially. The laser comes out, 1xN dodges it, but Jackulov just will not back away. He just refuses to relent.
The heal blown from Mark in that short exchange as well, so that's a summoner down, I suppose. TT still going to get pushed in towards this bot side. Beitron doing okay to get that flash out of mid lane. Trading flash to flash is a little awkward because Annie without flash doesn't feel the best about things, but it's not like there's a roaming support that can make the most of it. And we talked about Maokai earlier in the day not being best at getting into lanes. Beitron on a bit of a gander again towards this top side. Can you do anything in this lane?
Yeah, we saw Tien in the bottom side. Now Beitron in the top side. Wayward still has that flash, holding on to the summoner spell. Nerves of steel from Wayward there, but will walk out with his life.
Gets away with it. Doesn't even have to pull the emote this time. Just walks out completely chill on that one. Sitting at a turret as well. Has 2 biscuits in inventory if he does feel under threat. Hoya, though, no mana, no real threat under this tower. Wayward going to be able to delay his back a little longer, take another wave, so when he teleports back into lane, we'll have a bit more gold to spend for the next phase of lane.
MTN, oh, that's a big sapling. And he gets, what was that, 70 gold?
That's like a control ward's worth. Wow, crazy.
That was a big old sapling, big old sapling. We'll just steal away some Krugs. Not actually that exciting, but hey, it looked cool.
It did, and it's not that exciting. And considering that top esports are a team that we've... Oh, Tip is going to get dropped. I'm not sure. I mean, there's no first drag in this trade, but it's going to force Rookie back.
My days, Rookie almost going down to Tibbers there. The Airy comes out as well. And look, we came in saying, look, UCal's been dominant in the laning phase, hits level 6 first, and fully punishes Rookie off the back of it. Rookie was forced to flash earlier, and now being forced out of lane as well. He's going to stick around with that corrupting potion just to clear this wave away, but UCal certainly finding advantages. Rookie's about to hit 6. UCal with no Tibbers. TN moving in, but looks like he's just going to last hit the Tibbers with Spike.
That's 50 gold
Just
in
wanted
itself.
the 50 Gs. Look, TN is playing this, you know, you remember Bank Plank where you just build the gold items on Gangplank? Yeah, this is TN playing the Maokai equivalent, where he just saplings all the little Krugs and gets the gold from that, goes and spikes Tibbers.
By the
He's
way,
just getting value here.
That was only second to Ash, like old Ash, original Ash, maxing Hawkshot, because it used to give you basically, it's like, you know how Cull gives you 1 gold per minion? It used to give you like an extra gold per rank of your E. So you do that, and then you build Avarice Blade, which would also do the same thing, and you would become Cash instead.
Yeah.
And that was great. I love that.
There was there's the Twisted Fate build as well, because obviously you get the bonus gold
passive,
per CS, and you would just go like Billowstone first and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Stack the cash.
Oh, that's an
those
okay. So
were
this
the
thing here,
days, man.
we just
Those were
noticed
the
it. When you another quality of life thing which came into League as well. Sweepers will now show up wards in a different color to champions. So there's like light blue instead of like being red for champions. That one I like as well, because there are a couple of wards which look like exactly like Teemo or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. The ward skins kind of ruin Sweepers, and I feel like this is a... I feel like the Reddit solution was just give it the normal ward outline each time, but obviously that's probably not going to work, because it probably actually scans the item that is there, and the skin's probably changed.
I've learned not to question how League is constructed. I actually briefly did some game dev myself, and there is something called object-oriented design where you try and use things that you know work because you use them so much. That's why everything's coded as minions. When you try and do even seemingly like simple things like, oh, can we just use a regular ward? You have no idea how that could randomly break a game.
Again, UCal just slams the Tibbers down, which I will mention, coded as a minion, because it is a giant minion.
Yes, exactly. You know, Jarvan's ult Cataclysm used to be just a ring of minions.
Yeah, it's like 8 minions, right? They actually redid that. It's no longer minions,
they did.
apparently.
Well, because that, and there was another one as well. Vel'Koz W, the little line across the ground. It was the funniest thing, because Thresh could accidentally hook Vel'Koz W. And there were some weird exceptions which happened while this happened, where if you got knocked up by Vel'Koz E while you were mid-hook, you would do that thing where you'd fly off into the horizon and become like an astronaut for a brief amount of time.
Man, League of Legends has had some weird stuff happen, but I feel like a lot of it is based off the fact that, like, when the game was first made, it was made by some dudes in a basement, you know? And I feel like without, like, remaking the game from scratch, there's a lot of those artifacts that can't ever be removed, and there's a huge risk involved in rebuilding a game.
It's like most systems work on like DX10, DX11 now. I think League was done on DX9, which is also why it can work on pretty much any computer out there. I can't remember if that's still the case, but it does mean that League is very accessible. It just means that it's been gone so long. One extent is going to get out alive here. It's been going on for such a long time that League. It has such a weight of architecture behind it. Very few things are built on pieces after pieces, like after 10 years in the gaming industry. You'll see that occasionally, like some legacy websites and stuff like that or whatever, but even then, they're not the size of this either.
No, certainly not. And there's like, I think one of the things people always kind of underestimate is the amount of risk involved in any significant change to the game. It's like, it's such a huge product that is a global product as well, that it's like, the second you change things, and like, let's say they rebuilt League in the Unreal Engine, for example, you're not going to make it the same as it is. Like, it is inevitably going to be a different game. Interactions are going to work differently, etc.,
Might
etc.
have an angle mid here. Ult is not available for UCAL just yet.
Oh, good flash from Rookie. Great reactions on that one. Because I'm not even sure he knew. Although Mark was moving as well, so I guess he knew that could be a possibility. Flash down for Rookie, but does have the Spirit Rush.
But now you don't have flash on Rookie when UCAL has ult. So there's a chance that maybe you can 100 to 0. You don't have Merc Treads just yet. We do see some Aries into the Annie go just straight up Merc Treads first and say, look, I'm not dying to the first couple of ults of the game. It's not going to be the case here. You don't have any MR just yet. UCAL with the Aerie as well. Able to kind of chip down a little bit more over time with continuous procs of that. First strike, of course, very, very bursty on the Annie, but the Aerie, as we can see, has allowed UCAL to take some good trades and to get a CS advantage.
Certainly has. Good stuff so far coming out from UCAL. Very, very quiet start to this one, but TT...
We can talk more about game dev if you'd like.
Well, what I was going to say was TT, they've found themselves a trade. They've found themselves an advantage to start this one off, so good stuff from them. And considering they're against a team that, you know, famous for when they do get a lead, running away with things, Wayward getting a trade, but Hoya answers back. Go for the phase rush in that top side. Hoya will be going for that AP Gragas here. Trying to be a damage threat for his team. With a Nautilus and a Wukong, I can totally understand that.
The next big thing we need to keep an eye out for is, yes, we have a Dragon spawning in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but that Herald and inventory of TN is the chance for Top Esports to make a power play somewhere. I think it can be a little dangerous to maybe shove it in towards bot lane, particularly because of the vision control which has been established by TT towards the bot side of the map. We talked about UCAL having flash, having that ultimate. Rookie, yes, has the Spirit Rush, but doesn't have the flash, so slightly less playmaking opportunity right now. I think TT, they're pretty happy to just keep this vision up, look to see where Tien goes across the map, and counter wherever that Herald potentially could go.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to answer. Remember, the Herald doesn't last super long anymore, and there we go. Herald will come down in the bottom side. Baytron in the area. Jaculov would love to get some of the gold for this one, and you fully expect him to step up close enough. It is Jaculov, after all. He's willing to risk that. But Yao Yao wasn't in the area. You can see UCAL starting to hover towards that bottom side as well.
He just hadn't run quickly enough. He didn't have the exact timing on it. Wave had only just been cleared out, so UCAL maybe could have given up a wave to counter that, but I don't think you're going to commit that hard when you don't have teleports right now. Of course, again, reminder, because I keep forgetting it, you can teleport beyond 10 minutes now, so if any of them are up and available, particularly with Wayward having his there, potentially you don't want to buy into a bigger play at that point.
Worth mentioning as well that the fact that UCAL can't roam quick enough is down to the changes that happen to minion waves for this patch, right? Where the mid lane wave crashes at the same time as the bot lane wave now. So UCAL can't just clear the wave and walk down for when the waves arrive in the bottom side anymore. They've changed the way that that functions. So
I'd say it feels like we had another preseason, like just right
honestly.
in the middle of the split. It's so many fundamental things changed about the game midway through the year that, again, I keep talking about the muscle memory being very important, but for players which play, you know, hundreds, thousands of hours a year of League per year, that stuff is quite hard to adapt to in its entirety very quickly.
There's a lot of like passive knowledge that you don't. It's stuff like, you know, checking the minimap, right?
Yes.
If you change your minimap from lower right corner to lower left corner or vice versa, it will ruin your life. You will never check the minimap again because you'll be looking at the wrong corner. It's not something that you think about, it's something that happens automatically. And stuff like minion wave timings falls in the same category of just automatic processes that can be hard to rewire. TP coming out, as Drake has spawned onto the map.
Yeah, Dragon's just spawned. You don't have flash yet on Rookie. You still have every ultimate available. And Baytron looking for something bot lane potentially, but a good knockback from Mark will stop him from really finding purchase.
Yeah, should be able to just clear that wave. Tien just find space in the river in the meantime, so TT can't start the Drake off. Tien will be the one to start it. As Jaculov and Mark now rejoin the gang. I don't know if they can go through the river that way.
Yeah, I think
TP could have come out.
Yeah, Hoya was looking to see if Wayward was going back to lane. Instead, sees him now down towards that boss of the map. 5v5, here we go.
Charm lands onto Yao Yao. Wayward's here too. The Everfrost won't land though. Drake is just going to be 50-50 and Tien wins those as the all-out actually pulls Baytron right in the middle of everyone. Wayward flashing but won't find him. Baytron over the wall. 200 HP but will survive. TES get the Drake. Can they walk away with it as well? Mark with a good bit of peel onto Yao Yao. And Hoya won't be able to find anyone.
And these teams are really struggling to get these engages to really stick. No one's going for the backline access. That was all about the Dragon. It's not like it's too stacked up for one team, though. It's split one apiece. We have ourselves an Ocean Rift, which I suppose with a couple of the tankier members, like a Gragas with his regen and the ability to survive a little longer through fights, even with the AP builds, and of course the tanks over the side on top esports, Ocean Rift can be very impactful if you do get towards that soul, but this is slowing down yet again. For a series we thought would be decided maybe by top esports early game, this has been glacial, we'll call it.
Yeah, yeah, this has been... Well, so the thing is, I do think that there's like a misrepresentation of top esports historically, where people see the crazy plays that do come out from them sometimes and think, yeah, top esports, super fast, super aggressive team. But a lot of the time historically, actually, they have played pretty slow in the early game because their laning advantages aren't just from kills, they're from actual like lane diff. So a lot of the time they do play very slow laning phases. Unfortunately, they're not really getting any big lane diffs this game, so they haven't got a lead to talk about.
Maokai ult is just about to come up, but it's not up in time for the Herald. TT gonna get that get out. They pull the ult now.
Oh, Flash, Spirit Rush, Charm, Everfrost, everything onto Yukal. He's still alive for now, but taken down by the solo laners as Rookie goes back in and Wayward charges forward. A double kill on the Cassante, but Rookie has gone too deep. And 1XM just cuts him down with the shurikens. Wayward will fall too surely. 1 HP as Jagular arrives on the scene trying to clean things up, but 1XM on a double kill already. TN is in here. Hoya jumps on forward and brings the barrel down on Jagular. Wants a little bit more. Baytron goes back in. 1XM with a third of the fight, and Mark finds himself alone in the world. Baytron wants to finish the job, but kicked away.
And the hyped AD carry from the LDL shows up on his iconic champion. That Aphelios did so much damage at that point in the game. We were just complaining about how slow the game was going, but around the second Herald, TT, they find the right timing. The ults weren't quite available from top esports to engage onto TT while the Herald was going down. It's only after it's been taken that they go towards it. Rookie does pull Yukal out of position, which is important. It stops TT being able to defend the choke point on their own with a Tibbers, with a load of their Sentinel turrets coming down as well. 1XM, though, uses the Chakram ultimate and is untouched because he's not the one caught in the choke. Feels like top esports. They overforce as soon as they can't quite get into that choke point.
I mean, on the first watch of this fight, I was looking at Rookie, I was like, Rookie, man, you really overstepped there. I didn't realize he was basically full health when he went over the wall. That was like 3 or 4 auto attacks that just shredded him. And because he was melee range, they were like instant auto attacks. So 1XM just annihilated him.
And particularly, well, Wayward, that's going to be a clone, okay, so he's fine there. But I think one of the things which people have a misconception about Aphelios as a champion is that his close range damage combo is always the Severin Crescendum, red-white, because it looks really cool and you stack up all of the Chakrams so much. If you are melee range of an Aphelios who's got green-white with the rifle turrets, he basically gets an auto-attack reset every time the turret attacks. It is an insane amount of damage, and 1XM, of course, very much familiar with this champion, does an incredible job there, and gets himself up to a 350 gold bounty beyond that point too, as Hoya very happy to save himself on that top center map, let that tower go down. That second Herald is used to break open this mid lane outer turret. Now, TT being able to take that first tower very early does mean that they're going to have themselves extra ability to shove in that mid wave and then go towards these objectives which are going to be spawning in the next few minutes.
All right, so I feel like we need to sort of take stock of what is going on in this game currently, because TT have managed to find themselves a small gold lead. Small being the operative word there. It is just a few hundred at this point, but a lead nonetheless. And crucially, that's overall gold, but a lot of top esports gold is in the pocket of Wayward, whereas 1XM, 3 kills so far. You can see his stats being brought up. I don't know what the Chinese next to the numbers means, but those are some big numbers, and that's exciting. Gale Force and Storm Racer already picked up at this point, and it does feel like 1XM, the player to watch, hyped up player, coming out from JDG's LDL team, and hasn't necessarily managed to pop off in the LPL just yet. Has been Hwanfeng playing mostly. And now, 3-0-1 against top esports. This is certainly the game to make a name for yourself.
Yeah, 1XM has the 2-item mark before anyone else on the Rift. Very, very strong. Doesn't have Flash, but as you mentioned, that Gale Force has come in. Very bursty at these AD carry items now. It's not the same Gale Force and the Storm Razor we've had earlier in the year. Both of them adding on an unexpected amount of burst damage. And then we have this Phalanx set up again. We have the Sentinel turrets, the rifle turrets, ready once again to start firing top esports. They've learned the hard way what they've done before.
Charm goes wide, though. It's going to be just a 50-50, and TN wins those. Wayward doesn't win those, though. Goes in and just gets wrecked as the disengage comes out from Mark. Rookie with a Charm as well onto 1XN. Doesn't have the Spirit Rush if he has to, and Yao Yao flashes to force the Spirit Rush out from Rookie. TT are looking towards the Baron here. I don't know if that's something they can really look for.
They have, again, those turrets, really high DPS on the neutral objective, and they did get a kill onto someone with no teleport to come back. With the Spirit Rush down, I think TT are looking at the available combat options, looking at the lack of ultimates, and I think they can try this.
I will say, there's been two 50-50s this game, and Tien's won them both. He has Smite available in a few seconds, but actually currently on cooldown. 4K on the Baron. Tien goes in as the damage coming out from Jackie Love here, but the health bar's still decent for TT. It does feel like they're being corralled, though. Everfrost there from Rookie on the top side. Tien almost in the pit, goes in for this one as Jackie Love gets two for himself. Baron taken by TT, but they're stuck in the back of the pit. The lightning chaining across the team, but Jackie Love's down. Baytron gets him. 1XN still alive as the recall in the back of the pit actually goes on through for you, Cal. They walk away with 3 Barons.
It's post 20 minutes in the LPL, baby. TT take a single kill and they say, okay, we can take this. We can look at this. And despite the fact that Top East will still have the Milio and the Zeri alive, TT match up to that with their own Aphelios and they say, look, this is enough damage. We have the setup. We can make this work. So looking back to this point already talked about how the Xanthe's not going to be here. You don't have that disruptive frontline threat to kind of separate out the team fights. And that means that Jackie Love has a harder time buying space. And while he does get a decent amount of damage down, it's not like 1XN has been hit himself at this point. And he's the one with the more gold, he's the one with the more items. It gets scrappy, it gets pinned into the pit. But because of the difference in itemization between these AD carries at this point, you can just see the amount of damage that 1XN can put out over his counterpart.
Yeah, Jackie Love not able to finish those health bars. It was close, and you could see the angle for Top Esports, couldn't you? But didn't quite work out in the end. And I will say, this Smite was literally double digits away from big TNs there. But Baytron gets it in the end, and that's what counts. It's who finds their mark. 3,000 gold lead now for TT. We said this could be the moment for TT to prove themselves. This could be the game where they do show up, and so far looking fantastic for them. 1XN taking over this one. Now with Baron trying to push for the tier 2 in the top side of the map. Oh, it's a great charm from Rookie, but that one minion will keep him alive. Roots come out from Tien. That's Yao Yao caught up here. Bit of damage, but nothing too much.
And this was, we talked about TT looking for a chance to prove themselves. I think particularly 1XN looking for a chance to prove himself and kind of take some of the burden off of UCal's shoulders to be the primary carry. Top Esports on the other side, we've said that they've had some mid-game worries. They've struggled this point in the game. Once again, TT have shown this flaw up in Top Esports and managed to push them.
What are you doing, Mark? Rookie just charmed the cannon underneath the tower and Mark kicked it back out of range. I don't know. I don't know what is going on. Here we go. Wayward trying to start a fight. It's not going to happen. They will be able to defend this tower. This is one of the issues you can have with Baron if you get it at 20 minutes and you're not so far ahead that you could just force dives and things. Is quite often it can be quite hard to just siege endlessly. And it feels like TT not going to get that much off the Baron, but they have got a gold lead off of it, and I think that's the most important thing, right? That they are now comfortably in the lead for the follow-up fights. We've got Drake coming up in a minute. Top Esports have got the 2 most recent ones. It does feel important for TT to be able to contest that next one.
Yeah, I think also importantly, a lot of vision control bought by TT from that Baron as well. It's on the top side of the map. That allowed them to push in towards that top side in a turret. They didn't take it, of course, but I think that vision control has been expertly placed from TT across the entirety of this first game. Now we're coming up towards the next dragon spawn. Very important that TT would take that one away and not allow a soul point to be achieved from behind. Top Esports, they've got themselves a couple of those swipe wins, and that's seen them to 2 dragons so far. But TT, they get themselves the reset after that Baron. They get themselves more of that vision across the bot side of the map. And let's see what they can do with that around this dragon.
See if they can pull it off. TT, though, trying to get sneaky with it. Moving into the jungle. Turret placed down, which will spot out anyone that comes in. Wayward, the one to face check. Very happy to do so, as the wards, turrets will be cleared out. Top Esports make their way in, but Hoya does spot their control ward at the back of that dragon pit. I think TES were hoping that would go unnoticed. But alas, won't be the case for now. So 1xN really wants to clear this wave. Top just say, look, you can have the Drake. We're going to take towers in the mid lane. If you don't come respond, we're going to take 2.
And the difference between this play and the play which was lost around Baron for Top Esports was the play around Baron and the Dragon beforehand was about 2 items on the AD carries to about 1.5 on the opposing team. That is much more of a power spike than as it is currently. Everyone on Top Esports basically has their 2 items and TT have 2.5. You really need that completion. So TT maybe just looking at the inventories and saying, look, we're ahead in gold, but it's not meaningful on the items right now. Let's not overforce. They do get themselves that dragon, but they're not willing to try and compete against Top Esports across the entire map.
No, it's a tough one. And especially with Zeri now, 2.5 items, like, you are getting to the point. Actually, Jagulov's going the lawnmower build as well. He's going Titanic Hydra. So this Zeri is very close to getting to the point where, especially with Emilio alongside it, spreading that fire across the entire enemy team, it's tough to just go for a 5v5. I mean, look at how he shreds that minion wave. That's only getting worse.
It makes your grass afraid to grow. The lawnmower is here.
Yeah, and look, it's summertime, and TT enjoying the sun for now, but the grass is in danger. I hope they don't have hay fever, that's all I'm saying.
I do, and it's awful right now. Did you ever watch the Romeo and Juliet movie? I know this is a little bit out there.
I value my time.
Okay, well, I did too, and I have to say, one minute of that movie made it very worthwhile. Because there was an advert for a lawnmower, which was like the lawnmower amongst all lawnmowers, known as the Terraforminator. I'd like to introduce this to League of Legends in this Zeri build, because you're not exactly going to have that much plant growth after this one. This lawnmower very nearly delivered upon this game.
Okay, I like it. The Terraforminator, once that Titanic Hydra is finished. So for now, he's just the lawnmower. But once that's gone, once he's got it, the Terraforminator's online. And the grass, nor TT will grow. It is still, I will just clarify, we've been talking about Jagulov for a long time. It is still TT in the lead right now. They do still have the gold lead. They do still have a perfectly good composition for winning out a game. And 1xN with the Aphelios, once again, coming out from the LDL. Hey, look, if there's a player you could prove yourself against, if there's an AD carry that you've got to beat if you want to make a mark on the LPL, it's Jagulov. So far, so good for 1xN. 4-0 and 3. 3 items. Stopwatch available for the next fight as well.
Yeah, it's a real point of power from 1xN. You have to feel, once you hit that 3rd item from the Zeri, Top Esports feel a lot happier about things, because they're not out of sight in the goal. It's still a marginal gold lead, especially at 27, 28 minutes. It's not going to be game ending, but while you have this item completion, which is just gone, that would have been a good timing for TT. They don't hit that. 3 items now in for that Zeri. That stopwatch, it's 1 moment of power, but I think TT, they're really banking on this next fight going well before the front to back with heavy front line and a strong Zeri in the back line can really start popping off.
And I know that people are bored of the just look at the AD carry meta from MSI. I know people got a bit tired of that, but this is one of those games where it really is look at the AD carry. Like, if 1xN pops off, it's a 1 fight for TT. If Jagulov pops off, it's a 1 fight for Top Esports. Everyone else, they're on protect or kill the AD carry duty. It's all about the ADs this game.
Interestingly as well, we've got the Rylai's coming in from UCal, 2nd item. It's not going to be the heavy carry coming in from that mid lane, which we know from him. We've through to the rifle turret weapon combination again from UCal. From 1xN, it's going to be the Maokai ult to disengage from the Baron Star.
Yeah, nothing too much going to come from that one. Rookie trying to find a charm as well, but it's just this endless ARAM for the time being, as neither team wants to misstep. They know that we are at the point in the game where, realistically, with a strong enough ace, with a fast enough ace, it's possible to just kind of end the game. Maybe not instantly, but you'd get the Baron, you'd get some tier 2s, maybe inhibs. TN forced to flash away. The CC chain almost there from TT. A pick on TN, that would have broken the game open.
Absolutely would do. Again, any time past those 20-minute mark, especially in the LPL, these teams are so vicious, so lethal. 1 kill can lead to literally the entire game tipping on its head. It's a Baron and then into a reset, which will then start to end the game. TT, though, we talked about them having that slight gold lead. They've really not been able to leverage it, particularly because of Tien's Maokai being there as a very strong disengaged threat. TT have really struggled to leverage the advantages that they have. What this means now is that Top Esports have been able to control this mid-wave for a bit with the Terra Terminator build online, and then start to choke out this vision control. Now they're looking for the engage.
Wayward with an engage here. The roots come across as well, but Charm now onto Hoya. There really just is no significant follow-up there. It feels so hard to actually start a fight for either of these teams, unless we basically get a Flash Tibbers with the Wukong following up as well. TES have lost control of the Baron though. It's TT on the scene there as Jackulov clears away this mid-wave.
Okay, let's see what happens with this Infernum. 1xN doesn't have himself the chakrams for huge continued DPS, but the burst damage is huge. Here we go!
Oh, Hoya, the cask isn't that great, but at the meantime, Wayward just kind of goes 1v5. The top laners both just throw themselves in and sacrifice their lives. So now we have a 4v4.
Yeah, carry on our Wayward Son. Does not get nearly enough out of that one. Ultimate not pulled, flash not pulled. 1xN still has ult, still has Infernum.
Tian on the front line. Tibbers goes down here. Depth charge across the team as Rookie has to flash.
Oh!
1xN flashing onto Rookie to find himself a solo kill onto one of the greatest players in LPL history. Jackulov wants to answer in kind as 1xN on the front line. Does he have the damage? Jackulov laser across the team, stacking up the electricity. 1xN to go down, but he flashes away. He's the one to get the kill. Turn it into 2, and TT find another fight.
Add this name to your LPL AD carry list. 1xN is making moves in this region. 8-0-4 on his signature Aphelios pick. TT, have they just found themselves another star talent?
I think they might have. Let's take another look at how on earth this started.
So Tian managed to buffer out of the CC, avoid the body slam with the with that advance coming in on that Maokai. But after this point, you know, you've traded frontliners, and the Zeri really needs to be standing behind someone if at all possible, particularly because the Aphelios has so many items at this point. The Zeri, it's not the same crit burst build which we had before. It's got a lot of sustained pressure, but you got a lot of bursts on this Aphelios. And while that ultimate goes wide, I think that was probably just to see if that last auto attack didn't crit and kill that that Ari. Potentially it was just kind of some insurance after that point. This is where it gets absolutely hell for leather though. The onslaught from the Severum, of course, triggers your other weapon. Really slick at switching between the weapons. Gets a 3-weapon switch beyond this as well. Runs out of ammo for 1 and changes over to the turrets, which then add extra DPS in. 1xN, giving us a real masterclass on even in late game scenarios, keeping your cool and making sure you know which weapons are coming next.
You know that you're a good Aphelios player when you make even Zeri look not strong enough. That was something special. What?
Oh my god!
10,000 damage in a single team by 1xN!
What do they feed these LPL AD carries?
Unbelievable! And not only that, the confidence to Gale Force and flash forwards, find a 1v1 with Rookie to start the fight off as well.
He solo killed one of the greatest mid laners of all time as an AD carry, and then wants to absolutely blitz that team fight. I love this player. I really hope that he can continue on this run of form, because if this is kind of signs of what's to come from this AD carry, TT are in with a real shot of greatness in this summer.
I mean, I got a little bit speechless off of 10,000 in one fight. He's almost full build now off the back of that fight as well. Half an item away from 6 here on the Aphelios. He's got red plus Infernum. That is a real solid combination for a fight, especially if everyone's grouped up. The Infernum will absolutely annihilate people at this point. To the point where it's maybe even worth just popping it out when 4 people are stood there, even if the fight's not kicking off. Just you're going to put them all to at least half health.
Yeah, it's again the conversation we had with what happens when Jace gets super fed. It goes from being poke into being an assassin. Yeah, fellas can do that too. Charm lands, but you have to be so careful even looking for the follow-up skills to kind of cast on top of that charm, because if Aphelios is in range, you just forfeit your life.
Certainly do. Hoya trying to pressure in the mid lane simultaneously as Wayward will clear that wave, but this should be the wave where the tower goes down. Tien looking for an engage here, but it's not really going to be enough follow-up. The wave is cleared though. Tien using that ultimate just defensively to protect the objectives, but they're moving forwards. The tower will go down. The TT find themselves another one. This is their second Baron though. And Top Esports just will not die. They will not allow TT to siege here. With 2 Barons, they still haven't broken an inhib. They haven't even taken all 3 tier 2s.
I think that goes to show how powerful Zeri is, even though we haven't seen the same pop-off AD carry performance as we've seen from the Aphelios. This Zeri Milio is still really terrifying with this build. You're about to get towards, I think there'll probably be something like a, might even be a Kraken Slayer. In fact, it's just built there. So the on-hit damage is really starting to come through from JackeyLove. You can't lose your cool. You can't over-engage and go into this area, because if they manage to slip the net and get out of the initial engage, it's going to get rough for you. TT, I think they're doing the right thing and paying respect to the damage which top esports still have.
Bit of true damage in the build now, and that's certainly going to do a lot for JackeyLove, who definitely is hitting hard. Not quite as hard as 1xN, who is now on 6 items. He is full build. He is beyond terrifying at this point. I mean, he's the same level as the solo laners. That's kind of crazy. Although I guess JackeyLove is at this point as well, but they're all a level higher on the side of TT. Top esports just biding time. Drake not up for another minute and a half, but it feels like we're kind of got into a bit of a stalemate where, like we said before, it's kind of hard to start fights in this one. You don't want to overstep. And for TT, inevitably feeling the pressure right now where you've got a big, big lead against top esports, against one of the teams that, like, I don't think any conversation can happen without them being in the conversation for top teams, assuming they're playing at the level that you would hope they do. But TT now, with that lead, the pressure is on. They want to finish this game off, and they don't want to make that crucial mistake. They don't want to overstep on an engage and throw all of that away.
Now, getting in towards Dragon spawning. Tien's caught out, but so is Hoya.
Hoya's caught out here. Maybe that's the overstep we talked about, but the clone from Wukong finding so much space. Tien can't find his mark. That will be Flash and Zhonya's on cooldown for Hoya, though. Quite big on the Gragas.
I mean, Hoya's not central to this team composition. Like, he doesn't have to have everything available all the time. That cask can be enough just on its own, and particularly once you're at this point in time. That's a teleport behind them. Hoya, he doesn't have his cooldowns, but he's happy to use his ult.
Oh, gets Wayward knocked back towards the rest of the team. Do they have the damage to finish him? Oh, Wayward dodges it. He dodges everything. The hook slightly shy from Yao Yao. That felt like the moment for TT, but they just can't quite connect the kill. Only one ultimate used, though.
And Wayward has teleport, has flash, and ult. He dodged all of that while keeping his cooldowns available. They haven't spotted out all of these wards. They all know one of them is behind them just towards that river. Yukal looking for the big engage.
Certainly is. There's TT. This is Soul Point. Remember, this would be Soul for them. They need to just burn it down as fast as possible. Tien CC'd up. Soul taken. TT now looking for the fight. It's Yukal. No, denied by the F-Rush, but flashes forward for the re-engage anyway. Tien, the target, is JackeyLove trying to survive. Yao Yao in the brush, buying space. 1xN jumps on forward. Can't quite find JackeyLove, who somehow survives. Does not have a GA. Does not have any survivability left. Just that flash. 1xN wants a little bit more. The Calibrum still there. One more Q remaining, but changes it out in the end.
No one dies except the Dragon, but that's what TT came there for. They managed to escape from the teleport flank. Wayward trying to kill a wave, gets stunned up, goes unstoppable.
In the exact same spot once again, Wayward will walk out with his life. TT, though, with Soul and winning out that team fight, even if they don't get the kills. We'll move over to this Baron and Tien.
Yeah, so
this is going to be hard to contest. There's no flashes.
There's no flashes, no Maokai ult, no Milio ults. There's some big fight cooldowns gone, but it feels like top esports, despite the fact that they're not getting killed in these fights and they're managing to stop 1xN getting everything that he wants, they're also not finding any victories for themselves. They haven't picked up a neutral objective from basically besides just some 50-50 spites. Feels like they're slowly just rolling into the abyss.
Yeah, that's the part that you have to remember. Those two Drakes, they were 50-50s. That wasn't top esports having control of the Dragon area. That was them just contesting. TT have been in the driver's seat this whole game long, and now 8,000 gold up at 40 minutes on the clock. Medjai's picked up by Yukal as well on 10 stacks with a stopwatch to boot. This is feeling like it might just be the game for TT to start the series off in style. It's a slow burner. It's certainly, this is like one of those TV shows where you've got to get like 5 episodes in before it really kicks off, but it is kicking off for TT.
Now, funnily enough, one of my favorite shows I watched recently was Andor, one of the Star Wars shows, which was a bit of a slow burner. It's also one of my favorite things I've watched in a very long time, and this game as well is promising at least one more cataclysmic team fight. And in fairness for top esports, they have the builds and the damage. to potentially get themselves a turnaround fight. We are late enough into the game where one fight could be catastrophe for TT, despite their heroic plays earlier into the game. They're trying to sync up their waves. Hoya's in the mid lane, hasn't got his teleport for the next few seconds. TT paying respect to that and slowly shuffling these waves into the base.
Catastrophe is Top Esports' middle name. They live in the space between reality and catastrophe. But now the siege of the mid lane continues with these cannoned up Barons? The Baroned up cannons. Slowly but surely chipping
I'm
away
not
at the
sure I
towers.
really want to take cannon with extra armaments. I think that's a little unfair.
But the wave being pushed as slowly as possible for TT so that the mid wave can crash at the same time, but not quite going to work out for them. The wave instantly cleared with an Ahri getting the true damage from the Order for Deception, plus that Zeri shredding the wave. They will be able to clear the bot side, they will be able to clear the wave in the mid lane, but the cannon almost getting that tower. Not quite, but I mean, it's a single auto away. They could just walk up and finish that one off.
Definitely try. Tien hanging over the wall, Maokai ult in position. What can they get with this?
Nearly got the tower. 1xN playing it cautious as Wayward steps off forward. A TP coming on through. The roots from Tien not quite going to do enough as the cleanse was forced, but it's not enough to force it. Wayward with a triple knock-up! It's huge, but the cast from Hoya denies it! No follow-up from the rest of the team, and now the Ocean Soul will pay dividends. The regen can come on through for TT. They can keep this siege rolling. Wayward with heroics, but answered in kind by the opposing man. Hoya denies the play.
In any other game, that could have saved their skins, but it doesn't quite manage it. Back to the base for Top Esports. One last defense.
And look at the health bars. The Ocean Soul basically bringing everyone back to full rookie. A bit of damage out onto Hoya, but they can keep this going all day long. 2 inhibs taken. All they have to do is wait for super minions at this point. Top Esports hanging on, fighting tooth and nail. They will not give up just yet, but it feels so difficult, especially without those ultimates available.
I think they might just be able to wave clear TT. They don't want this to go to an Elder. They don't want it to be a flip around that objective if they can help it. But they're not going to have the choice. They're going to have to back off. Waves just not meeting up for them. Clearing up some waves.
Oh, the charm. H1 gets out with his life. Draculova's caught. Hoya with another incredible cast. Hoya saving the day for TT. And now 1xN can clean these health bars up. He's untouched in the fight. Infernum across the squad as Wayward tries to pull the fight back for his team. 1xN just walks towards them. Nexus, Wayward has to do something miraculous, but he's got no HP and he's taken down. TT have done it. The upset comes on through, and in game 1, TT live up to the thunder in their name.
Absolute scenes. It takes a while to get off the ground. A quiet early game erupts into team fighting mess, let's be honest. Most of the fights this game were fairly low kills. I think that goes to show the mechanical proficiency of both of these teams. When the engages come through, both these teams showed an awful lot of respect to not over-engage. There was so much damage on JackeyLove if he was in the right position, but he was just never allowed to find it. Whereas 1xN, he found his own gaps in these team fights to pull off some of the best Aphelios team fighting we've seen in quite some time.
And you know, I don't think Hoya was that big of a player for the vast majority of this game. We even talked partway through the game about how the Gragas wasn't that instrumental to the composition as a whole. But those last 2 fights, Hoya denying Wayward's big play and then getting the cask onto JackeyLove, like, Hoya, take a bow, man. Like, that was miraculous.
And the fact that things came down to that late game scenario, despite some of the goal deficit and 1xN's kind of heroics earlier on in the game, reminded that in spring, these two teams finished 7th and 8th between them. They were right next to each other, and TT actually beat Top Esports in the regular split in spring. It's a close run thing between these two teams. You can see there are some pretty thin differences between them, but you go into this second, this fight, and you come into this second face-off between these teams in the year. TT, they have brought a lot of firepower to the table.
Yeah, just talking about the standings as well right now. Top Esports are 2-1 with a positive 2 game difference before this game. Thunder Talk are 1-2 with a negative 2 game difference. If Thunder Talk wins another game here, not only will they move up in the standings, they'll overtake Top Esports in the standings. They will literally have that head-to-head. So Thunder Talk looking to snag the position of Top Esports right now. And what a game 1. What a fantastic way to do it. 1xN, like, having a game and a half. I don't think you can let this guy have Aphelios. Like, he is too good on that pick. the team fight earlier on where he did 10,000 damage and it was only like 20 minutes into the game or something, that just blew my mind.
And like, this is one of the reasons why I get why people don't like playing against Aphelios, because a lot of the time it's, unless you know the champion very well, it's kind of hard to tell what he's going to do next. But when you just understand how he's managing his weapons, how he's keeping in the correct range, the range for Aphelios changes depending on the weapons he has. Of course, with the Calibrum and the turrets, they can change a lot of things about it. 1xN makes it look so damn easy. And this kind of game makes me really excited to see people pick up an Aphelios and play him to the most potential he can be.
Yeah, I will say, as an AD carry player who's played a reasonable amount of Aphelios, I don't think 1xN makes it look easy. I think it makes it look real complicated. I still find it way too complicated. But he is just on another level, and I'm excited to see more of it. I'm excited to see that. I love how, look, his total damage for the game, 40k. A quarter of that was in that 20-minute
In the grim darkness of the LPL, there is only damage.
That is absolute nonsense, honestly. Fantastic game coming out from TT. And I want to go back to something we mentioned before, which was that previously, like last split, UCal has been the carry for the team. It felt like UCal has been the driving force for a lot of what TT will bring to the table. 1xN is changing that. This game, I think, is like the case study of TT can function outside of just UCal popping off.
Yeah, and like I said, before the series, I was curious to see how 1xN would slot in, because it's a very different fundamental player to someone like Huanfeng, who, yes, is a pretty strong AD carry, all things said and done, when it comes to the LPL. We don't exactly have weak AD carries here, to be fair to them. But, you know, Huanfeng made his own World Finals before, and he's had a long history on his own carry performances, but he's typically been more of a utility player. 1xN, in LDL, he was the player to be played around. When his teams won games, it was because of his own performance. And looking at this game too, the way that the entirety of TT set up for this AD carry to play these team fights, it's great to see them be able to translate that to the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. And clearly the mechanics are there and the team willing to play around him. So good stuff to see from TT, and I'm here for more of it. And guess what? It's best of threes here in the LPL. So we do get more of it. We're going to jump to a break and then head into game number 2 to see what 1xN can do.
Not where that spawns. That's not where that spawns. Look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing, Igao. Patient as ever.
Back now, yeah, we made it. We're back now, yeah, we made it.
九董先往前进，给到非常去伤害 ，poke 一下。这个位置看先锋队友是谁的，有没有惩戒？葛温先进人堆了，
又抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开转。
哇，这人堆已经打得很混乱了，泽力在疯狂的偷伤害，256点到了葛温，但正面还有个满血泽力加小猫咪，泽力杀有点不太高，被震回来了。厄斐琉这个点杀有点高，有机会追。泽力还有第二周目，再往里给伤害，没有把厄斐琉斯击倒。残局厄斐琉斯有几宝还在拉扯，后续的九桶带着小猫咪应该要撤退，但是被亏在粘到脸上 ，Q 3命中，厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要5杀了吗？就在夏季赛的第一天。 5杀
And goes for Tia. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play cycle and is there. But the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalo getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him and it's a triple for Gala.
德善路遇卡纳维，先减速给上，大招直接撞起来，卡纳维是有大招的，可以走。但是369到场，先开没有大招，369反击风暴结束，烂这波输出位置还可以，369开始，卡纳维的这一身，这个大招打3个，第一时间第一条命已经被打出来了，厄斐琉斯需要往后拉扯一下，银焰的效果很不错，这波 AOE 烂着直接拉满了，重新站起支持配合德善，拿下double kill，狐狸越墙而过来，卡纳维也要被留下。
Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone, almost dying here, but whoa, Mako, it looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker, not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from Jeje as he gets a reset, and Arla is taking on the whole world. He survives, and up again! Oh, you gotta love Nico.
塔上也是死血的，
但是利武这里可以点，
利武这边点塔速度很快啊，再拖点两枪。
而且他有坠鸣的，
杰杰在侧面交一个大招，自己还死了。丰富的第二个大招已经好了，过程中利武这边被带走，没有人去点基地啊，只剩一个丰富，根本点不动。
다른 팀의 성장하는 속도보다 저희 팀 성장하는 속도가 조금 느린 것 같아서 저희 팀이 이번 버전의 패치 이해도가 조금은 낮은 것 같습니다. 저는 루키 선수가 굉장히 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 제가 루키 선수를 잘 묶으면은 다른 팀원들도 알아서 잘 해줄 것 같습니다. 항상 큰 무대를 가보고 싶은 게 항상 목표였기 때문에 저희 팀 성장 속도를 올려서 다른 강팀들과 비빌 수 있도록 그렇게 좀 많이 성장해야 될 것 같아요.
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards game number 2 between Top Esports and TT. And you see UCal there talking about having to try and restrain Rookie in the mid lane. I would say he did a pretty good job of doing exactly that. Didn't feel like Rookie could leave that mid lane at all. But let's go straight into the MVP in Omera, because we all know it was what I said. And I just want to wax lyrical, about this player more. Like 9-0 and 6. He did 10,000 damage in a single team fight. If you want to learn how to play Aphelios, just go rewatch that game. He'll show you all of the combos, he'll show you all of the tricks, because this guy's got it all.
Yeah, and ran into my brother when we were in the break, and he was saying like, oh my god, I didn't realize he could do this at the LPL level, but I believed in him. And this player coming from the LDL, there was significant hype coming around it, but every time a rookie goes up to a level above that, you always have the question of, oh, but can they replicate it? This was more than just replicating. That was one of the best Aphelios performances I've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Like, really, really, just top tier play. Able to show what this champion can do. And I feel like even top esports players being caught out with what this champion can do, right? Rookie just getting 3-shot, basically. This is very early on in the game. This is only 1 and a bit items for the Aphelios. Still able to take over these team fights. And so many of these. This is the fight where he did 10,000 damage across the course of it. Basically one-shots Rookie, and then the rest of this, it looks like it's going to go the way of top esports until it suddenly doesn't.
And there are so many games where Jackie has dashed over a wall, flashed into teams, and won the game off of it. And you know what? That almost looked like it. This was the 3-item Lawnmower Zeri. We thought that would be it. But turns out you have to kill the other AD carry first to get through them. And they couldn't quite manage that. It was a bit of a crazy game towards the end of it because the engages were quite hard to come by. Hoya was the person who really found the killer blow right at the end. That cast right out of the top draw. Hoya, another player that's kind of needed to have some room to try and prove himself because he had some difficult games in spring. But there are occasional games like this where Hoya has some really impactful team fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hoya, those last 2 fights, I feel like the last 2 fights almost put Hoya into the conversation for MVP for me. If 1xN hadn't had such an exceptional game leading up to that point, I think Hoya could have been in that conversation. But, you know, 1xN did 1xN things. So, Aphelios now being banned away by top esports, and I am fully on board.
Yep.
I can't remember the last time I felt like Aphelios needed banning, but I am here for it, top esports.
Perfectly reasonable in this one. But what this does mean is now you have a lot of target bans through. I mean, Jackie was denied the Lucian in game 1 as well, similar to this game. You're going to have powerful picks let through. It feels like the meta right now, there are a lot of powerful picks. You currently have Nico on the table. You have Vi. Ari's been a big pickup as well. And you consistently let through in them into the first round of picks. Milio, of course, been let through a lot today. He's often banned on the red side. And instead, actually, UCAL's not going to get their hands on the Annie. Maybe Rookie felt like he was pinned into lane too much. She had a pretty rough game, which is not something you often say about Rookie. But removing one of the strongest pinning laners in the game, maybe that helps.
Vi certainly would be something that can pin people down in a similar way, but we'll see what the priorities are going to be for top esports. Like, without the Annie, maybe Ari can still be like your #1 pick, right? Nico's off the board, obviously. But I guess Milio's made it through as well, so you could just go for the Milio once again, even go for the Ari as well.
I think you kind of have to take the Ari just to deny the Vi-Ari combo. It's really annoying to play against, and one of Ari's best answers is the Annie, the other one is the Nico. Those feel like the matchups where you stop Ari from being able to shove and roam quite as much. So denying the combo, especially when a lot of the choice counters are gone, I think that is quite effective. And then now you have the Milio as well, which is, of course, the priority support of the meta.
He certainly is. And we'll see what they choose to pair him up with. I'm just saying, Cogmore's available, Draven's available.
Look,
all of these picks that were hovered in the first jump select are available.
We have to have an intervention at this point. It's not happening.
Well, we've seen 2 games of Cogmore this split, I think. Both of them kind of ended disastrously, but you could see the potential. You could see the damage that was being done.
Yeah, I can see the potential to get clicked on by a Nautilus and a Vi, and I don't think that's particularly healthy for the poor little Void puppy.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Jackie Love has never been one for smart decision making, so I can still see the angle.
Did you really have to do him like that?
Look, I'm just saying it how it is. Like, I don't even think that's a controversial thing to say, to be honest. There's Xayah going to be locked in here for Jackie Love. Like you're saying, with a Nautilus, with a Vi, Xayah makes a lot more sense.
Absolutely, and it helps him kind of walk the edge of that razor in the way which, in fairness, you're completely correct in saying Jackie Love plays things by a very fine margin. Having the Xayah ultimate gives you the extra degree of safety against this point-and-click engage, which not many other AD carries can deal with. So 1xN, going to go towards another hyper carry. It's going to be that Jinx, but it's not going to have the same kind of real explosive playmaking that the same Aphelios pick did in game 1.
So, Wukong gone, Asol gone. Gragas taken away from Hoya as well. This is just pure respect from Top Esports. Like, the Annie, the Aphelios, the Gragas, they're like, look, TT, you can't play the same comp again if we ban every single champion in your previous comp. Just taking everything off the board. Viego removed from TN. Casante, I'm amazed, has made it this far through the draft. But Wayward should be able to just grab that for himself. And he did look good on the Casante. That play was so close to glorious at the end of the game if it wasn't for Hoya's Gragas.
If it weren't for those meddling kids. I mean, he's going to have fairly just... Okay, which champ would that be in this game? I'm not sure we're going to get a Nasus login. Might have to wait a little longer for that one. But
that could have been the Cogmore. It could have been
It absolutely could. Okay, you know, suddenly I support the Cogmore pick. But this Gwen pick is so often second round banned when you do want to play something a bit more kind of front-liney towards that top side. Typically, it's been a Sion answer, but Gwen is very good into that Casante too. And now, even though you have a very long-range kind of sit-back bot lane with the Zyra and the Milio, the Gwen ultimate will reach them. So I'm interested to see what Hoya can do on something which does require you to have a bit more individual power, a bit more individual agency. The Gragas, it's easy to impact those team fights. You just got to press the R button. This Gwen going to be much more the story of this game.
This would be an exciting lock-in if we do see it from Top Esports. I would love to see the Kha'Zix, a bit of pop-off potential for TN here. But the Syndra up against Rookie's Ari here. Bit of carry potential from UCal. The Jarvan was hovered by TT as well. And I remember coming into 13-10, Jarvan was a big pick in solo queue.
There we go.
But it will be the Kha'Zix locked in the end, TN, with some carry potential. And this is a scrappy team. Look at that top 3 picks for Top Esports. They want to fight.
Well, same could be said for TT as well. Both of these top sides are going to be at least have the tools to really rip out the heart of these skirmishes. It's not like you can't go towards bot side as well. Nautilus, very easy to set up around, and both these AD carries will want to have a lot of gold in pocket. This is going to be probably a very different game compared to that first one. It feels like the engage is probably a little easier to come by because the pick CC is much more available from the likes of the Hook, and then also the Scout of the Week coming in from UCal. UCal doesn't have that Annie this time for the same kind of consistent engaged threat of the Tibbers, but having that Scout of the Week, I think that's a tool to really watch out for, particularly when you have a very squishy jungler and a mid lane opponent you can also one-shot.
See if they can find those targets to one-shot, if they can set it all up. The CC chain is kind of disgusting, though, from UCal and from Beitron. The Vi Syndra combo, like, you can die before you get to move again, so that could be a concern. If TN gets caught, Beitron just presses R. The follow-up there from UCal can really ruin things. I feel like this is a very high damage game, Namera. Like, when you look across both teams, there is a lot of damage available. This could be an extremely scrappy game. This could be an extremely messy game, and that's what I'm really hoping for, especially after the early game in game number 1. I'm hoping we get a little bit more proactivity, a little bit more scrapping, a little bit more skirmishing. None of that Maokai nonsense. It's Kha'Zix time. It's time to see if Top Esports can push us to 3 games, or if Thunder Talk are going to find their upset.
And I definitely understand people enjoying some of the slower-paced League of Legends. It was the old, the Monte Cristo style of League of Legends where it's like, oh, the only thing that needs to die is towers. That's it. Just about the rotations. That's kind of like your gourmet meal, though. That's your Michelin star. When it's played at its best, of course. But every now and again, you do need a burger. You need one of those fast food League of Legends games. And when you have all of these very high damage but quite easy to kill champions across the Rift, feels like we're setting up for that.
As far as I'm concerned, that is the gourmet. The thing is, like, this analogy pans to my actual eating habits. Like, when I'm buying pizza, I don't want your posh restaurant pizza that's stone baked and got some posh cheese on it. I want your deep dish, local takeaway, greasy pizza. That's the thing that's going to scratch the itch. And I feel like that pans to League of Legends as well, because I want
you take a bite and you can just feel the acne scrubbing up on your forehead.
Exactly. I want to feel greasy looking at the pizza, and I feel greasy looking at this cheese in the bottom lane coming out from TT. One extent, the target of Top Esports, though, and they're winning this one out for the time being, but Jackie Love ignited and low, and both teams will walk away. Yao Yao should have his hook up again soon, though. This could be dangerous for Top Esports as Beitron over the wall, looking towards Tien, but Tien has a ward, and probably wins the smite fight with his Q. Beitron going to move on in
Beitron
here.
Doesn't have smite. I think he's looking to just force it, surely.
I don't think this is a fight that he can take. Tien gets the Gromp. And Patron's just going to walk away. Bit of a weird one.
What I can see this being, though, is just pulling JackeyLove and Mark away from the wave. We saw that very heavy trade level 1. Pulling the enemy bot lane away from bot lane allows the Jinx and the Nautilus to get a bit of an XP advantage, get push in the bot. So you can see JackeyLove hasn't got a single farm yet. And Patron, can they get a level 2 dive onto this bot lane? It's going to get warded out, but Tien is already moving away from this. He needs to come down ASAP. This could be a flash into a kill on bot side.
I was going to say, do they care about the ward, really? I don't think Tien's here in time. They're going to go for JackeyLove. He's still level 1 at this point, and worst case, they still deny a ton of CS. Oh, the wave comes and survives. Nico making her way into this game. The minions ruining everything. 1xN down for first blood, and JackeyLove denied minions, sure, but he'll take 400 gold instead. Yao Yao next on the chopping block. It's a great little dredge line, but Rookie flashing forwards to find the mark here. Yao Yao dodging everything, but it just doesn't matter.
The timing is too slow from TT. You can see the angle. Yes, level 2 to level 1, wave crash dive. But Tien gets there in time and bursts out 1xN, who didn't die the entirety of that first game, if I remember rightly. Incredible game on the Aphelios, but not able to start things off on the front foot this time. JackeyLove flashes out the way. Bechuan not able to connect onto that, and then the hook goes into the minion. And after this point, Tien has arrived. TT, they had a very small window of time to make things work, and that window closes.
And the fact that Tien doesn't get that kill and he walks about 1 HP, like, if Bark had got the kill, that'd suck. But the fact that JackeyLove gets the kill after this whole early game for TT has been around shutting JackeyLove out of the game, it means that that CS advantage that 1xN managed to build up off the back of this denial is just completely mitigated now. So JackeyLove will have the lead at the bottom side. First blood on that Xayah. It's a fantastic start for Top Esports. I do like the angle for TT. I like what they were trying to do, but Top Esports read it well.
Yeah, I don't think the decision-making in terms of the play itself was at fault. Mainly just the timing at which they did that afterwards. But now they have to look at their own flash, the steady carry, a couple of summoners down, and that bot lane advantage they were really angling for. Going to be a little bit hard to come by. They're now trying to build a slow crash on this next wave, maybe so they can get some vision control while it's sat under turret, but this might be a hook.
JackeyLove will be protected by Mark here. The Flame Choppers go down. Mark could be the target, but really want to commit to that one for the time being. And there is a huge CS lead in that bottom side, but you can see there are a lot of minions that are about to be swept up by JackeyLove. Tien in the area just in case anything kicks off for the time being. But you can see on the minimap that Bechuan nowhere near. This was never going to be that dive.
No, often what you do with those stack waves is you try and either get your support out of lane or you get a free reset. They go for the reset. There's a chance that they tried to establish some vision control. But nope, just getting themselves some boots and a longsword might help them fight in lane a little bit more. They've been very much fighting heavily before this point. See in the top side, laning phase going well for Hoya. Gets a demolish proc on the tower. That's a first plate. Has a significant amount of CS up there, which is very important. We did talk about how Gwen being picked up in that draft adds a very different style of play for Hoya to play towards in team fights. It used to be just kind of, oh, you know, get the cask in, it'll be fine. Gragas doing great stuff. Gwen will have a lot of carry potential in this game.
Certainly will. Finding an advantage, but being denied the recall. Wayward is not going to let that happen. Hoya will have to stick around, which does suck a bit because, you know, previously had a big CS advantage in that top lane and will be able to maintain most of that, but having an item disadvantage means it's harder to continue to build a lead. Bechuan in the area on this bottom side, as is Tien. I feel like both junglers are just really not allowed to farm their top side much. They've gone and cleared it, but making sure to path back down because they know that action could kick off here at any minute.
This reminds me a little bit of spring last year, where we saw, well, the players that we saw in that last series, Photic and Draw were great at playing around this with V5, where you'd have like Kalista Renata, Aphelios Renata, Jinx playing for lane priority as well. Everything was about, you fight on the first wave, you control the first 3 waves, you stack it up, and you either invade enemy jungle or you dive the turret. And while we've seen a lot of changes happen to towers, to champions, to items, whatever, to make that less of an available playstyle, the skill set is still there, and you can see how TT could have walked away with a huge victory should that have worked.
Team fighting for control of River as well. Pink ward down. Drake is up, but neither team really confident enough to go for this one. Top Esports do have a gold lead, but it is minimal. It is absolutely nothing at the time. And that's off the back of the fact that every single lane is slightly ahead in CS for TT. They're all, 5 to 10 CS up at this point. So that's going to mitigate a lot of the gold from those 2 kills that Top Esports did find for themselves early on. TN, though, will feel confident with the priority in that bottom side to start this Drake off by the looks of things. Or is that? No, Scuttle Crab. I take it back. It was not Drake. It was Scuttle Crab.
The more impactful objective, get yourself some crustacean meat. UCAL gets himself those boots first. Syndra has always been a champion which appreciates getting those early pen boots because you have such high base damages, or at least you used to. You still kind of do after your rework. It allows you to get a lot of good damage whilst also mitigating some of your lack of escape options.
Do you know one of the things I always thought was kind of strange?
Yeah.
How come it's crab meat, but fish isn't referred to as meat? Fish is fish. What's the difference? Because crab ain't meat either, really.
I mean, technically they're all meat. It's just what... I don't know. I feel like... Well, so first off, there's actually no such thing as a fish. Fish is just like a loose group of sea animals that we...
I'll have
like,
you
biologically,
know I mean
there's nothing... Biologically, there is no such thing as a fish. There's like... There are some species of fish which are like more closely related to snails or dogs than they are to other fish. Because biology works like that. But
right.
that's a weird...
There's no such thing as a fish.
But biologically speaking, there is no such thing as a fish.
What is a cod then, if not a fish?
It's
yeah. Checkmate, atheists.
Yeah, I wish
right.
okay, not sure I've got the real grounding to really argue that one.
So, speaking of the ocean, it might be time for a dive down the bottom side. The wave will be cleared by 1xN though, and Tien continues his recall. So, won't be able to pull the dive off for now. Top Esports trying to get some gold into Jackulov though. 1 and almost 2 plates. Take it down to that bottom side.
So, while we won't have a dive, I do have an interesting fact about, well, not quite diving, but yeah, okay, that's going to be the Milio interaction with any given melee support, just cancel out with that Q. You know the animal which can hold its breath the longest is actually scorpions? They can hold their breath for 7 days.
Wow.
It's a long time.
Are they a crustacean then?
They are technically
crusty,
a weird...
and they can be under the water.
Aren't they closer to... I feel like scorpions are closer to arachnids, but they're their own thing.
They are arachnids, aren't they?
I can't remember.
I'm 90% sure scorpions are arachnids. I was
dropped
joking about the being
biology at A
crustaceans. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's not even real biology, is it? That's like the stuff that kids Google.
To the
like
many hundreds of biologists
for.
out there, I apologize for my co-caster.
It doesn't
count. That's a very
count. Biology is plants. I remember school. It was awful. Anyway, the only biological thing I care about is Tien being in the brush. He's an insect. That's pretty biological. Unless you go by the standard I just set for myself. It's going to be a kill here for Tien. No, it's not. It's going to be turned around. Beitron does fall as well as Rookie, able to answer. But UCAL saves the day there. Charm wide, hook wide, everyone missing in the mid lane.
And that's a big amount of gold to be giving over to the Syndra, who's gone for the pen boots. It's not like they have Merc-Tres. The damage is going to be significant coming out of UCAL, who already had a strong game 1 comparative. Rookie was really not able to play that first game, giving that kill over to the Syndra. Excited to see what he can do on that AP mage/assassin when they get ahead.
UCAL saving that minion's life with the W, so he could then kill it just a minute later. Pretty sadistic, if you ask me. But Hoya will get yet another plate up the top side. That 4th plate did go, the 2nd plate, sorry, did go down in the bottom side as well. Let's take another look as Tien. It all looks so good to start with.
It did, because you had the isolation damage, you had the level 6 come in as well, so you had, I'm trying to think, yeah, you had the Q evolve for that, but Beitron, great stun, and then also the 2nd Q into the flash away, big burst damage, just about saves the day.
I mean, UCAL, absolute heroics coming out to make that play happen. Oh, the Herald, that's got to be 1 HP away from the 2nd plate there. That was the tiniest amount of tower health. Look at that, it's a single pixel. And it means that it's only 1 plate into the pocket of Beitron, and that 1xN didn't even get to share that gold. So, a bit unfortunate there for TT. And it will be Top Esports just about maintaining a gold lead, but it is really just a breath away from either team at this point.
A lot of that, though, comes from this lane we just saw on camera. That top lane, look at that CS lead, look at the plates. Hoya is really starting to run over this top side of the map. We saw Shanji win occasionally, Cassante versus Gwen, despite it being considered a bad matchup. But you often do that by proxying the wave and not actually facing the Gwen at any point. Wayward's not been able to do that. He's just had to sit and bear the brunt of this damage, not able to get beyond that turret. And Hoya is getting a lot of gold on a champion that's going to have a lot of agency to rip through top esports health bars later into the game.
It's kind of funny to talk about Shanji, isn't it? When it's like the way that you win this lane is by just proxying and not actually playing the lane. We're talking about a Shyvana top player here. Like, of course the way to do that is just proxying and ignoring the other laner. That is the most Shanji thing I've ever heard. Aside from, you know, when he plays Rumble, he plays the lane. But yeah, the man is willing to proxy. But like you say, big lead for Hoya. Fantastic stuff to see, especially after the end of last game. He really was a highlight player for me. And to be honest, TT, they're probably okay with this early game going as slow as possible. Like, Kha'Zix is not exactly a scaling champion. Granted, it's a long time until he falls. I call him a dragon. Yeah, we're a long way from Kha'Zix falling off, but if the game does go really late, probably favour TT's comp.
In a lot of ways they do, because they have themselves big range advantage, rather, particularly with the Scout of the Week being really threatening from that long range as well. The good zap can lead into that. We've got this Dragon startup, so not going to take away Hoya's on the flank.
It's the hook onto JackeyLove there, but yeah, might have gone too far, looking for the feathers to be pulled back here by JackeyLove. They're committing everything onto the AD carry, and it'll pay off. A million ultimates blasted out, but JackeyLove goes down. Now it's slow to Mark. He's got no summoners, but they won't commit.
Not this time, but Hoya impacting the game already. Completes that first item. Wayward at least manages to get a wave into turret, get a couple of plates back, start to claw back something of an individual sense of evenness between those two champions. But Hoya manages to set up the bot side of the map for success. Plates have fallen. 1xN not going to be able to return to get any plate gold there, but it will be another wave lost to turret. Top esports at least walk away with 2 early game dragons.
Yeah, Beitron having to stick around here just to make sure 1xN doesn't get taken out. A billion wards in every direction here. This top esports trying to find a pick. 1xN wanted to go for that tower, but with TN in the area, there was just no way.
Now, one of the big things which happens around that dragon take is that the Blade Caller had already been put out by JackeyLove.
Yeah.
Doesn't get to ult into the E, uses that E to burst down the dragon, which means that he can't control that choke point. TT, they spot that and they say, okay, all right, fight's on. They don't get that dragon, but they at least manage to get themselves the chase down afterwards.
JackeyLove looking to finish this tower off, but Hoya trying to defend. He's in a 1v2, 1v4 actually, as the rest of the gang are moving on over. The flash is too little too late. JackeyLove takes a chunk, but Hoya didn't land the needlework. And it means top esports just get themselves a free kill.
Ah, that's an awkward moment from Hoya. You see the angle again. Jinx ult coming down. If you hit another couple of your ultimate stacks, maybe that gets the kill onto the Xayah in a 1v4. The bit of an assist across the map, but top esports now, they got themselves the control over the bot side of the map with huge amounts of vision control. JackeyLove gets himself some gold off of that one too, gets a turret. Top esports, they're getting themselves a gold lead off of this.
Yeah, the mid and top tier 1s are extremely low. That will be the mid tower taken down, but I don't think they can finish off the top tower for the time being. Base one in the area, Wayward has to back away. They should be able to finish off both of these tier 1s, so TT at least getting something on the map, but I don't know, the tier 2 towers are so valuable in those side lanes. I don't know if this is worth for TT.
No, especially with JackeyLove getting a large amount of gold now. That's getting quite scary, because despite you having range increases and a lot of damage across the team of TT, going into Feathers is still going to be a very perilous battleground to face top esports on. JackeyLove about to get towards that second item. He can really start making up for a bit of the AD carry diff that was shown in game 1.
Yeah, JackeyLove set up for success. But then, to be fair, I don't feel like he wasn't set up necessarily in the previous game. JackeyLove had the items. He was on Zeri with Emilio. Like, he certainly had the tools, just couldn't make it happen in the end. Getting caught out by Hoya in that final fight was the difference maker. This time, though, 1xN not on that Aphelios. He is an Aphelios specialist. We'll see how he does in these late game fights on the Jinx, as though TN is caught out here. That's the combo we talked about, but healed up. And now Beitron in trouble. Instead with a blast cone, sends Rookie back to Narnia. And Beitron gets out with his life.
Oh, Yukal not quite able to get a second sphere out before he can get that ultimate down to empower that Syndra ultimate. not quite there with the execute either. That comes later into the game for the Syndra. Very close run stuff. Tien lucky to get away with his life.
They're trying to just spar with Wayward here, but won't be able to find anything. Has to back away. And this is tense. This is a very tense mid-game for our two teams. We're headed towards that 20-minute mark. Drake coming up in just over a minute here. And I feel like that there are arguments to be made for either team being the one in the driver's seat now, right? Where Top Esports do have a bit of a gold lead. They've got a good chunk of gold on Jackulov because of that bot tower going down. Rookie in a very strong position. But equally on the other side, like off of the early game and off of the CS lead, 1xN in a very good spot himself. And when you look towards the top side, Hoya in a great spot with his Mythic already finished off. Not to mention Beitron actually finishing a second item there as well, so he'll be able to set those carries up. I feel like it's very much up for debate which team is in control right now.
You can see that UCal even went for the crown build on the Syndra, which is a little unorthodox. As you can see there, gets popped quite easily by the Xayah Q. In side lanes, Syndra's going to be much harder to pick off while that item is active. You need to get on top of that Syndra, blow that shield first before you get to one-shotting them in return. Syndra's going to do a good job of trying to do that to you in the first place. However, Dragon's going to spawn. It is only that Chemtech Rift, the Chemtech Soul. The plants are great. It's a great Rift. The actual Soul itself, not the most impactful, particularly in a game with so much damage like this. A lot of the time, because it only gives you that extra kind of damage and damage resist below 50% HP, it's not going to be that valuable against the burst. TT, they're going to take Dragon, they're going to Herald mid.
Look at this. They're calling the bluff of Top Esports. Top Esports were like, look, you can have the Drake, we don't care. We're going to go for a top tower. Tien was up on that top side as well. TT are like, look, we've got Herald. We're going to take the Drake, but we're also going to take your mid-tier 2 off the back of Tien being on that top side. Great map read for TT.
It is, and it's also that inner turret gold. We talked about that being big for Jackulov kind of participating that on the bot side when they went around to that macro play. Top Esports, I don't think they can finish this mid lane out of turret themselves. They can't, so it is going to be that inner turret and Dragon picked up. And now the gold, which was starting to balloon a little bit for Top Esports, much more back to even now.
Rookie having to move down to catch the wave on the bottom side, while UCal moves up to the top side to deny any push from Tien. Wayward, Top Esports will back away. The play is over, and I don't know, in gold, I think it was, I don't even know. I feel like it was fairly even, but the Drake going the way of TT is pretty big on top of the tower. UCal being very cautious. He's a bit nervous that someone's waiting around in the wings. Does have that crown to keep himself safe. Hoya making sure he has vision dominance here in the bottom side. TT, very cautious play. You love to see it.
Okay, Rookie going to teleport back in towards this mid lane. Top Esports would love to get this mid lane out of turret down. They've taken some side lane turrets, and Jackulov's doing a great job of DPSing this down. But they, oh, that's the ult traded.
Featherstorm goes out. Jackulov will keep himself safe. I will say, depth charge, bit of a shorter cooldown than Featherstorm, but the window will be small to try and punish that.
Well, that's why you have a Vi with Ultimate 2. It means that you can kind of play double duty. As long as one of them forces the ult, Jackulov has to play much more cautiously. And when you're trying to take down this mid lane out of turret, you can see it's very dangerous to walk up like this. Top Esports have to bring in extra teammates to keep this push alive.
Then again, actually, with Navori Quick Blades, I'm not sure that what I said was even true. Look at the ultimate cooldowns. They're basically matching each other right now. Jackulov might even be slightly ahead, so...
Yeah, if he was level 11 while it was cast, which I think he was, it's going to be a fairly low cooldown. You're absolutely right. Those quick blades do come in.
True, yeah,
you don't always see that. You don't always see that from Xayah right now. Sometimes you see a lot of Gale Force, but this is going to be those quick blades put in. Either way, some extra engage ultimate still available from TC. You can always just land a good hook. That can be a game difference maker for that point in time. We're past 20 minutes again. Baron's on the table. One mistake at this point, maybe with that ultimate being down, could be a huge hallmark in this game.
It's an increasing gold lead for Top Esports. 2,000 in their favor at this point. As they try and snowball more. Look at the amount of wards in the bottom half of the map for Top Esports. It is just covered in red at this point. Drake coming up not for another 2.5 minutes, so that vision won't lead to anything in terms of objectives. But TT towards the Baron area here will be able to clear any vision thanks to that Chemtech Soul. I will say that the Chemtech Rift, those plants are so powerful, especially the Scryer's Blooms that also damage the wards. The speed at which you can clear vision when given space is terrifying.
Well, like there's more of them. They reveal a small area around them as well. So anything which is not even in the cone, which you're blasting it towards, and then the area around it, it'll cover all of that. It really helps you control all of that vision control. And when it comes to this mid lane ping pong back and forth, when you're trying to play around side lanes, if you are the team with the Syndra, which needs the extra degree of safety, those plants will hamper your ability to do that.
Certainly will. Rookie fishing for a charm here. He's looking for 1xN. The Everfrost is gorgeous, but Yao Yao ends up being the target. Still 3 stacks on the Spirit Rush. Rookie could look for another attempt. It's Beichuan getting cheeky with it. Wants a way to potentially steal a Baron if Top Esports are willing to commit to that. Rookie could be in danger if he goes into that approach, but Beichuan's backed away. So Beichuan not been spotted just yet. The control ward to keep himself out of vision there. But Top Esports not willing to just commit. They only got a support. Would be very dangerous to go for the Baron there.
So that's a great point, because there is somewhat of a, and it'll depend on draft, but on the whole, you have like a priority list of targets that you want to take down before a Baron. First, it's pretty close between jungler and AD carry. AD carry is right now so very strong, especially when you get that Baron up in the game. They're around about 2.5 items as we see at this point. Kill the AD carry, you can likely turn off of a Baron and win a fight. You kill the jungler, you can likely just go for the kill because they don't have a smite to secure it. You really, at that point, you don't want to be killing someone with teleport because they might be able to respawn it and then to come back into the fight. And then a support at the end of the day is just a support, especially when it's a Nautilus. It's like, oh well, whatever. It's not like we've denied like an enchanter from a hypercarry or something like that. So Top Esports sadly not able to get the most high priority target in that pick.
Rookie moving into try and clear some vision here alongside TN. Drake coming up in 10 seconds time. And we've got a bit of a catch out in the mid lane. Wayward the target, but as we saw in game number 1 and we'll continue to see, you just can't catch Cassante. He's too slippery, he's too tanky. He'll walk away with his life. TT in the river right now. They're in control of the area, but whether or not they're confident enough to actually start the Drake is a different question. TN can solo that pretty quickly. Jackie Love forced to use Featherstorm off the back of a zap. That is a huge cooldown trade.
Rookie now going to be able to catch Beichuan though.
Oh, this is huge. What a pick onto the jungler of TT. And in the meantime, Wayward behind enemy lines. He's onto Hoya here. Hoya could be in trouble himself. Orbital Deception does a bit of damage there. Needlework to trade it back, but Tien finding his way behind enemy lines. Another great charm coming out from Rookie. You guys are trouble, and Tien dives in. We said he was behind enemy lines. They're not the lines of the enemy anymore. They belong to Top Esports.
Well, there's your priority list. You can't just kill everyone and then go towards the objectives. That'll do you just fine. Vision control into picks works out beautifully for Top Esports. Rookie, after a difficult game 1, finally managing to make his mark here in the second. It's going to be a Baron, and it's going to be Top Esports taking control of the entire map.
Yeah, Baron and Dragon taken simultaneously. Tien can solo that very comfortably as the Baron taken out by the rest of the team. Beichuan just not realizing the Rookie could be behind the team.
But the fact that this happens at the same time that 1xN is being forced to retreat, forced back, flash backwards, and not be in a position to fight is really well timed by Top Esports. We've had some concerns about some other teams which will have great playmakers, but they're not at the right time, not in the right place, not happening together. That isn't obviously very applicable here. Top Esports, they time it really well. All of these key plays happen at the same time, and that leads to a really important victory for them in the mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can deny the depth of talent that Top Esports has on their squad. And one of the big questions has not been about how good they are individually. It's a question of how well they can work together. Like, you know, the mid-game woes, as we referred to them earlier,
yes,
have been a lot of mistakes on how to play the map and how to work together in a lot of situations. It feels like today their focus is working together, right? The way that Rookie and Tien have been moving around the map as a pair, like playing as that kind of assassin duo. If the charm lands, Tien will finish them off. And it does feel like Top Esports have been doing their homework a bit to try and improve coming into today.
Tien now has free reign to be a bit of a split pusher himself, has an Edge of Knight's Shield, has himself, of course, the leap to get out to safety. Tien can be a split push threat and Baron up those minions. Hoya on this bot side might run into him. Not going to be dueling at this point. Now Ukel gets his crown popped.
Jackie Love staying safe there. Does get stunned, but won't take too much damage. As now, I don't know if they can hold on the way that Top Esports did in the previous game. Top Esports muscling their way through the tier 2 in the top side. TT. It feels tough at this point. Getting close to 3 items for 1xN though. And when that Infinity Force is finished, 1xN will certainly start to be a terror in these team fights. It just feels like he doesn't have that much frontline to work with.
No, Rookie's going.
Oh, Rookie just flashes in. UCal's gone. That's the Assassinari that we always used to see. And Rookie making it real once more. Hoya, 1xN, Yao Yao, 1v3 to try and save this game. But Top Esports don't look like they're showing any signs of stopping here. They want to finish things off. It was such a slow start to things, but speeding things up beyond the 20-minute mark, they get the Baron and they're looking to end the game. They won't be able to do it just yet, but these Baroned up cannons will keep on going. They've got 20 seconds left. They won't be able to go for it. They move up to the top side. They want a second inhibitor.
Yeah, TT are alive, but there's barely clinging to it. Minion wave just about cleared out by Hoya's ultimate, but Hoya, on this Gwen, not really been able to impact things. The picks have happened before Gwen can get into a grouped up situation around a choke point or the like. Hoya has just had to be kind of spectator to Tien and Rookie really finding the crucial picks. This one happens under the turret. It happens as the Baron comes in. And it's a great pick onto UCal, who in his own point he's positioning way too far forward for one of these Scout of the Weeks. His crown is down. It's been popped very easily by Isaiah. The item doesn't give him any value in that situation. Rookie pounces onto him.
Oh, we've got to fight live as Wayward caught out potentially, but Rookie's here! And another great Everfrost, another great charm, sets up the players. UCal's taken out Yao Yao next, but Jackulov in trouble? No, he's not. He's got a triple kill. Jackulov is never truly in trouble. Yao Yao trying to escape with his life, but taken down as Jackulov gets himself a quadra kill. Beichuan just looking to be a nuisance, escape with his life. Jackulov will not get his penta, but he'll get a quadra kill and he'll be happy with that. 15-3. After game number 1 looked so good for TT, Top Esports show us that they are the ones in control.
Bit of an awkward game from TT. They had a failed bot lane early dive, which didn't really set themselves up for success, and it did feel like as soon as we hit the ability to kind of head outside of that laning phase, it was Top Esports all day, every day in that game too. The playmaking finally came through in a way that we just didn't see in game 1.
Yeah, kind of a tough one for TT, honestly. Like you say, that first dive going pretty poorly. And the thing is, it didn't even feel like it was necessarily TT's execution. It was more that Top Esports did a really good job of reading that, like a really good last-second flash from Jackulov, so that there's the overcommit from Beitron. Then Tien is there to finish those kills off. And 1xN falling behind in the early game instead of being massively ahead, we see a very different version of League of Legends.
That we do. So it's going to be a couple of things to consider now into Game 3 in terms of, okay, what were the picks which you can kind of take on from Game 2, even from TT's side, because you assume you're probably not going to get the Aphelios again. I wonder if you're going to get yourself even something like that Gragas again, because Hoya looked much better on that pick in terms of impacting the late game compared to that Gwen. And I'm wondering particularly what's going to happen between the two mid-jungle duos, because as UCal was saying in one of the videos we had before Game 2, before this game, he said that his job is basically containing Rookie, making sure that Rookie can't just run over the map and be the player which we know he can be, and allowing his own teammates to then outvalue Top Esports across the map. That didn't happen in this game.
No, it certainly did not. Rookie definitely took control of things. And to be honest, it was UCal specifically getting caught by Rookie in those last couple of fights as well. Like, we saw Rookie flashing onto UCal on the top inhib play, and then another Charm Everfrost onto UCal in the final fight. We didn't get to see the setup for that one because we were in that replay, but Rookie coming in from the side and finding that opportunity. So really fantastic play coming out from Rookie. And it feels good to see like really proactive, like high damage Ahri play, because like we were talking about in the first series of the day, quite often you see it essentially being a utility CC bot a lot of the time, with the Everfrost and the Charm being really what you're picked for. But Rookie showing that you can bring damage to the table and you can carry the game. Jackulov as well had a pretty good game for himself, despite the fact that quite often we saw the Featherstorm popped before fights. He was still surviving. The rest of the team had so much threat that he was able to then
do that.
function beyond those ultimates and like you see, do a massive amount of damage in the late game fights.
And we saw that Jackie Luffy likes to walk the razor's edge, and occasionally that cuts both ways. Game 1, so I'm very close to winning some of those late game scenarios. But as you said, that significant damage coming in from Rookie helped kind of carry on that game as well. And, you know, as a player of RE, a main of that champion, I've had to endure a lot of people kind of just taking a back seat and not really having their agency in the game, just being content to be utility when there are perhaps more carry options they have available to them. But when you see players like Rookie or an Angel in the series beforehand have games like this, you're reminded the agency which a champion with so much mobility and reset potential can bring to their team, particularly when you are comboing up with a very proficient jungler like this Kha'Zix at dealing damage, piloted by TN.
Yeah, and when so many of your kills are ending up going into the pocket of Jackie Love as well, like it's the dream scenario, isn't it? Where you've got this jungle mid duo taking over the map in terms of like vision and in terms of what the enemy are allowed to do, and then you've got your AD carry that's got a Milio alongside him, popping off with all of the items. Like it really couldn't be going much better, could it? Wayward actually having a really great game for himself as well. Not the greatest scoreline, I mean, not a bad scoreline, 0-0-8. He wasn't the one getting all the kills, but disrupting a lot in those fights. And I think you said it early in the game, where we saw the dive from TN, or the pick onto Baytron from TN and Rookie on one side, as Wayward is then threatening 1xN on the other side of the play. So really, really good coordination from Top Esports. That means we get to go to 3 games in this series, and I'm excited for it. I hope TT can come back from the drawing board with something more for game number 3. I want to see a repeat of game number 1. I want to see this go the distance. We'll have to wait and see. We're jumping into a break. Don't go anywhere.
It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy! As Cryin is doing the damage. Look at this man again, getting Tibbers out of the face of Fetus. Gets chucked out YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in, and he dies. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes, and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryin. Fetus and Haijiao are trying to get him off. Fetus will die. Haijiao's next, and Cryin has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL.
Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for TN. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is left there, but the culling. Scout knocked up, and TN's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jagged getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Mitchell. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG, and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately from Forge to see Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo, very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge moving forward to CDT. Face tanks 2K on the Herald. We're going to flip it here, and it's taken by the Wukong. Nick to grab that one. Final chapter across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there, and the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. He's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked up and somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta wait.
That's what it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout, who's gonna be at the top. Lost some immediately. Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the Eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his Ornn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG, 5-0, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Igao, patient as ever, gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
后亚这名选手的话，我对他的印象来说，就是对线就会很稳，就会不会给别人什么机会。我觉得现在这个版本吧，就是上路就是给队伍当狗吧，然后就是下路为重。新赛季的话，我对自己的期待就是，在常规赛结束的时候可以拿下1阵上台，然后可以越打越好。
Wayward saying his goal for the split is to be voted for the All-Pro team. Well, looking good so far today, it has to be said. So fingers crossed for him that he could achieve his goal. But talking about Hoya saying he's a stable top laner and that top lane is basically a support role, and I feel like that's pretty accurate from what we've seen so far this split. But we're not here to talk about top lane. We're here to talk about our MVP, which is, of course, going to be Rookie. What an amazing Ahri game. And now, Mera, who better to talk about an amazing Ahri game than you?
Absolutely. When you play something like the Ahri, a lot of the time players are now very used to playing with Vi or Wukong, who kind of, I like to refer as, do you have like, are you the stunt man or do you have a stunt double? Because when you have someone setting up for you with a point and click ultimate, they're kind of your stunt double. They're helping you do all of your tricks. Rookie did most of this just by himself. He is the stunt man. Look at this, setting up pick after pick in very important moments, and those were really what turned the game. And Rookie given the fact that he's kind of underperformed a little bit in this split so far and has done occasionally throughout this year, particularly with the expectations for top esports, these are great reminders of how damn good this player is.
And I feel like it's vintage as well. It's not just vintage in terms of rookie popping off, which is a vintage thing, but it's also vintage in that he's playing Ahri like the assassin that she was originally designed to be. You know, I feel like we've seen this utility Ahri taking over competitive League of Legends.
Yes.
Rookie's not having any...
I've been fighting pitched battles over these builds for a great many months at this point. You know, there is an item called Medjai's which can help you sometimes, but hey, sometimes you just pull up plays like that.
I mean, Rookie didn't even need Medjai's. He just went for the Shadow Flame and still managed to do massive damage throughout that one. Here we go, though. Top Esports on blue this time, banning that Aphelios, banning Milio this time, so we won't see Mark on the Milio, banning Yumi, whereas Nico, Lucian, banned away by TT. What on earth is the third priority ban here? I feel like there is so much that's bannable in the meta right now.
So you could remove Maokai if you're worried about the defensive play coming in from top esports, which actually allowed them to stall very heavily in game one. There's Vi, there's Ahri, there's Annie, there's stuff like Jinx as well on the table. I doubt that's really a ban priority, but there's a lot of, again, very powerful picks coming through. So Tien can insta-lock that Vi. You expect now you have to kind of take away the Ahri on the other side just to stop the Vi-Ahri combo coming in.
Yeah, the alternative, though, is you go for the Wukong Annie combo, right? You kind of have a similarly strong mid-jungle combo of your own, but deciding they do want to deny, and I kind of agree with that decision, to be honest. The Wukong still going to be a priority pick, still fantastic in its own right, can be very good alongside the Ahri as well, so that'll be locked in. The full Vastaya round there for TT.
Absolutely. So, going to have Bechuan have a bit more engage and real kind of damaging potential. Something like the Vi, you can kind of pick up this first target, but someone like Wukong, we saw what the likes of Kanavi can do with that champion and win teamfights pretty much all by their lonesome. On the other side, though, it's going to be the Annie, which, of course, Yukal piloted in Game 1, was banned away in Game 2, and this pick can pin the Ahri in lane. Very important to do so, because if Ahri does manage to get out of lane, we've seen what many players can do on that champion, least of all Rookie in that last game. Wayward, though, going to make it 3 for 3 on the K'Sante.
Certainly will. And, I mean, rightly so. Rightly so. The Annie, the K'Sante, both locked in. And instantly Hoya's like, oh, you play K'Sante again? Well, I'm playing Gwen again. I'm happy to take that matchup. So, kind of rinse repeating in terms of just meta picks here. Obviously changing who's got what. But, I mean, Yukal had a big advantage in that mid lane in game number 1 when he was on the Annie versus that Ahri. So we'll see if Rookie can kind of return the favor in the mid lane from what happened in the first game of the series. Draven banned away, though. Do they ban the Kog'Maw? No, I'm kidding, obviously.
Okay, all right, moving on from that one, because honestly, if we see it, it'd be very funny. I don't know if you can... It's so hard to draft Kog'Maw, man. It's so hard to draft it. If there's any point and click, long-range engage, just feels so awful about it, especially when you don't have something like the Milio. Feel even worse to do so. Another thing which I do want to touch on, though, is also this top lane matchup, because it talks about how poorly the Annie Ahri matchup went for Rookie in game 1 when he was playing the Ahri. Hoya absolutely dumpstered Wayward before a little bit of macro play came in, and Hoya committed to a bot side fight and allowed Wayward back into the game by getting a load of plates and a load of waves into tower. Going into game 3, if Hoya can actually maintain that lead in this third game and stop Wayward getting to the teamfight disruptive menace that he was in that game 2, we might see again that question asked of how much carrying can Hoya do when it's asked of him.
I want to see a Jinx ban here. Okay, Zeri ban. Jinx is available. Like, what other meta AD carries even are there? We've got Aphelios, Zeri, Lucian, Draven, Xayah all banned away. Like, we are getting towards the edges of the meta here. Jinx, the only really remaining, I think.
We saw a game of that yesterday. Please no Samira. Samira is not the pick against point-and-click Vi and also the zero projectile Annie. That can get a bit awkward. You're kind of going to have to bite the bullet a little bit on this one. Playing Jinx into Vi, I mean, we saw it in Arcane. We've seen it in pretty much every piece of lore regarding these two for forever.
We saw this yesterday.
Yeah?
Varus Heimerdinger was played yesterday. I mean, it certainly gets you priority. It certainly gets you a lead early on. The lethality items all got pretty much buffed across the board. So, massive priority in the bottom side for top esports here.
Hugely so, and if you want to answer the Heimerdinger, you have to try and pick something that either can engage onto them very heavily after the laning phase and just survive, or something that can contest, push, and kill the turrets. We saw a bit of karma before for that end, where you can just queue the turrets, order them down. And of course, earlier this year, we saw even 80 carries being played as a support, which is very good against the Heimerdinger. That meta's been far gone now at this point. We don't see as much of that Ashe or Varus support. It is going to be that Leona for Yao Yao.
All right, Yao Yao. The hard engaged tool in that Leona to follow up on the Wukong. Certainly feels like a solid composition from the side of TT, but I'm looking at top esports this game. The Varus Heimerdinger. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the second time. There could be a couple more so far this LPL that we get to see the Varus Heimerdinger combo, but the lethality Varus, honestly, I think a lot stronger than people are giving it credit right now, and it's a relatively squishy team on the side of TT as well for him to poke away at.
It was LNG versus Weibo where we saw that one being picked out, and I believe it was Light which picked up the Varus itself. Ended up walking away, of course, with a win with that. LNG, despite adding Guile to their roster, not having the easiest starts to this split. Have to see what they can do continuing on into that one. But in this game, it is all about Game 3, Top Esports, TT. TT won in Spring versus Top Esports, even though they were so very, very close in the standings. 7th and 8th place. This could be a very important matchup if they were to be as close again at the end of summer.
Let's see what JackeyLove can do on the pick. I feel like JackeyLove versus 1xN is absolutely the matchup to watch right now. They've both been playing so well across this series. 1xN put behind in game number 2, and JackeyLove had his moment to shine. Whereas game number 1, 1xN on that Aphelios, just destroying people. Now, on the Jinx once again. Didn't work out for him in game number 2. We'll see if he can redeem himself, or whether the answer to beating TT is just ban Aphelios. Game number 3 will be the deciding factor. And look at this, 1xN starting boots.
Starting boots for the 4-pot start, and also the ability to maybe walk out of one of these skill shots, because look at the runes on JackeyLove. It is poke Varus. The Comet put in. You take this rune when you're outranged as poke Varus. Sometimes you'll take the Halo Blade so you can get the very quick stacks into an empowered Q, or just popping your W stacks with that E. But now Yao Yao and 1xN, they're going to get poked out a lot, folks. And I'm looking at TT. They don't have the easiest way to get past the likes of a Vi or a Cassante onto the carries, which they'd really like to stop poking them.
Yeah, you can see 1xN, like you say, the 4-pot start just for sustain. Also going with fleet footwork, which as Jinx, you really do want to go lethal tempo, but deciding
you don't exactly have a choice.
To,
it's either fleet footwork or like be 100 HP permanently.
Whoa, Bench one, not messing about.
Well, so look at the Pixel Bush. Pixel Bush, you can see that there is a ward pinged there. Yep. So TT knew there was the one ward dropped in River, and they've gotten away with this. They're going to have an unseen start on enemy Raptors into enemy red buff. There's a chance now that you could get Beichuan trying to gank this bot lane early.
Yao Yao trying to get some damage down, but it's cost him half of his HP. As, I mean, there's just no way to fight priority in this lane. It's just not possible.
This is very important to pay attention to now, because Tien is going to go from top side to bot side. As soon as he sees Raptors are gone, they're going to know something's up. Beichuan is hitting red buff right now. This wave is being pushed into turret by JackeyLove and Mark. You need to get a gank up very quickly if you're going to at all by Beichuan before Tien realizes what's up.
Okay, red buff finished. Is he going to go for the crux? He is. Looking to take that extra camp here. So now JackeyLove and Mark will know something's off. The Raptors are not there. Tien knows the red buff isn't here.
They've got to know.
They found Beichuan. They've spotted him on a ward at this point, and Beichuan, he might have bitten off more than he can chew here. Is he going to execute?
He's looking for an execute.
He's actually just going to execute. He flashes to take the quadrant and then goes for the fast recall. I mean, it's literally only 2 seconds slower than recalling at this point in the game. It was a 10-second death timer. Tien just charges in, immediately looking to answer with a quadrant of his own.
But like, 1xN and Yao Yao, they can't respond to this bot side jungle clear. Even if Beichuan, okay, what they can do is stop Wolves going down and Gromp going down. So there's going to be a buff taken by Tien, so it's not going to be a full quadrant advantage to Beichuan, but at least there are some camps which have been preserved by TT. From the looks of the pings being put down by Top Esports, there's actually a chance that Tien goes over to enemy red buff or Raptors and tries to contest them as well, particularly because Rookie has the push in mid lane.
I was about to say, look at mid lane. Rookie, a level up, has priority. Tien should be able to just waltz on in here. Beichuan has to go down towards his Gromp, and he's going to lose at least red buff here, maybe more.
I just feel like it was such a mistake for Beitran to go towards Krugs and not go for the early gank, break the push of the Varus Heimerdinger, not allow Tien to inform his bot lane of what's up. You can maybe get yourself an early gank, blow some flashes, allow Yao Yao and 1xN to find their own advantages beyond that point. Because after that point, it feels like the wheels have come off the train, and much like Game 2, the early plan from TT has failed.
I feel like it was almost half-baked, you know. They'd done most of the work on building that plan, but they'd not thought, like, what happens when they see us, you know? And, you know, quick thinking from Beitran, at least he got executed rather than giving a kill across, but did not find the advantage that he was hoping for. Wow. The win rates for Vi versus Wukong.
Yeah.
Pretty one-sided. Holy crap. I never would have guessed that it was quite that one-sided in the LPL right now.
Guess we found out why the Vi is more banned than the Wukong, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Jesus. So, Tien having the matchup advantage, that's for sure. As Beitran discovers that there are no camps remaining. The crab taken. And Tien can just do a full clear from this point. He can path all the way down. Every camp is back up.
Oh, the timing's worked out so well for Tien as well. It means that when 1xN and Yao Yao are back in lane, Tien can be hovering around that bot side of the map. You can see them arriving on the wave at this point. They're not overly pushing it. They can just allow this to stack up. By the time that they have stacked up a wave, Tien's going to be on that side of the map. Dragon's going to be alive. They can look for a push into the enemy jungle. They can look towards that dragon. Top is what's coordinating their members well with waves and jungle camps.
Certainly are. Look at the CS lead in the bottom lane already. And this is only going to get worse. This is such an oppressive lane to have to play against. The tier is there for Jackie-Love as well.
Just go for the gank towards that bot side. Beitran trying to battle ward a little bit towards Tien at this point, but even with that, Rookie is getting towards a point of power as the Annie, though still has to teleport back into lane. Beitran not able to stop Tien taking these camps. Rookie is now going to be able to hit 6 very soon, have full HP off of this teleport, and Top Esports, they have complete control of the next play that happens on the map.
Yeah, he's got boots as well, so that's big damage coming out from the Annie. Hoya and Wayward in a bit of a scrap up top as Wayward goes for the all-out. He wants the 1v1, but Needlework in play here. Hoya goes wide on 2 of them, though, and Wayward misses his cue. Everything's going wide in this one. It's a comedy of errors, but Hoya coming out on top.
Couple of near misses there from Hoya. Cancels an auto 2, misses a Needlework, but it is just enough to thread the needle in that solo kill. Wayward lost the matchup here in Game 2. Manages to redeem himself a little bit with those team fights. Hoya, though, important solo kill and plates on top of that. That's a big win, especially considering Wayward has no TP. Can't even collect this cannon wave at tower.
Yeah, he's like 20 CS down off the back of this play. It's absolutely massive. And he was the one starting this off.
I think he's just trying to get something with a level 6 mark up. But Hoya hits it first. Wayward, even with the stack Qs, not able to outvalue. I get when you're Cassandra, you can kind of look at half your HP bar and say, it's enough. That's basically full HP bar when you're all outing. It gets close because flashes over the foot that Needlework, dodges another one. You think, hey, with those 2 stacks down, maybe you can win this. And considering that Q3 was missed, this was a close run thing.
So close to finishing Hoya off there. Great movement from Wayward to dodge the Needleworks, but the fact that he misses his Q then kind of ends the play. And it does mean that Wayward goes down. Hoya with an advantage, and that's kind of mitigating some of the damage that's being done on the bottom side. Like Jackie-Love and Mark getting so far ahead. Yao Yao has decided to leave that lane. Rookie flashes straight away, but it's a 3-man play. It's a great charm follow-up. Yao Yao getting the kill with the Eclipse. It's not ideal, but it's still a kill.
It's a bit annoying, but it does mean that a cannon's denied. Extra gold goes over to TT and their supporting members. But now you don't have flash on Yao Yao. You don't have your ult on Yukal, so there's a chance that the next objective fight, or the Dragon or the Herald, either of them, goes over Top Esports as a cost of this play.
Tien, look at this. Good guy, Tien, holding the wave, but it will eventually crash. He can't just stay in the mid lane forever. As Rookie will lose a fair bit of CS there, and that's Flash and TP currently on cooldown. Things could be tough for Rookie if TT look to rinse and repeat that play. But in the meantime, Tien has found his way into the Dragon Pit. We'll start this one off the back of the priority that Jackie-Love and Mark have in the bottom side. All out once more. Wayward attempt number 2. Ring the bell, please. As Hoya needleworks him and will survive with his life. It's a tense 1v1 in the top lane.
Hoya is so lucky that his Conqueror was so stacked at that point. Wayward, his ult's just about to run out at this point. But yeah, really good removal of the Hallowed Mist. That ult through the wall meant that, of course, Gwen leaves the area. It had already left it the one time. It can't scoot forward yet another time, so almost winning that out. And Wayward, good attempts in the 1v1, but it doesn't stop the fact that he's still bleeding out gold. Luckily for him, bot lane is in his favor, doing pretty much the same thing, bleeding out in favor of top esports.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing you can do against this lane. It's so frustrating to play against. I have to say, this is, as a player, this is probably the most annoying lane in the whole of bot lane. And that includes, like, Jarvan Xin bot lanes and these other ridiculous kill lanes. Like,
if you're outranged, by a Vel'Koz support in the right meta or a Brand, that can be similarly
What is
really
the difference? I mean,
they're pretty much the same thing in fairness.
the same role. Like, I feel like that's like, you know, potato at that point. It's just this horrendous poke lane. The difference is Heimerdinger guarantees even more priority than they do.
Very true. Those turrets do help you very much push forwards. And either way, the major support, if you encounter it in solo queue, they're probably stealing your CS either way. So hard luck there when you play with them. But absolutely do understand that point. Hoy getting another Demolish proc. All of this work in the top side is completely individual. Hoya getting so much work done. 3 solo plates and a ton of CS to advantage.
And I love the trust that the team is putting in Hoya, right? Like, so many teams are just playing Sion versus Gragas versus Cassante, like these 3 picks with a little bit of Ornn smattered in there. Whereas Hoya played the Gragas, but he played AP Gragas, right? And now, bringing out the Gwen twice, like, clearly, TT are happy to play triple carry. They're happy to have Yao Yao be the tanky part of the team. Beichuan, you know, build a bit tanky on the Wukong as well, and have them as sort of a pseudo frontline, rather than have the big mega tank from the top side. It's a different look at League of Legends, and I like that we're seeing different looks here in the LPL, because it's been feeling a bit stale, to be honest. I like that Hoy is willing to play carries and succeeding on.
So that actually leads into a pretty interesting conversation this time, right? Good snipe on the cannon, gets that with the super mega death rocket. There is a concept as we're going to see a Herald dropped on this boss side. I don't think it's going to lead to a dive. I think it should just be, this could probably be the turret going down, but when you move between metas, you have this thing called, it's just a mathematical term in terms of a local maxima. If you imagine like a mountain range, it's got like multiple mountains with different peaks. Some of the peaks are a little higher than the others, and when the meta changes, just imagine those mountains kind of like almost shifting up and down. Because you're at the peak of one mountain, which was the highest beforehand, it's still kind of hard to go down that mountain and up a higher one to get to a higher point when the meta changes. So a lot of these teams, they're not that quick to completely jump ship into another different style, especially if they don't know exactly if it's going to be better than the current high peak that they're on right now. But when you see these champions come out, you can see a bit of innovation come through. In the long run, it can see you with a lot of advantages, particularly as you were saying, in the LPL. We're not seeing that many top lane carries right now. TT, they might be finding another inroad into the meta, which they're more comfortable with.
I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. TT getting all mathematical on us. Although I'm not sure how mathematical they're seeing it as, but I like the mountain range analogy.
They can see the Matrix.
I'm here for it. I feel Swiss
numbers.
listening to this story with all the mountains involved. But yeah, top esports kind of sticking to mostly what's standard in this series until they brought out this Varus and Heimerdinger, which I think might become standard if we keep seeing these 80 carry bands, big all in at the bottom side mark. The target taken down, and now the follow-up from top esports. They want to turn this around. Tibbers is doing some work here. Oh, great jump from Yukao, but he can't follow it up. And it will be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Rookie gets there in time. Honestly, the second tier of boots, helps him get to that play in time. Doesn't even have to blow the flash for that one. Very lucky that Baytron didn't have enough damage to continue that fight. Now, 1xN called out. Jackie Love has a lot of damage.
Yeah, if that hits, it's an all-in angle, honestly. The damage that you can get out of Lethality Varus, he's finished his Ghost Blade. It's Wayward trying to find Hoya here. Is he going to go for an all-out at this point? Yes, pulls him, but won't find the knock-up just yet. Needs to find that Q. Oh, the flash is a whip!
No!
Wayward! It's gone so sideways. It's a disaster in the top lane.
Hoya with nerves of steel, though, doesn't even blow the flash, just sidesteps, hits his own skill shots, knows his damage, and Wayward is being comprehensively outlaned and out 1v1'd.
That was tough to watch, especially from Wayward, who we just saw an interview saying, you know, I'm trying to make it to the All-Pro team. He obviously wants it. The whip, too much.
Solar Flare, not able to get the maximum value out, doesn't cut the fight short as they would have liked to, and what that means is that a load of turrets get to go down with the Heimerdinger roll, which add on to the Tibbers. What we go into here, though, is briefly a 2-level advantage in that top side, reduced to a 1 when Wayward manages to kill one of those minions, but he chooses this fight, much like previous ones. And he just gets absolutely blasted. Hoya just outsteps him time after time. One of the questions we had in Game 2 was what happens with this matchup? Wayward managed to outvalue in team fights later on, but he struggled in that laning phase. Hoya, he's come down to the fight at this point, but he's not had to make a trade for getting a kill in a team fight as opposed to trade it off to Wayward getting a couple of plates in the tower. Wayward, he doesn't have a way into this game right now.
And you have to wonder what happened between games that his mentality of this matchup has changed so much. Like, what did a coach say or someone say to say, like, look, you've got to try and fight the Gwen in the early game? Because he's really going for it in this one. He's got a winning bot lane, and he's caught out again. That's just going to be a kill over to you, Cal. I don't really know why he's face-checking that one alone, to be honest. There was no one even on the map near him.
That one feels a little awkward because, like, you think you're just facing the Ahri and you think, okay, Ahri can't completely one-shot me, I can get away. Then you realize that it's Charm, then Everfrost, then it's the Solar Flare because Yao Yao's in range at that point. It's just losing track of people across the map, and that's going to be a big problem because you start falling behind against the Wukong that can hop over the wall, the Leona, the Ahri. Those plays are going to get that much more dangerous, and the Heimerdinger is not the best at standing up to chain CC.
No, he is not. He's not even the best at standing up. He's tiny. So, Mark.
He's only got little legs.
Bless his cotton socks. Although he's not got cotton socks on, he's got flip-flops on, as it's the pool party Heimerdinger.
Better say, cotton socks have got to feel really weird, because Yordles have, like, they have, like, furry feet. I don't know whether even they need socks, question mark?
Yeah, a bit of a friction-based situation down there. Hot feet, let me tell you that. In the meantime, Dracula pushing
Between a
up.
hobbit and a hard place.
Look, Rookie's got 1 feet as well because he got those early boots in.
True.
Jackulov and Mark both just on the brown bags.
And Hoya, of course, has
Same
dancing
TN,
shoes.
actually. That's true. All right, so it's a footwear nightmare. Yeah, you wouldn't want any. Wouldn't want anyone from Paris looking at this. The fashion statements being thrown out today are ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. Herald started off by top esports.
Yes. So, because they're in the river first, you get to put down those turrets. Heimerdinger gets to still use their point of power in this early game. Rylai's first item as well means that getting into this river is just a pain in the ass, man. You've got the Hex Flash from Yao Yao, which can close the distance. You have that Solar Flare to make things a little awkward. But while this is happening, TT, they don't feel threatened to go into this river. They know that the Heimerdinger is there. Just get another Demolish proc in the side lane. Open up the map as much as you can. Allow Hoya to keep doing Hoya things.
I'm playing a separate minigame in this cast now.
Yeah.
I'm going to mentally just watch and see if Wayward can land a Q3 in this game. So far, the answer has been no, unilaterally, as Hoya is just too good at dodging him. I will say, the end of game number 1, Wayward had an amazing dash Q3 to try and set up the final play. And it was Hoya that denied it then as well on the Gragas. His big cask in the team fight to knock everyone on top esports OA and stop that engage. And I will say, like, just zooming out a little bit as well, outside of just memeing on Wayward, like, how impressive is it to see TT playing like this? How impressive is it to see top esports being taken to 3 games, looking at game number 3, and yes, they do have 2 Drakes, but the gold is basically in touching distance of the 2 teams. Like, there are win conditions available. 1xN on the Jinx, not as far behind this game as he was in the previous game. Like, obviously Jackulov is ahead, but 1xN not being starved out quite in the same way as he was in game number 2. This is such an impressive performance from TT to be able to bring top esports to 3 games. Hoya, 1v2 on the bottom side, and you can't beat Wayward when he's got TN there as well.
Tien comes in, saves the day. Black Cleaver, good damage buff on that item really just means that Hoya has no way to survive that situation. Overstayed a little too much, cancelled a recall or 2, maybe thought he could get enough items to, enough gold to finish his second item. But still, top esports only just really going to get that 1 kill. That is going to open up a Herald placement in this mid lane, but you don't have the Vial. That is potentially a missing tool which they'd wish they could have for the next fight of the game.
Yeah, we'll just be the Herald slamming home. Drake coming up in 35 seconds, so I feel like they would have loved to wait for the next wave to drop that Herald. I think it was about to time out though. So they just have to slam that down, take the tower. They do have control of the area. With Drake not up for another 20 seconds, does give TT time to try and move in a little bit, but I don't know actually. Maybe you can't move into this. Luckily, Chemtech Rift does mean there's a million of those Scryers Blooms knocking about. So do spot everyone out. Top Esports don't get the cheeky little brush play they were looking for.
Not quite. Now, Yao has flash, has ult. However, Mark's flash is back up, and JackeyLove has a cleanse alongside his own. So TT, you're really looking to see who they can land in the initial engage. Tian has no flash right now, but his ultimate's coming back up. The amount of available targets for TT aren't that high, but they have managed to get themselves into River, importantly. That can be a very dangerous thing against this squad.
I will say for Top Esports, they're okay if Drake just never gets slow, and this is a really long poke battle instead of an actual fight here. Because JackeyLove gets so much value in that kind of situation. Keep moving around. Yukal will be spotted by the sweeper here. Do they
spot the
over
Ari?
The wall? Yukal's in trouble. Gets over to the rest of his team. JackeyLove's in trouble in the meantime as the Cyclone comes on through. JackeyLove's Solar Flare is there and he will go down in the end, but Yao escapes with his life. In the meantime, Top Esports 4 strong, but the needlework does some damage. Hoya over the wall as Tibbers is 1v1ing Yao in the meantime. But Top Esports pull the fight out. Yukal and Baytron taken out.
Weird fight there from TT. They get themselves into River, but they can't get themselves away from the flank angle. They move a little too quickly into River. They don't manage to get vision control. Rookie manages to stop Yukal ever having tools to go forward. So Top Esports, they're going to claim themselves Soul Point on the Chemtech Rift. And yes, it's not the most powerful Soul, but it's something extra put into pocket. Tian and Rookie, they were really the playmakers in Game 2 that flipped the game in their advantage. They are so close to getting Yukal down, but even though they don't kill him, they do get him pretty much out of the fight. Yukal is not doing damage at this point. Wayward finishes off that kill. While all this is happening, Wayward does double time on this Cassante, and once again zoning out 1xN, like he very much did in that first game. Despite the fact that he's been losing the 1v1s to Hoya, once again, we've seen the Cassante come alive in that team fight.
We certainly have. And JackeyLove, even though he died in that fight, take a look at his items right now. He's I guess you can't take a look at his items right now. He's about to finish stacking his Muramana.
It's actually a Rorschach test. You have to tell us what the items are without looking.
Well, he's just picked up a Serrated deck. He had Ghostblade already. You see the CDR boost there as well. He is, he's getting monstrous. When that finishes stacking and he finishes his second lethality item as well, like, this Varus will absolutely massacre people, especially when he procs that Blighted Quiver. Oh no, he's walking straight into Hoya. That was dangerous. That felt really scary. TT are all in that portion of the jungle.
So, TT going to get themselves back onto the other side of the map for the first time in a little while. Hoya's actually grouped up a little. It's a little concerning that Hoya can't stay in a side lane with impunity. We saw the last time he overstayed. He actually got killed in that 2v1. Does have 2 items now. TT not going to have the unparalleled point of power, which we maybe thought they could. And Rookie is going to cash out some people in between the gaps. Going to find Hoya.
Has he been seen yet? There we go. Now he's been seen. Tibbers comes on down. Look at the damage out from Rookie. On top of Tien's Black Cleaver. Damage is one thing they are not shy on.
Hoya just not respecting the engage, not respecting that. He doesn't have the defensive stats to deal with the burst damage coming out. And TT, this point of power from the top lane, it's just not been something they can leverage.
He certainly hasn't. Really wants to clear that ward, but he's scared. He's nervous, and rightly so. Yao making sure that vision sticks around here for TT. As Top Esports, with that pick, should be able to move into the river and start to fight for vision control of their own. JackeyLove gets the priority in the mid lane and then can move in. The Muramana now fully stacked at this point. Head back to base. I don't know if he'll be able to actually finish an item off here, but lethality items are pretty cheap. We'll see if he actually
It looks like he's going for the Edge of Night. Doesn't manage to complete it on that base, but once that Edge of Night comes in, good luck landing the engage. He gets a control. Doing his bit for the team, thank you very much. I can appreciate that.
It was more just that I really built that recall up, and then all he spends is 75 gold on the control one. It does happen. TT, they're just going to stop
They have a lot of damage here. They have a lot of damage. Cosmic Drive gives you a lot of extra cooldown reduction to get those extra Qs out. The Gwen is making this so quick.
5k on the Baron. TN is in the area though.
Jen?
It's going to be a 50-50. He's CC'd up by Yao Yao, trying to get into the paint. He gets it! He actually gets it as Wayward takes out 1xN as well. It's disaster for TT. 1-for-1 in the fight. Now stuck in the back of the pit, but Wayward's over the wall, just waiting for them to come. It's Beitchuan taken out. 2 kills and a Baron. Everything goes the way of Top.
There are burgers everywhere. The flip's gone awry. They're all on the floor. The condiments are scattered. TT desperate around that objective, and they are punished for it. Tien would a lot of flips in that first game, which went the distance. Went very late game. And in this game, and probably the most important flip of the series, Tien walks away with the smite. The damage is there from TT. You can see how much damage onto the Baron that Gwen does alongside the other carries of the Jinx and then the Ahri, who's not quite quick enough. They can't quite keep Tien out of the pit. And now you have to think that was the last gasp from TT. You lose that Baron, you're going to lose control of the map afterwards.
Yeah, you certainly are. And especially with Varus Heimerdinger. This is the perfect situation for them. Pushing with a Baron always feels fantastic. And you can see the top esports gang backstage, very happy with what's happening here. Yao Yao trying to find something alongside UCal, but Rookie might just all in him here, waiting for that Eclipse to go down. Everfrost, as well as TP from Hoya, now behind enemy lines, but he's not going to be able to get in on this one. UCal actually turns golden to keep himself alive. Tibbers used on just the one as a rocket. Golden again from Rookie this time around, trying to move upwards in the fight as Hoya finds one onto Rookie, and TT somehow finding an advantage here. This got real wacky real quick.
Rookie just too separated from the rest of the team. The reason TT couldn't press this advantage harder is because that thing in the top right of your screen, the AD carry, was not there for that fight. The rocket was the only contribution they can have. See it? Top esports still in the enemy jungle though.
UCal's so close to finding that charm there, but Top esports play it safe. Drake coming up in a second. And remember, Top esports, this is their soul if they can take the dragon. 15 seconds on Rookie and he has TP available. Feels like TT are nervous to fight for this one.
It would be soul for Top esports, and again, not really the game-ending soul in the way that a Hex deck is, or potentially some Mountains and Infernals. Not all souls are created equal. Teleport back in from Rookie. No Tibbers, but he has himself the stun. How much can TT do?
Gotta watch Beitchuan. He needs to make his way into the pit. Oh, he's chunked by Jackulov. The rocket goes out, soul taken, and Wayward has found Beitchuan. Knocked him back as he dashes forwards, looking for Yao Yao as well. Hoya zoned away by Tien. Q3 flashed away from Beitchuan, gets into the brush, but he's alone and chased down by Jackulov. A hail of arrows falls from the sky, and Beitchuan is slain. Yao Yao next, but it's a great Everfrost from UCal to buy space for his support. Taken down anyway with the all-out. As now Hoya rejoins the team. Oh, the charm keeps Rookie away, denies the Tibbers. It was just about on cooldown, but Rookie was looking for the stun. Top esports, they get soul, they get a couple of extra kills, and they get control.
And the carries of Thunder Talk Gaming just can't make it happen. Hoya caught out to the side this time. It was 1xN just before that. And 1xN has barely been able to impact either of the games since that first one. First game looked so good, but without the Aphelios, looks like he's without teeth. Hoya without a life bar.
And Hoya had such a good start to the game, had such a good team fight earlier on with the needleworks going on through, but consistently not respecting what Top esports could do to lock him down and take him out. That'll be a mid lane inhib taken. And this feels reminiscent of what we saw yesterday with LGD taking JDG to 3 games. The underdog story felt like it could come true, but then denied in the end. It was JDG that came out on top. TT take game number 1 today. And it looked so good. Hoya making things happen in the top side here in game 3, but it is Top esports ahead. 7,000 gold lead. Chemtech Soul. Everything going their way.
Top esports, with a win like this, see themselves to 3-1. Of course, they fell off at the end of spring. They couldn't quite make it happen, even with their huge expectations coming into this year. It was one of those daunting super teams. We tend to forget most super teams do end up failing. It's only the precious few which end up reaching those heady heights. JDG, we expect them to be one of those such teams. For Top esports, they're going to spare a couple of their blushes from spring. Went out fairly early into playoffs in that split. But if they manage to get themselves a a bed of confidence, at least some bedrock to work off for Summer so they can build again. There are great things we know that each of these players can do.
They certainly are. Esports already have achieved great things. International victory at MSC 2020.
I knew you were going to mention that. I knew it.
We talked about it off stream earlier today before the show started. Kind of robbed in 2020. I feel like they probably would have won MSI had it happened. They were in fantastic form at the time. And you know, I remember 2020, like, off the back of winning MSC, they're winning Summer. So many people, myself included, firmly believed they were the favorite going into Worlds 2020, but just a complete collapse at the tournament, it has to be said. As TN maybe has found H1, who's just going to zip away as a blast gun. He'll get out to safety.
Maybe don't go towards the Varus. A lot of the time, of Wukong going into Varus, I think, yes, good thing. The Varus is going to die. Not this one. Not when he's got a stopwatch, 3.5 items. JackeyLove making a bit of an irregular pick in the meta right now. The Varus really work out. We were wondering what was going to happen after the AD carry pool got hit later into it, but this is a good reminder that JackeyLove actually has a really solid poke Varus. Done great work with it in this game from laning phase into team fights, and now going to start controlling this Baron.
When you think about what I was just talking about, 2020 being one of the peaks for top esports, I mean, that was Lethality Varus better. I remember almost everyone was just playing Lethality Varus every single game. That Corrupted Potion start. Baron down to 6k. TT, I don't think there's any way they can contest this one. It's just going to go down. Top esports maintaining their lead. Rookie just playing bouncer on the top side of the plate as a TP even comes out towards that bottom side to deny the tier 2 in answer. The gold lead continuing to increase for top esports. And like you say, not only are we getting to see this Varus, which is fun anyway, but for anyone who wasn't watching earlier when we saw it picked to Champ Select, this is the second Varus of the entire split so far, which that's a lot of games. I know we're only on week 2, but we've got 3 best of 3s a day. That is a lot of games for week 2. And perhaps could be something that we see come into the meta. Depends when we hit 3-11. That's the big question, because I feel like at that point it's all Triforce.
There's something to that, and it's sadly not all Yao Yao. His HP bar has gone. He is deceased, gone to meet his makers. He is an ex-Leona. And considering how difficult the laning phase was, you would have hoped for a bit more power from this Leona. Got a couple of picks in mid-game, but TT, they've really just fallen down to the continual pressure of top esports.
I do think as well, TT have played pretty disrespectfully in this third game. Like, so often we've seen Yao Yao caught out or Hoya caught out. Like, really just not expecting top esports to be looking for these picks when all game top esports have been looking for these picks. It's a little disappointing to see them caught out time and time again. Fighting, I don't even know what vision you're really fighting for there. Like, that is not your jungle anymore. As the siege will continue here for top esports. They might actually just win the game without personally hitting the Nexus here if these cannons keep up the way they're going.
Perfect victory, not a single auto attack on the Nexus, and yet you're the ones that can win it. These cannon minis are getting scarily strong though, scary close to that Nexus. Tara keeps going down. That's a Jinx ult for wave clear. 1xN really just trying to do the bare minimum he can to these turrets.
Here we go, the attempt comes out, Yukal with the flash forwards, but just locked down and taken out here. JackeyLove in trouble, Hoya on the back line, but shot straight between the eyes. We've got Robin Hood there for JackeyLove, as he will finish the game in style. TT forced back onto Fountain. And it looked so good for TT in game number 1 of the series, but top esports remind us why they're in the conversation for being a top team as they make their way towards the top end of the scoreboard. That'll be their 3rd victory on the board, which puts them, I believe, in 2nd place as they'll have slightly better game difference over JDG.
And top esports, a team with a huge amount of expectations, huge amount of name brand value. They were very close to TT in spring. They lost them in the regular season. They just about pipped them to the post in the standings. They've ended up finishing 7th over TT's 8th. And even then, this was a fairly close series, all things said and done. TT, they had options. They had plans which were very close to working out. Game 1, of course, it was largely on just, we have an Aphelios who's very good at Aphelios. We can work through that in late game. In games 2 and 3, there were just some early game missteps that went just a little bit awry. particularly in that third game, you have to really rue the opportunity of going towards that early game dive and not really making the, or rather going towards the early game flash over the wall for the camps in bot side jungle, but not ending up transferring that into a bot lane advantage. It felt like maybe you could skip those Krugs, just do a level 2 gank, just burn some flashes, burn some summers, allow 1xN and Yao Yao into the game, and that didn't happen. And then actually, because there's nothing derailing the Varus and the Heimerdinger bot lane, they just do what they always do. Get that lane pressure, get that poke, and they take over the game in a very non-counterplay way. They couldn't really break that pressure. You can see that eventually TT, they just ran out of inspiration and ran out of options.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, especially with how badly that first Baron play went for TT. I feel like that was the moment where the game really fell apart, right? And like you say, with the Baron and the Varus, what can you do? Like, how do you stop that? Especially when you're behind in gold. You've got to find some kind of miracle engage to get onto this Varus and take him down. But even if you do, there is other damage on this composition as well. That's before you even look at Rookie, who was basically one-shotting people. Like, we saw this combination of Rookie and Tien catching people out and finding those moments. So, like, really fantastic game for Top Esports, playing it slow and steady, knowing that they don't actually have to fight. They can just never fight in this game and almost get, I want to say, a pacifist victory. Like, it was a weird game of League of Legends, but Top Esports
it's
played
like,
it right.
You know, like in Civilization, you have like the technology victory, you have the cultural victory, the military victory, and stuff like that. This one felt like it was a technology victory. It was like, we've got our macro, we have our items, that's it. We've got the great team comp. It wasn't necessarily about the huge mechanical outplays. Not that there weren't some in there as well, because this is the LPL. We do that quite regularly here. But particularly when you had the moments, I think the moment where it really stuck out for me was when Rookie caught Hoya out when Hoya felt like he was forced to join the group in mid lane to take the mid lane out of turret, and then on the retreat back to a side lane, Rookie's just stood in the brush and completely one-shots him. That was the moment where I was like, okay, you don't feel safe enough to be in side lanes. You feel like you have to group with your fed, quote unquote, because it's a bit weird with that Gwen with how they could leverage it, top lane carry, and then you can't even move across the map either. The vision control fell apart with it. Top Esports, it felt like they were very confident in the mid game and then into the late game as well around vision control, about how they could make picks in a way that we've rarely seen from them this year. It's a good evolution to see from them as a squad.
I think that's the big thing. Oh my well, you can see which sides of the map were strong, can't you?
Yeah.
But to your point on Top Esports, I agree that it feels good to see Rookie looking for pockets of vision in the way that they're playing, like sneaking around the map and playing with expectations of what TT are thinking is possible. Really, really good to see that, dare I say, mojo coming out from Top Esports there. The question for me, though, is can you do that against teams where they're going to have watched this series, they're going to have seen Rookie playing like that, and they're going to be all about vision control, all about checking those brushes? Can you pull it off against your JDGs, against your EDGs, against your OMGs? Like, are you going to be able to replicate that is the question. And, I mean, only time will tell. But Top Esports looking good today. And TT, like, I don't want to just only say bad things off the back of the series. Like, they did have a fantastic game. Well, they have had a fantastic series as well. But I've got music to my ears, boys and girls, because we've got Jackie Love standing by for a winner's interview. So I'm going to kick it over to Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Jackie Love, the ball laner for Top Esports. Congratulations on your win. It is a reverse sweep for you. So my first question is about how did you guys adjust your form or change some strategies after losing game number 1 to bounce back in game number 2? 欢迎 Jackie Love 来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜拿下了本局比赛的胜利。那么今天这局比赛是一个让1追2嘛，所以想问一下，队伍在第一局小失利之后做了哪些方面的调整和改变呢？
因为第一把我们选了一个基本都是全线发育的阵容，然后想去就是跟对面感觉打团的话，我们就是会更好赢一点吧，觉得。然后后面觉得我们今天的团战其实打的其实就没想到就没有我们想象中的效果。然后后面觉得就是把上中野选得好一点，然后去打点前面的强势。
So firstly, in game number 1, we got all 3 lane scaling champions. We wanted to get some leads in team fights, but unfortunately we didn't work out in our team fight. So our adjustment and strategies changes is just like to got some very powerful top, mid, and jungle champions in the next coming matchups. So maybe we can manage to bounce back from this part. And the second question I also want to touch on: why did you guys pick Virus and Hammer this body in game 3? And in few days ago, I also noticed that you got Ziggs, this kind of champions. So could you please share me your insight on the meta in terms of body, and why this body? Why are you always so flexible in terms of the champion picks with you and Mark？ 那么第二个问题想问一下，在第3局的时候，队伍这边为什么会选出一个维鲁斯和大头的下路组合呢？并且在前几天的时候也看到 Jackie Love 选手也拿出了炸弹人这个英雄，可不可以跟我们分享一下你对于这个版本就下路来说英雄选用上面的一些见解呢？为什么看起来对于滔博的下路好像什么都可以玩？
首先我觉得每个队伍都有每个队伍的理解，然后我们队伍的话，我觉得上中野选得好，我们下路就是其实能玩的比较多。就是上中野选好一点的话，我们下路就是选的稍微就能玩一点的话，我觉得整体阵容都会很好。然后我觉得维鲁斯大头其实蛮强的吧，但是要打出效果其实就很厉害，我觉得这个组合还可以。
So first of all, I do think each team has their own insights or read to the meta in terms of the body. And for our team, for Top Esports, as long as our top mid jungle got some decent and great champions, our bot lane can play a lot of champions too. A lot of body are available for us. And that in terms of the Virus and Hammer, this combination, I think it's really strong, very strong body in this meta if you can play decently, or it really can work out in official games. And next question, I also want to touch on the game 3. You got Virus, as you mentioned that you really did a really good job in laning, and this body was very dominant in laning. But until to the mid game, in 20 minutes overall, there was not much golden difference for your team as a whole squad. So what's your strategies to get your leads to your team overall and win game number 3 from your perspective? 那正如 Jackie Love 提到这个英雄，这个组合打出来打得好的话，确实是很强嘛。第3局的时候，你们在前期线上也是打出了很强的压制效果，但是一直到了20分钟，大概中期的时候，从整个队伍的整个经济上来讲，好像经济方面也没有特别大的领先，所以中期你们是怎么样把下路的优势辐射到全局，然后拉开差距的呢？
因为前面我们就是队伍上可能就对线上来说可能打得没那么好，然后可能前面陷入点劣势，但是因为我们这个组合前面控住资源，小龙会给对面很大的压力，而且我觉得就是对面的阵容其实也没那么好，就是打我们这种破克阵容嘛，然后就是我们打好一点，他们基本摸不到就会很难受，然后觉得经济上其实不拉开其实也不急，因为我觉得打到后面龙上面会给对面很大压力，然后慢慢打就好。
Actually, we just performed decently in laning phase, not very good, but also maybe with a little bit of errors on laning, so that I do not think the golden difference matters a lot, because that we got this body and we have shown dominance in lane, so that we can control a lot of tricks and a lot of objectives. So in terms of the golden difference, we didn't care too much about that, because we have some objectives leads, so that we can just still the farming, we can still manage to win in the mid to late game. And final question for you now, you are on a 3-winning streak for Top Esports. Are you satisfied with your current performance? 最后一个问题，现在 Top 拿下这局后来到了一个小小的3连胜嘛，然后想问一下 Jackie Love 选手对你们目前的队伍的整个状态还满意吗？
其实感觉现在队伍状态也没达到那种就是特别好，因为其实失误地方其实还有很多，然后只能说我们后面也会努力去练，然后争取，因为这个下一赛比较关键，然后会尽力去打。
Actually, I don't think we are in the best form currently. You can see that we sometimes make some errors, and we will work hard and practice more to perform better in summer split, which matters a lot. I mean, summer split matters a lot. Hope we can perform better in upcoming matchups. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Jackie Love 选手来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Christina. And Jackie Love, for the standard PR answers. Good to hear once again, as we do so often. Fantastic teamwork coming out from Top Esports, though, and a fantastic game number 3. Bit of a slow and steady one, and our MVP is going to be TN coming out of the back of that one, and I think rightly so. Like, so much of this was down to the control of the map. I feel like him and Rookie working together for a lot of this game to make sure that happens.
And also really did a good job of controlling his opposing number in Beitron, who tried to have some of these early game plans, and they were ultimately foiled by Tien. Now, you can say that part of that was on the execution from TT's side of things, but still Tien did a really good job of making sure that he was in the right place at the right time to, as you say, kind of orchestrate the map, make sure that he was in the right place at the right time for all of the important picks in the game, and then also stop Hoya being a menace in the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya, it felt like he was going to take over the game, right? After the laning phase he had against Wayward. 2 different kills during that laning phase. But unfortunately for him, Top Esports 2 on it across the course of this one. Rookie consistently CCing him. And speaking of, this is that rotation that you talked about before, where he just gets basically one shot, not expecting Rookie to be coming from behind there. And then these fights. I mean, this one was really brutal, where they all get stuck in the back of the pit, and it's just Top Esports able to steal the Baron and then kill a bunch of them off as well.
For sure. And like, the Baron steal was like the cherry on top of what happened this game. It was a bit of a desperation from TT, but the fact that Tien was so on point with smites this entire series added that extra difference to Top Esports to help them walk away with this series. Because at the end of the day, this wasn't one-sided. That first game was particularly a really great showing from 1XM. We already talked about it a lot as the AD carry from TT, but Top Esports, they will have to walk away with some questions, particularly from bits of their draft, and then also looking at the early game plays that were displayed against them, there were definitely ways which they could have fallen apart around that bot lane early on into the game, had TT played just a little bit better. So there are some things to review still.
Yeah, definitely things to review, I would say, for both teams. Like, there are ways to improve at this point, but still positive for Top Esports. They do manage to grab themselves the win in the end. And with all of that said, we're going to take a break, but myself and Nymera are going to be saying goodbye to you guys. The third series of the day is going to be BLG versus Ultra Prime, and it'll be Asheen and Kitty taking it away. So thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in chat for the third series.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死！阿比打到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，
来 BLG 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。JK Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 JK Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到 陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好， 而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说经理我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来那应该没了 ，Q 3杀很快，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了，我的天哪！
其实我刚打街的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，迎进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
3杀到了，还有了，接起来又定住了，杀鬼皇帝有了，4杀5杀嘛，
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上单选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的，首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以 很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了。就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。
我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
这个赛季我们在休赛期的话，然后就是增加了自己的每个位置的沟通吧，然后让队伍的节奏变得正常一点吧。下场面对 BLG 的话，我觉得我们要每个人都要做得很好，才能打败他们嘛，因为他们也刚从 MSI 回来嘛，然后状态也比较好，就是我们要每个位置都做到自己的最好，应该能和他们打吧。
就对上 UP 的话，我觉得他们这队伍比较就是打野配合节奏吧，然后玩的比较拘谨稳定一点。然后我们打他们的话，我觉得我们用我们的激励玩法去打他们，应该会挺有优势的。就春天好的话，就是在我们没有被人看好的情况下，一路打到总决赛吧，然后遗憾的输掉了吧。然后在夏天来说的话，希望和队友好好配合，拿到一个非常好的成绩吧。夏天希望是一段非常好的开心的旅程吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just getting ourselves into our third and final series of the day. I am just Ushin. I am joined by the fantastic Kitty as we're bringing you guys another absolute banger. The undefeated BLG coming up a little bit of a kind of a surprising upstart here in Ultra Prime, no pun intended, but this is definitely kind of one of those things where we're kind of going, BLG should win, but Ultra Prime might have a thing or two to say about that.
Yeah, and with Ultra Prime going up against, I believe BLG is our first ranked team for the time being. This is going to be their first real big challenge, because if you take a look at their previous matches, we had week 1, they were up against AL and then FPX, and then they were up against WE, which they unfortunately lost to. So they are coming back of a loss, and this is going to be a really big question on how they approach this game, because I was just looking at the statistics for BLG, and it's very safe to say that BLG is the best team when it comes to their early game ability and how they really snowball with that lead. And I really want to give credit to On and Shun being able to have a lot of these vision control, at least the vision control around those major objectives. And the few stats that I want to highlight is that they are first in the average vision control set up in the jungle. They are also first in both the first Rift Herald and Dragon control rate and average wards placed per game. So they just have the entire map lit up.
Yeah, they know how to make sure that no matter what you do, they know about it. That's kind of the BLG way coming into this particular one in this particular series. And again, it's kind of great to see BLG maintaining that momentum after an incredibly good MSI, after a very, very solid spring playoffs. Where, a lot of people kind of maybe questioning how long can this go, or is the new floor kind of the new floor just kind of what we should be expecting? And it does feel like we are just getting this kind of new vibe from BLG that they are just that good. I will say, every now and again, the lights get turned off. They, they don't play as a team. They just become completely nonsensical in how they play the game, and it does become a little bit of a question mark of like, wait, is this the team that 3-0 Gen G and 3-1 T1, or what is going on? Who are these imposters? Because they can be a little bit, shall we say, free with some of their games they've given over so far this split.
Yeah, I mean, in their individual game losses up against RA and EDG, it was pretty interesting to see how BLG adapted once they weren't in the position with that early gold lead. And I think On in particular, he was going for a lot of those greedy wards. I believe I was casting with you. We were just like, On, what are you doing, man? You just shouldn't be getting caught there. So this was specifically exposed up against EDG. So my biggest question for Ultra Prime is that I think a very big highlight for this team is Ning, and how he's able to kind of force team fights after you survive the early game, especially when we've seen a bit of inconsistency out of this player. But I think once we reach level 6 and you have that, like, let's just say he's probably going to pick something like the Nocturne or the Vi, which is his comfort, then that's when Ultra Prime gets going. And for this upcoming matchup, I mean, Ultra Prime, they just need to hold down their forts before BLG explodes the entire game, and then deny most of BLG's early game picks to really get to that stage.
And that's the thing, like BLG again, we're only a couple of series into the split. We're only into the end of week 2, or coming into the end of week 2. But BLG have kind of established themselves as a team that's not afraid to go for those, big plays around the map. We've seen it multiple times where they were diving on bot lane, 4-man committing to try and get Elk ahead. And Elk is slowly but surely becoming one of the more consistent and terrifying ADCs that we have in our league, and a league that's built upon ADC talent. So very curious to see what Ultra Prime can can bring to the table to try, as you say, stop that momentum, stop those picks from coming in, and maybe get a little bit of their own. For BLG, I mean, you're coming into this exceptionally confident. I feel like this right now is a team that can and has, you know, built so much off of the momentum of MSI that they can maybe just kind of feel like they can and will take on absolutely anybody.
Yeah, most definitely. And someone that I do want to highlight is Yago. I think after MSI, he's also a huge standout for the entire BLG roster, where he is a great facilitator when it comes to that mid lane role. And with the current meta being dominated by the Nikos, the Annies, Lissandras, and the Aries, he's also shown us a little bit of flexibility by introducing that Jace and Syndra into his champion pool, which really enables BLG's entire team composition to play around a more well-rounded champion pool.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, like, I always kind of bring it up because Yagao, he is an exceptional player, but he's not the kind of flashy player. He isn't a player like Knight or Rookie who will win you the game off of, like, you know, a one-on, you know, kind of 3 individual performance. And he does get a little bit of a reputation as being a facilitator in that mid lane because of his general champion pool. But I do feel like you have to start putting respect on this guy's name, because this guy has picked up several LPL titles, gone to several international events, and kind of proven to be worth his weight in gold in terms of how he's been able to kind of, you know, work whatever roster it was. You know, obviously JDG definitely winning in terms of the breakup, quote unquote, because obviously, you know, he got swapped out for Knight and he moved on to BLG. But again, the fact that Yagao goes to BLG makes this roster work, goes to back-to-back finals, you know, in spring finals and in MSI finals. This guy is exceptionally good at what he does, and I really do feel like it's an unfortunate kind of setup for him that if it was any other league, I feel like, maybe except for LCK, you know, this guy would be touted as one of the best, but just because of the amount of names that we have and the amount of talent that we have here at the LPL, he does unfortunately fall to the wayside, but he does deserve the praise.
Yeah, great achievements so far by Yago, and I think him bringing in that veterancy and guiding players like Xun, Elk, and On, who are relatively new to the whole LPL-esque. I mean, it was their first international in 2023 for that MSI event, and they just went all the way to finals, taking down both LCK teams, which is a huge achievement in itself. But my biggest question is going to be around that mid lane, because we have Forge coming in for this summer split, and I think Forge, he's very similar to how Yago pilots his champion pools. He acts as a facilitator similarly to what we've seen so far from BLG, but I think him having something like the Gragas, which was also picked by Ultra Prime, is going to be a huge lookout for the side of this game, because when you do have a champion that can be flexed towards the top side, it does make the team composition a little bit confusing. But another player that I want to highlight is Harry in that top lane, because I think Harry's champion pool has been a little bit experimental with the carry champions, especially with Forge leaning towards those utility champions, but having something like that Gwen and Rumble shown in his own pockets, shown in that series up against AL on day 1, is going to really take BLG by surprise. But he's up against Bin, so I'm not too sure about that anymore.
I mean, yeah, Bin, the hottest top lane talent at the moment. Something I actually didn't even realize, just because Bin, it feels like he's been around forever, but he is only 19 years old. He is born in 2020, or 22, yeah, he's 19 years old. This is exactly what I was looking at, and he's already got himself, basically, he's won everything except for Worlds. He's won an LPL, he's won an MSI, he's won a Demacia Cup, a Nest Cup, he's won an, what was it, you know, kind of even gotten through an LPL Regionals as well. The only thing he hasn't won is literally a World Championship in terms of his trophy case of tournaments he's been able to kind of go for. So, but he has been to the final, and this is again a team, or even a player that has such a massive career ahead of him. If Billy can get this guy going, if they can keep him here, this could be the starting of a dynasty for him, and, you know, kind of seeing how well he's able to kind of perform. Because again, 19 years old, September 28, 2003, this guy is, you know, just so young and so much potential within him. And it's again, it's one of those things that we're always kind of saying, is that no wonder everyone's so excited for him, because he's showing plays like this and he has such a long career ahead of him.
Yep, definitely a superstar when it comes to that top lane, but I also want to highlight BLG. They've been looking like a different team ever since Coach Tubby has joined them in the middle of spring regular split, and I think at the very beginning of this year, BLG, they had their faults, they were showing a little bit of weakness, they looked a little bit lost with how they wanted to approach the games, especially when it came to those mid-game skirmishes and team fights, where I think my biggest critique for Bin, at least for the start of the year, was that he was a little bit inconsistent when it came to that laning phase. But Tabe joining, something clicked within this roster, and it's been going smooth sailing ever since. And I'm not going to be surprised if BLG is going to noom all the way up into the ranks and represent us at Worlds. But I need to stop myself there because we have a lot of talented rosters for this summer split, so it's very hard to pinpoint where these teams are going to end up on. But we'll have to wait and see because they still have to play their series up against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, absolutely. Ultra Prime coming into there, and like we said, couple of a very solid start to the season here for Ultra Prime, taking down AL and of course FBX. Did drop to WE, as you mentioned, going off of a 2-0 loss into this particular matchup. And this is the thing though, for Ultra Prime, this is a project for them. This is something that we're not keeping exceptional I suppose expectations for this roster, for this organization coming into the split. This is, however, a split where they have to show improvement. There's nothing worse than kind of, starting from the bottom and then going nowhere and staying there. You have to be improving. You have to be looking for more in your roster, in your team, to try and make things better for this team. And again, this is a roster that, has got a couple of potential stars in them. I think that Doggo is definitely someone that a lot of people have been looking towards, and maybe hasn't been living up to the high highs he maybe had in the PCS. But this is definitely a roster that can bring it together when needed, and with people like Forge as well, they can throw a little bit curveballs as well. I would like to see him maybe going for something a little bit crazier today, considering they have got Ning in that jungle as well.
Yeah, and I like how you bring up the point in Doggo, because we definitely see great potential in this player, especially with him having a lot of flashy performances. Even at the start of the summer split, I believe one of his highlight games was playing that Zeri and Yuumi and going 12-3. An absolute monster when you enable him or at least give him the situation to really set up or be set up for success. But you have to think, who are they going against? Well, it's going to be On and Elk, and I think these two players, when it comes to that laning phase, it is going to be extremely chaotic on how they really want to take their approach in that early game. And I think Doggo and Sorda, they are still working on their synergy quite a lot, especially when it comes to those team fights, but mainly laning. Sorda needs to hold down the fort and allow Doggo to just scale safely into the late game, because I don't think, depending on the matchup of course, but Elk and On, they're more than happy to pick up something like the Rakan that can allow On to make those flashy plays. And Sorda, I mean, we've seen him play a lot of those enchanters, and I still think it's going to be a huge highlight for this entire team composition that they decide to draft, which will be towards that late game. But I'm more than happy for them to prove me wrong.
Absolutely. This is the thing. Look, we're coming in, we're setting the stage, the expectations, if you will, but this is the LPL. Like, we did see LGD.
See that?
I did.
It's Yago as a plant.
And then Yagao as the Gromp. Yagao as the GOAT coming up soon, as a couple of people probably noticed. But again, Yagoat. But again, this is a kind of a thing where like the league is so varied in styles and varied in how things kind of come in, and I think a lot of people tend to have very big expectations for teams. We did see LGD taking a series and making JDG sweat a bit earlier on this week. We did see today even Top Esports dropping a game as well, so I think it was up against TT. So these are the little small things that you have to keep in the back of your mind. No team is perfect, no team is infallible, and they can drop games if the conditions lead them to.
Yep, extremely scrappy to say the least. As like you've been highlighting, we can't just take these teams for granted, because sometimes early game just explodes and even the best teams that we have in our league will fall victim to it. But as banning phase starts, we do have a lot of the champions being denied, the Gwen and the Vi in particular, from Ultra Prime, and that's a little bit worrying, because I think Ning, we have seen him play something like the Nocturne, which is going to be high priority being left open. But when it comes to the synergy between him and Forge, it has to be something like the Annie paired alongside that champion to make it really work. But BLG, they're on blue side this time around, and Nico's open.
Yeah, you kind of go for the Nico. Yagao has proven time and time again that he is more than comfortable on this particular champion. Has already built himself a mini highlight reel of the amount of plays he's able to kind of go, but very creative with that Nico cloning as well. So see what the side of Ultra Prime want to try and swap up for it. I was going to say the Aphelios and Cassante could just be the 1-2 here straight away. and get themselves those locked and loaded. For BLG, they may look to get the Wukong and then possibly put the Scion into Bin as well. But again, not a great matchup. Maybe he wants the Jax. We've seen Bin take the Jax into the Cassante on quite a few occasions. So definitely something he is aware of and happy to kind of throw at. But we'll see what they end up want to go for.
Yep. Champions like the Wukong and the Sejuani are both available. It is going to be the Wukong Insta-lock fortune in this game 1, but I do also want to talk about that Jax priority because we have LCK starting on the other side, and both of these regions so far have had so much priority, or at least a higher priority in this champion, because I think with the new Triforce build, I mean, you are just such a menace when it comes to those late games team fights, especially with a much better base stat with that item being buffed. But it is going to be the Annie counter for this Nico lane, but I still think Nico is just 10 times better when it comes to those team fights, so we'll have to wait and see how Forge really pilots this champion. As Ultra Prime, they're gonna now start considering what is going to happen towards that bottom side, because you still have a lot of engaged supports open for On to take, like the Nautilus and also the Rakans. I'm wondering if they will ban that away, while BLG, you can start focusing down those junglers and really narrow down what Ning has in terms of options.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I do say that you still probably want to ban away the Lulu here as BLG, just get that off the board. You don't want to give that Enchanter support over to someone like Sword Art to help out Doggo to get to that late game that you talked about a little bit earlier on, but they're going to respect the Nocturne for the moment. You mentioned it as well, the Vi and the Nocturne, two things that Ning is exceptionally comfortable on. Maybe going to be going towards a bit of a Viego in this particular game, but for so far, we've been seeing it that BLG kind of happy to go for these big AoE team fights. You can look at the way their team has already kind of built itself with that Nico and Wukong. It's the Venn diagrams of death, as I like to call them, as you kind of covering such a large surface area. And it's actually Ultra Prime who want to ban away the Lulu, and that gives. I feel like that's it's a bit of a misstep there from Ultra Prime. I feel like BLG were kind of forced to ban that one. Ultra Prime could have picked it, but they obviously want to go for a little bit more of a hard engage, maybe the Nautilus.
Sword Art can also look for something like the Braum, save that counter for the support position, but something possible of happening for the side of Ultra Prime. We have seen an Annie being flexed towards that support. I believe it was FPX Chill picking up for himself, and then we have the Cassante being placed in the mid lane, and then we have a counter pick save for that top lane just for Harry, because we've seen that once he is in a winning matchup, it does allow or make Bin have such a struggle in that top side. And him coming into the summer split, yes, he is extremely consistent in the team fights, but he has found a little bit of a crevice to overcome when it comes to the laning phase. But we'll have to wait and see. But it is going to be the Rakan denied away from On. So now the question is, what is On going to pick? Because we have seen champions like the Janna picked by a 1D, and that did wonders for him, but it is going to be just a plain I'm not gonna plain Nautilus. Oh my god, I need to shut up. Take it away, Rasheen.
They needed a bit of hard engage to help out as this full dive composition kind of comes in. The Nautilus, the Malphite locked and loaded here for BLG. They're looking to try and just honestly just pile everybody onto Doggo and kill him. That's the vibe I'm getting for them right now as Ultra Prime think about where they want to try and put this last pick for themselves. Plenty of burst available if they can combo up this Kha'Zix if it does get locked in with the Annie, but it does work as a similar style here with the Viego, with a little bit maybe more safety and more resets. So they're going to go and pick up that particular jungler for themselves and give that to Ning there. So good combination of kind of CC available here for the mid jungle of Ultra Prime. And that may be an avenue for them to try and take control of these early to mid game team fights.
Yeah, most definitely, and this is going to be Ning's first game on the Viego for the summer regular split, so we'll have to wait and see how he is feeling in this matchup up against the Wukong, which is going to be for BLG. But like you've been saying, BLG locking in so much wombo combos for this game one. The Nico, the Cyclone, and the Malphite. I mean, everyone's going to be in a bouncing castle if Ultra Prime isn't going to play carefully around those chokes. But my biggest point is still going to be about how Ning is going to pilot this Viego, where he has to be kind of stepping up as that carry player, because we've seen Viegos do wonders once you are able to get those resets. But I'm getting a little bit worried because I don't think Annie does have that amount of burst to put someone so low where the Viego can use the Heartbreaker and start popping off. But we will have to wait and see for this game one.
Game is ready to begin. The teams are locked and loaded. We are going to be jumping onto the rift for game one of this best of three. BLG still undefeated here in the LPL in terms of series. 3-0, looking to make that 4-0 as they hit the 25% mark, whereas on the side of Ultra Prime, looking to try and bounce back after a tough loss against WE. Maybe to get themselves a little bit of a scalp, and maybe playoffs doesn't become that big of a dream for this very, very young roster. We'll have to wait and see, as everything shall be left here on the Rift for this first game. And I want to give a little stat just before we do jump into this one. Ning has only played the Viego twice, was in spring, and they were both losses. So this is not exactly a well-known pick for Ning, or something that maybe we could say he's exceptionally comfortable on, but I'm more than happy, as we always say, to be proven wrong on these situations, because we want to be able to see teams, you know, bring out new champions and get better at them as they continue on in their career.
Yeah, most definitely. And the points that I had for Ning is I think he is a very reliable player once you are able to safely get to that level 6 point for this champion. And especially with the Viego, you want to be full clearing and just hoping that you do have a very swift early game. But BLG, I mean, on being on something like the Nautilus is going to start forcing that tempo very early on throughout the bottom side, and especially with Yago given a high priority lane in this mid lane matchup, it is going to allow Xun to hover towards that bottom side and force things to happen. So Ultra Prime, they really need to deny all of those angles if they want an even matchup in this mid game.
We shall see. Good defensive vision, good aggressive actually defensive vision coming out here from Ultra Prime. You can see the lanes pretty much scattered across the river, the wards even scattered across the river, just giving them plenty of ideas of where exactly this Wukong should be at some times. But the fun thing is that no information is information in itself. If he's not in the jungle, or if he's not in the top, if he's on the top side jungle or in the river, he's almost certainly on the bot side, and that's exactly where they're trying to put that pressure now. You can see from BLG, they're confident in pushing forward, knowing that level 1, as I always say, the Aphelios is just not a champion.
Now level 2 as BLG secure the bottom side priority in that bush. But yeah, we do have Ning slowly clearing towards his top side, most likely going to look for that Scuttle Crab, as we have Harry on the Cassante in this game 1 getting that lane priority up against Malphite. But we all know that we have players picking the Malphite as that counter, not for laning. They do go extremely even and doesn't allow this Cassante to get those early plays that he so desires with that Demolish. But when it does come to those team fights, I mean, I'm a little bit afraid for Doggo. He does have the cleanse, but what is cleanse going to do against 4 knockups by BLG?
I was just about to say, it's that like cleanses don't cleanse knockups, unfortunately, for Doggo, but it will cleanse a little bit of a CC from the Nautilus. Of course, one of the I think he is the most CC heavy character in the game. As we wait to see now where they want to try and kind of put their pressure and put their priorities. Ning just on a full clear here, gonna move back down towards that bot side, maybe take up Scuttle as well. So the jungler's happy with the way their clears are going for the moment. And this is the problem with going into Rakan, is that the Nautilus definitely a bit of a kind of a counter to that particular pick. You go in, he has just got such an easy time of getting his auto attack down, CSing you away, and just kind of making sure that your trade is never a positive one.
Most definitely, as we have both junglers now getting their Scuttle Crab. Ning walking towards his bottom side, he does get spotted out. I'm honestly surprised that BLG didn't really contest this Viego towards that bottom side Scuttle. We've had both Yaga and Elk having first move. Maybe just mess up Ning's tempo in this early game, but they are going to take the safer route and just let him back. But this early game has been relatively calm before just so extremely low in this Annie.
Yeah, taking some unfortunate trade backs as we always know, the first 5 minutes of the game, generally speaking, doesn't really have a lot happening here. We'll see if Xun and On want to go for anything here themselves. They're going to push in aggressively. Yeah, they are going to find the lollipop right there on the Doggo, who does cleanse away, gets himself a flash, and drops down the grab at him as well. Good trade back of damage here for the Ultra Prime bot lane, which forces a flash out of Xun. It is summoners, though, in favor of BLG, as they only burned 2 and they got 3 out of Ultra Prime. And more importantly, they got 2 of those off of the AD carry.
Like you said, I mean, Doggo is now sitting on no summoner spells whatsoever as Ultra Prime Ning. He is going to just hover around as Doggo gets his wave in, but I am getting a little bit worried because he has that flash available. I'm assuming he went Hextech as well, so if he gets his hands by just flash autoing this Aphelios, that can be a kill angle for BLG to force, but we'll have to wait and see because you have Xun not anywhere near this bottom side just quite yet.
They're going to try and dive it. This is risky. You've Glacial Augment on and a Cleanse on Elk, so this is definitely not the most ideal of situations. Good auto-attacking spacing coming in here. A good flash from both bot laners means they know they're not going to go down. Doggo is so low, and he is so dead. Now the Jinx can get excited. Ultra Prime, I love the idea, but the execution just wasn't it.
Oshin, I said it before, as long as Ultra Prime don't explode in the early game, I think it's winnable, but 2 kills into Elk's hand on a Jinx, as on an Elk, they just have to burn their flashes to avoid all the CC and setup that Ultra Prime tried to throw at them, and it turned out to be a disastrous dive. But we will have another look at what happened here, because we have the wave pushed in, and the Chompers does get onto the support of Ultra Prime, but this CC not landing onto the Jinx, and also BLG on having that flash available, Doggo taking that extra bit of tower shot. Xun had to give up his Raptors. I know most solo queue junglers don't do this, but he will protect his bottom lane when he has to.
I mean, just a huge swing of momentum right there. And honestly, I think he said it, is that this game does feel like it's this team just feel like it's kind of like relies on Elk, and they put so much into him. And a lot of teams are trying to put so much against him to try and stop him from having these kind of impacts. But now with 2-0 and 1, he's still got the Cull stacking up. He's already got the High Noon Quiver. He is feeling good right now in this bot side. And again, it just came off of the fact that Doggo had no summon. I like the idea from Ultra Prime if they had all their summoners to do the turret aggro, but without those and the fact that they're just not able to gain anything off of Elkanon, it just makes it so much harder.
You know, talking about tower dives and playing towards that bottom side, specifically shutting down a Jinx in that early game, I think LGD did a great example of how to really shut down this Jinx from having a safe early game, and I believe that was the series up against JDG. So I would like everyone to kind of look back to that, because I think LGD had a really good approach. They burnt the summoner spells very early on from the bottom lane, and then they just kept re-ganking this. But this time around, it was your own ADC who had to burn the double summoners out of a 3v3, as this is going to be a slow push for the side of BLG, as Yago, he is going to hit level 6 very soon, after, I believe, one more wave. He's level 7 now, never mind. So they want to look for a 4-man dive towards his bottom side.
May be looking for it. The junglers are going to find themselves in a 1v1. Actually, never mind. It's a 3v2 in favor of BLG. The Rakan just can't stay alive. Doggo accepts his fate and goes, look, I'm going to make sure my jungler doesn't take a bad trade here. Ning just not really pulling the trigger, and this is already 5 kills at 8 minutes. We talked about how normally the meta right now is just so slow. Not in the bot lane, and not for BLG.
We need to take another look at how Sword Art got so extremely low, where Elk's Super Mega Death Rocket just finished him off. I'm assuming he didn't respect this slow pushing wave that was going towards Ultra Prime, never mind. But it is just the hook landing from on, and he got CC'd by the Chompers as a follow-up. As Doggo not having that flash available, getting wrapped around by the jungler of BLG is going to be another kill into this Kraken Slayer Jinx at 8 minutes, Oshin.
I mean, this is just hard to watch right now, and you can see Forge without an ultimate is going to be in a lot of trouble. Does he have a flash to get away? He does, but it shall be followed up there by Sean, who's got one a little bit of his own. This is 6 kills, and this is a scary BLG. This is a BLG that we've seen so often now so far this split. Yes, we're only 3 series deep, but their early games have been so suffocating for any and all teams to kind of go against. It really does feel like this team just knows how to play the game far more aggressively than, honestly, a lot of other teams in the league.
Yeah, BLG really showing us why they are the best early game team when it comes to the LPL, but I just wanted to highlight that Elk is alone in this bottom side. No one is going to be annoying him for the next minute or so, as he picks up, I believe, 2 plates if he can get this wave in. Maybe not. That's a little bit too greedy, as we have. We'll get it on the next one as Forge makes his way down here, but he also has to be very careful, as On has given up that priority towards his Rift Tower, which is going to get secured by Ning. I'm sure they're more than happy, because BLG, they're in the lead when it comes to just having 3k gold in this Jinx's pocket. So
yeah. I mean, 3 plates there for free to Elk. He's got himself the 3-0-2 on kills and nearly finish up the Cull as well. So the man's chilling. The man is vibing right now. You can see the goal difference is about 1,800 in that bot lane. Doesn't matter, honestly, about anything else. You could say the supports, you could say the junglers, but honestly, straight up, it doesn't make a difference. It's all about this Jinx and how exceptionally powerful they can be just coming into these big team fights. And then, like you mentioned earlier, having that Kraken Slayer already before the Cole gets the thing. This is the thing. The thing is that people have gone Cole, not because it's the most exceptionally efficient item in the game, even though it is, but basically what it does is that it gives you that first, like, kind of, you know, first item, the Storm Razor, the Gale Force, the Kraken, whatever it is, you know, at that timer, usually around the 10-minute mark. That's when it will kind of finish it up. We'll still see that there for Doggo. He'll be able to finish that on 8 more minions, so basically a wave and a little bit, and he'll get himself up to his item completion. Now you actually don't need that for Elk. You're just gaining more gold and more power spike for you because you don't even have to worry about getting an extra 350 gold.
Yeah, the Elk stocks for today is extremely high as we have BLG securing that vision control down as we don't have the flash available for Forge, so it is going to be so extremely tough for Ultra Prime to even look for an angle towards his bottom side as they do secure that first dragon. And I also want to highlight that the director, while Bin was backing, they just zoomed in on this FPX Malphite skin as he was just dancing around, so thank you, Mr. Directors. We also, all the pros in LPL seem to be very big fans of this Malphite skin. I've seen it 3 times already this week, I think.
Yeah, I think Doomby, I think it was LPL Fan Club tweeted out that translation from Doomby's co-stream where he's saying that, like, you know, it's nice to see his skin getting some use and a lot of it at that. And we'll see where everything wants to kind of go from here. It's kind of been a bit of a quiet few minutes.
Oh, bless you, Oshin. But something I do also want to highlight is Ning going for that Black Cleaver first, as you do have so much frontline on the side of BLG. So just having that extra bit of shred in terms of damage is going to help out Doggo in terms of how he's going to be able to DPS in this team fight. But we have highlighted that the reason why Vi and Nautilus is so high priority, as the hook does miss from on, but there is just no way that Ultra Prime is going to be able to walk into their own jungle. Yagel is around the corner as well. But having that single target CC onto Doggo is going to be the last thing he sees, as he will be very scared in this bottom side. But yeah, BLG having so much gold in the hands of Elk already and having the amazing setup for the Jinx to pop off.
It's a dive angle. Maybe not
I
so
don't
much
think
anymore with
so.
the wave getting pushed
The
in.
wave.
But On thinking about it again. On and Shun, this dynamic duo. Ning is coming here, but he's a little bit further behind. He has got the Black Cleaver, like you mentioned, to kind of shred through these health bars, but definitely not feeling the most super confident in On and Shun, recognizing maybe they don't want to make this one work just you know, hard force it as of yet. There is a TP for Forge and for Harry.
He went mid lane.
Vision control. Oh my god, we're going to see them go straight in on top of Sword Art, who just gets bumped up. Does not get away as the second half of the Cyclone is
2v3.
good. Doggo trying to see if he can get away from this one here. Does have the shock ropes. Nice little hook there right on top of Ning, and Elk gets himself his 4th kill of the game. It is a kill over to Ultra Prime to get themselves finally onto the board. But all this gold, all this experience, it's a 2-level difference between Doggo and Elk right now, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
And you see Elk already denying that CS, letting the minions die to the tower, which means setting Doggo even further behind. I don't think Yagel has the damage to finish off Forge here. Just quiet the flash from Forge and Yagel.
All right. Okay. I mean, yeah, look, it is what it is. It's unfortunate there for Yagao getting caught out, but full plates and a tower. That is an 8,000 gold Jinx. At 14 minutes into the game, they are 3,000 gold ahead of everybody else in the game. And this comes from just a really smart move here from the side of BLG to recognize, look, we have full information. We know we can take this.
On is just another being when he is given something that has a hooking ability, and I believe that he is now sitting on 100 KP on this Nautilus and just landing every single Q onto the enemy team and allowing Elk to pick those up one by one. But you already see that BLG, they don't need their ADC to really outplay the enemy team. They're already giving Doggo a really hard time in that 2v3 with only Shun. Shun did fall at the very end, but Doggo being so far behind. I believe that Elk is going to be on his 2nd item exactly on the Kraken Slayer and the Gale Force now, while Doggo unfortunately sitting on that Storm Razor. I've been saying this, Oshin, Ultra Prime, they needed to hold down the forts in this early game, but this game is spiraling out of control with this Dragon and Rift Herald spawning in the next few seconds.
I believe the first Rift Herald timed out for Ning. I don't believe he got to use it.
He died.
Yeah, I think he waited far, far too long to try and get that one going for himself. So yes, they got an objective, but it was a couple of local. It was a bit of local golden experience. Might as well have been a blue buff at that stage, just because of the lack of power they were able to kind of get from it, and because of the reset that had to come out of from Harry on that top side. It means we are going to see that tower getting taken down in that top lane. So Yagao maybe the target here, but it's a Nico at level 11. It's doable, but it's bloody risky.
Oh, is it bloody risky in it? We do have 3 people going towards his bottom side though. Forge having that flash available.
What was that?
We have 4 people committed to this.
I mean, you've got 4 people. This is what I was saying. It was risky. Forge is
They're all
already going
dead.
golden, and they're all going so low. Will they be able to kill off Yagao? Yes, they will finally be able to get off their mark, but now they can see they can maybe go for something on top of On. There's going to be a Super Mega Death Rocket coming in, and from downtown, Elk gets himself some kill participation. While this is happening, he's pushing in the mid lane. It's 2 kills for 1 a tower. Elk can keep going, though. They haven't reset, so he's going to get even more power into this mid lane.
Look, a 2-for-1 trade, we call that a win for Ultra Prime as they do shut down the 2 solo laners of BLG. I thought that dive was going to go so horribly for Ultra Prime, but Forge coming out with a very clutch stopwatch to stop that tank. And at the very end, it was only Ning that fell, but of course Elk getting another kill into his pockets with that Super Mega Death Rocket and 2 towers in this mid lane. I'm not too sure how Ultra Prime, or at least Forge and Sorta, is going to find their angles in these team fights, because you have no vision to work of whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely none. And 2 towers in mid, the Dragon, the Rift Heralds, oh wait, did they get the Rift Heralds? Actually, no, I don't believe he did. No way, he did. Where? Oh, he dropped it mid. Sorry, I'm absolutely tripping right now. Your impeccable British accent just caught me off guard so much. Flash in, cleanse, not good enough. They're going to try and see if they can get on top of Elk to try and trade this one back as Forge is waiting off to the backside. They are going to have a TP coming in, though. That's Yagao. Looking like he's going to try and make this one work for his team, and he does just that. Elk gets excited. This is a exhibition match here for BLG. They are already 8,000 gold ahead of Ultra Prime. We're not even at 20 minutes right now, Kitty.
Oshin, are we allowed to broadcast this? This is a slaughter from BLG. We have the attempts from Forge flashing onto Elk, who had that instant cleanse available. And of course, Yaga wrapping around with that TP just meant 3 more people falling to the victims of this team. But now they're going to work towards this bottom side tower. I'm not too sure how they're going to win this game anymore, because you have Harry, who is even in terms of levels, but it's just a Cassante.
I mean, even if Harry does get his hands on top of the Jinx, like, Elk's just so far ahead now that he probably shreds you out. And this again, just Doggo not respecting the fact that he could get engaged upon. Forge tries to make it work, but that was a frame perfect cleanse coming out here from Elk, which would normally be impressive, but that's just the standard that these AD carries in this league need to be.
Yeah, and Yago didn't even need to do anything here as the ultimate from Jinx just connects onto Doggo. But I also wanted to point out, great value out of this cleanse so far. I mean, we saw the W connect from Jinx, but I'm so sorry, Doggo. I don't think cleanse was the way to go for this game. Maybe a heal could have helped when it did come to those 2v3s, but I'm a result-based analyst, and this game is definitely proving to be so. But yeah, this is a huge goal lead for the side of BLG, nearing 10k at 20 minutes, Oshin.
I mean, it's a 3-item Jinx. There's 3 items onto Elk. The Gale Force was kind of changed so that early on it wouldn't be so good, and that late game it kind of becomes a bit of a better scaling item. Freak's words, not mine, but this is just unheard of. How do you make this work? You need to throw everything onto Elk and hope and pray you kill him. That's exactly what they're going to try and do here, but a great little disengage here. That means that On's going to be the target. He will be shut down as Ning picks himself up a kill. Look, it's not a lot, but it's enough to try and make it a little bit more tentative moments here for the side of BLG, and they're not going to be as cocky walking into this jungle.
Look, it wasn't just a kill, okay, Oshin? It was also red buff going into the hands of Doggo as they regain somewhat of a vision towards his top side, but I don't think they need On to even win this team fight, because they can just win it from a 4v5. I mean, Forge is getting solo.
Oh my god, and Forge as well. That was like 2 or 3 auto attacks here from Elk. So low, and already you can see Elk just kind of pushing forward. There was no stun available. They just try to use that for a little bit of harassment. And that's about it. You can see now that even 4v5, they just can't be confident going forward onto this. They can't feel like they can take anybody out without any of those big ultimates like the Heartbreaker or the Quickness.
I'm gonna be real, I think as long as BLG don't go for a full-on 50-50 flip for the Baron, they've just won this game. Forge is going for a TP. No flash
It's going to be a
available
long
on Elk.
one. They don't know he's there just yet. They're going to see if they can maybe catch him out, but he's already just a little bit too far behind the play. Just too much damage coming out here. You try to walk forward onto this Jinx, 1 or 2 auto attacks, even onto people like Harry, and you're just going to fall to the wayside. They're already waiting in the bush, seeing if they can maybe go for a bit of a move here. They're going to get some decent harassment down. Yagao throwing out the clone just to be confirming that the information he got is exactly correct. And again, just going to get themselves reset, get themselves back onto the map, because look at the way the wave states are. It's like you haven't taken a tower and everything's in the favor of BLG.
Yeah, really good disengage from BLG, respecting Forge's TP flank on this Annie, which was spotted out by On as he made his way back towards that top side. Now they're going to just reset and work towards this Inferno Soul point. Inferno Soul for Jinx is not going to be ideal for Ultra Prime to deal with, but now Elk having that cleanse available, also not having the flash, but he has the Gale Force for that extra bit of distance. So, I mean, Forge, he can realistically look for a pick onto On and force the numbers advantage, but I'm not too sure if they have the damage to finish anyone else off other than this Nautilus, but we'll have to wait and see, because Ultra Prime, they can contest this, but I don't think they have what it takes.
I just don't think it's worth it
This
right
is just
now.
a slow burn, Oshin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slow burn. It's actually, in fairness, it's actually quite a number of kills more than we're probably used to, given how the early games of LPL have been going. But yeah, look, there's going to be 4 items in this Jinx before you know it, and that's just the game. Feels like it rides on that. Can you kill Elk or not? If you can, there's an opportunity. There's a chance. I feel like if you can kill this Jinx and then maybe get the Viego to take over her body, that's definitely an opportunity here for Ultra Prime to try and reset and take control of this mid game. But for the moment, that is a large if, Kitty, and that is something that I don't know if I'm willing to put significant money on coming to fruition.
Look, Oshin, 4-item Elk isn't real. If I close my eyes, then Elk doesn't exist in this game. And he's not working towards his 4th item at 22 minutes. It's not real. This Jinx getting 7-0 for this game 1 isn't real. You can't tell me otherwise.
And who says League players aren't delusional? But yeah, like, I mean, they are going to go in for this Baron, but there's a good sneaky little ward. Seems to always catch people out. Harry is going to have a TP, though, as he recognizes he's probably just a little bit too far away to get a reset off before this. This is a little bit of a flip for the moment. They don't have perfect vision. Now they do. They know exactly that this Baron health is on because the pink in the back of the pit gives them just that. But it's BLG kind of saying, look, we're not going to go for this just yet. Because, again, they've got Bin on this Malphite, who is just huge. He's just not going to care for a lot of this damage. And, yes, he takes about, you know, maybe a fifth of his HP off it. But with the shielding coming out in from his passive and being able to kind of reset that out, they got the TP from Harry. That's a win for BLG. They don't need to go for anything more.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, they do have 2 sneaky wards surrounding this Baron, so they know that BLG was trying to bait the idea, but that is going to get spotted out by On, so it's not going to work anymore for the side of Sword Art. But we see that Ultra Prime, they're pretty lucky that BLG didn't commit to this Baron, as they were able to kind of back and reset with the waves that were pushing in on the side. So, bit of a breather. But we need to remind the audience that in 3 minutes it's going to be Inferno Soul for BLG, so I'm not too sure if Doggo can make it to his 3rd item, especially with Elk working towards his IE. But BLG can realistically keep dancing with this idea. I want them to clear that one at the very back. I don't think Ultra Prime have what it takes to stop you from clearing that pink ward, and just fighting in a choke for BLG is what they're looking for.
Look, I'm not going to ask the obvious question of what do Ultra Prime need to do. We know what they need to do. They need a miracle. And unfortunately, miracles are just that, few and far between. So I suppose the only thing I can really think of is that, you know, how do you want to see BLG break this one down and truly end it? Because yes, they are ahead. Yes, they have got themselves an Infernal Soul point in 2 minutes, but they haven't been able to kind of, you know, do anything for the last while. What do you want to see them try to really kind of put the last nail in this coffin?
Oshin, I'm a bit of a clown emoji right now because I've realized that Elk has actually picked up the BT. and not the IE because of how the items have changed. It's so weird to me that you can build Gale Force and Kraken Slayer at the same time. But right,
It'll be an adjustment. We'll get there, though. We will get there.
Yeah, it's like how all the pro players need to start counting their minions now. I was talking to a couple pro players, they're like, it's just so annoying versing a Nico because you have to be hyper attentive when it comes to these waves, and that is just not something you want to deal with. Also, I did also want to see Ning play a Nocturne game, at least for tonight, because that's also something that BLG might find annoying, because you can close off the lights and pick something like the Ornn that will disrupt with Elk sitting in the backline. But they didn't go with that approach for this game one, so I have to wait and see if that's going to be in the next few drafts.
We'll wait and see. Wasn't to be in this particular one. Ultra Prime are slowly but surely getting towards potentially a 3-item Aphelios, and we know damn well how scary Aphelios can be. Sword Art knows he's not in any immediate danger, as On had already thrown out the hook, so he had a couple of seconds before that one came back off of cooldown. You've got 2 pink cords available here for Ning, so the actual Vision War is not that hard to keep here for the side of Ultra Prime. They can just get into the back of that pit with the mist and throw that Viego in kind of a little bit of harm's way to try and make sure the Barons doesn't get taken.
Yago, he's cooking!
Oh, you go! You have to count your minions, and that's exactly what you got to be doing, because that thing can just be so... That's it. That could be just straight up your game. Who frontlines for you right now? Because you're going to lose your Annie as well. You're losing 2 members. Your solo laner's gone. And Doggo taken out by the red buff of this Elk Jinx. 9-0 and 4. Just an insane level of carrier potential available for this Jinx. They're going to break up on the base. They don't even care about the minions or anything else. And Ultra Prime support and jungler, they find themselves on the wrong side of the map. And probably on the wrong side of this fight, because they are going to die, they're going to go down, and Elk wants more. He wants to try and find them, but he will not know exactly where Ning is. Now he goes for the 1v1, Heartbreaker down, he's going to try the zap. You're just too far behind. Any other time the Viego wins, and that ends up being an ace for none in favor of BLG. They didn't need the Baron, they didn't need the Soul, they just needed a pick. And they're going to take game 1.
2 orders is all it took to delete Doggo out of this game 1. Elk is gonna finish this game on the Jinx. Very happy at 27 minutes. But Jesus Christ, I've never seen such a fed Jinx in my life. And that all happened because we had that 3v3 towards the bottom side, and BLG's bottom lane playing the dive perfectly and getting that 3-for-0 trade. But coming into game 2, I'm praying for 180 for Ultra Prime because they can't continue playing like this, aren't she? It can't continue.
I mean, look, again, twice in a row we saw them go for dives on bot side, and twice in a row I believe I said something along the lines of like, don't do it, because it was just not really an ideal situation to find yourself in. And look, I love that they're trying. I love that they're trying to say, look, we need to shut down this Jinx as quick as possible. Like you mentioned earlier on, the LGD against JDG proved that you can shut down the Jinx. Ruler did not have a good game against LGD in that first one in that best of 3, but when it goes wrong and that Jinx gets ahead, it's such a risk. It's such a massive flip of the coin. And unfortunately for the side of Ultra Prime, it came up tails, and that meant that Elk just became unstoppable, untouchable. Even when they tried to throw everything at him, it just wasn't enough. Even the 1v1s, he was able to kill everybody.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Ultra Prime could have done, especially towards that later stage of the game, because we saw the immaculate vision control that they had around those major objectives where they were really terrified of even walking up, and at the very final fight, it was Yagal being a sneaky minion and catching Harry off guard, but being the highest level member and being the tankiest member of Ultra Prime, he still got shredded by Elk on this Jinx, and that is just so concerning to see. But of course, there's still a game 2, and there's still hope. Maybe a reverse sweep. Copium. As BLG, they're looking as strong as ever.
I mean, you gotta try something else. Look, I think that game, I don't like to say it, but it is unfortunately lost in the early game there when the Jinx becomes so far ahead and you have got an engaged support and plenty of options to engage on. We talked about it. Everybody can jump in on you. There's no real safety in those team fights with the Nico, Pop Blossom, the Cyclone from the Wukong, and just straight up the Malphite just running at you with a head first. It just becomes so difficult to be in any way positioned there as Doggo or anyone on the side of Ultra Prime. And look, for BLG, delighted to see them continue on this momentum. And again, I feel like with every single game, every single series, I get more and more impressed with this roster. I get more and more impressed with the individual players being able to pop off whenever they need to. And it doesn't feel like you can just throw everything against Elk because, again, you know, I think Shun had a great game. I think that On was exceptional on this Nautilus once more. It just feels like again and again, there is just too many threats on this BLG lineup, and they are a roster that is proving to be exceptionally difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and especially like you've been saying, you really enjoyed the ideas that Ultra Prime brought to the table throughout that early game, but I think coming into this next game, it is about execution, and having something like the Vi or the Nautilus in their hands would have eased up the whole process so much better. But of course, when it came to those tower dives, we saw some skill shots missing, and that really became the difference. So hopefully we have a bit of a different approach. We don't allow this jungle pick to be that 5th position for red side and get some hard CC going to shut down Elk, because we keep bringing up that series where it was LGD winning up against JDG. They had that kind of blitzcrank, I believe, and also Kindred and Jinx, but they had that snowball, and it was the blitzcrank having an excellent series, getting all the hooks into LGD's favor, but just you need that one guy to be consistent. And I think Forge, in that matchup in particular, having that stun in his pockets, he wasn't able to roam towards that bottom side because he was consistently pushed in by Yaga on this Nico. And in patch 13.10, if you can't match this Nico, or at least make the similar play on the other side of the map, just ban it away. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I'm looking at right now, is that, you know, you just need ways of shutting down these Jinxes and a lot more hard CC. But that is game number 1 for BLG. They go in now with a 1-0 advantage. We'll see if they can make it a 2-0, or if Ultra Prime have got themselves a little bit of a bounce back. We'll see you very soon after the break.
Not where that spawns. That's not where that spawns. Look at him on the camera. He's took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing, Igao. Patient as ever.
Back now, yeah, we made it. We back now, yeah, we made it.
九董先往前进，给到非常去伤害 ，poke 一下。这个位置看先锋队友是谁的，有没有惩戒？葛温先进人堆了，
又抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开赚。
哇，这人堆已经打得很混乱了，泽利在疯狂的拖伤害，厄弗流点到了格温，但正面还有个满血泽利加小猫咪，泽利伤有点不太高，被震回来了。厄斐琉斯这个点伤有点高，有机会追。泽利还有第2周目，再往里给伤害，没有把厄斐琉斯击倒。差距厄斐琉斯有击爆还在拉扯，后续的9桶带着小猫咪应该要撤退，但是被坤在粘到脸上 ，Q3命中，厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要5杀了吗？就在夏季赛的第1天。 5杀
Goes for TES. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play cycle and is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up and TES got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jagalov getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala.
德善路遇卡纳维，先减速给上，
大招直接撞起来，卡纳比是有大招的，可以走。
但是369到场，先开没有大招，369反击风暴结束，赖这波输出位置还可以，369开始，看到没有？这
个大招打3个，
第一时间第1条命已经被打出来了，厄斐琉斯需要往后拉扯一下，营业的效果很不错，这波 AOE 拉扯直接拉满了，重新站起支持配合德善，拿下大半颗，狐狸越墙而过来，卡纳维也要被留下。
Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone. Almost dying here, but whoa, Mako. It looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker. Not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from Jeje as he gets a reset. Nala. He's taken on the whole world. He survives, and up again. Oh, you gotta love Nico.
大上也是死血的，
但是利姆这里可以点，
利姆这边点塔速度很快啊。 再拖点两枪。
罪名的。
杰杰在侧面交一个大招，自己还死了。FOFO 的第二个大招已经好了，过程中利武这边被带走，没有人去点基地啊，只剩一个 FOFO， 根本点不动。
Something to say, time to get out the way, get out of my way, get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted, you sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it, no time to get no. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains, all my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound, so fall to your knees. You got someone new. I'm gonna run toward it, no time to get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it, no time to get.
我觉得我们队伍现在整体状态很好，因为我们 MSI 赢了很多 BO5，然后也让我们更加的自信，然后现在每天训练的也比较高强度吧，休息的也比较少，所以我们现在状态是非常不错的。下一场打 UP， 我觉得 UP 的上台选手，在我看来是一个挺强的上台选手，因为我以前也看过他的比赛，然后春季赛也跟他对线过，所以我认为他是一个对线能力非常强的一个上台选手，所以我这次想好好的跟他切磋一下吧。
Looking forward to the matchup there. I like that little bit of respect coming in from Bin onto Harry. And again, I don't think Harry had a bad game at all. I don't think that Harry was... oh, first of all, sorry. Welcome back. But yeah, I mean, Bin respecting him and kind of having a bit of an even laning phase with him. But we got to talk about our MVP. We know who it's going to be, Kitty. There's no doubt within our mind. It was Elk. It was always going to be Elk because... the man just got the kills and did 40% of the team's damage in one game, and I think at one point was 3,000 gold ahead.
Yep, man was sitting on 11-0, and like you said, 4 items at around 22-minute mark, unheard of even in the LPL, but that type of lead and him showing up really just tells us as audience you shouldn't be giving BLG Elk this type of a lead, because once he takes an inch, he will make it a mile. But we'll have a look at how this whole shenanigan started, as Ultra Prime, they were the ones being the aggressors and starting this dive onto the bottom lane of BLG, but everything went south when some skill shots didn't hit and Elk survived, getting that 2-0 start. But we even have a POV from this ADC just having small mistakes out of Sora in particular, where he was the one getting initially hooked. I mean, Doggo, he was having a terrible time on this Aphelios, but I wouldn't really blame too much on him because once your support gets caught, like what else do? You kind of just stare at the enemy team. But BLG being as proactive as ever in this early game.
Yeah, being very proactive. Gifted it once or twice in that bot lane dives, but yeah, I mean, look, it came down to just really, really good execution here from the side of BLG, and creative plays as well. The fact that they were constantly looking for hooks, Ultra Prime had to be so vigilant, and the one time they didn't count the minions is the one time they actually end up losing the game, because you know, without your front line, without your engage options, you can see there 3 auto attacks and enough for Doggo to go down. Elk just was exceptional on this pick, and I really do feel like this guy is becoming a monster in this league, and you really are going to start having to recognize that Elk is, you know, part of the top 380 carries in the league at any point in time, because right now BLG, they kind of, I mean, I'm gonna say it, BLG at the moment, given the format we've seen, kind of look like one of the, you know, the best team in the league. Like comparatively to like even JDG, their form is looking exceptional.
I love that fan sign, by the way. It said 相公冲冲 pentakill. So hopefully that fan gets what they were praying for, and we have Elk picking up his pentakill in this remaining game for BLG. But we will have to kind of talk about what Ultra Prime's approach will be for this game too, because we saw that we had a high priority on the Rakan and in the hands of Sora, but I feel like once the champions like the Vi and Nocturne are denied from Ultra Prime, there's not enough gap closing for this team composition, and it has a lot of kind of expectations put onto Sora's shoulders where he wasn't able to do that. So maybe we get a whole 180, go for something that is easy to execute. Like I said, get that Nautilus into your pockets straight away, lock in your bottom lane duo and see where it goes.
Well, we'll see what they want to go for. BLG back on the blue, Ultra Prime still on the red. The Gnar, the Vi, the Milio all being banned away. We did see the Gnar being banned last time round as well. We'll see if the Gwen gets a ban here from the side of Ultra Prime. That's the thing, we kind of see it a lot of times, is that when a champion gets so much priority kind of put into it in terms of the ban phase, people tend to forget about it. You need to remind them every now and again of why you need to start banning away that champion. But the Yuumi as well, banned away here by Ultra Prime. They're trying to do their best into suffocating this bot lane for some of the more OP picks, but the Gragas ban from BLG, recognizing that, look, we just don't want you to have as much of a tanky front line that can burst out or displace our AD carry.
Yeah, love this Gragas ban, but that does allow for so many champions to be led through this first banning phase, and that also includes something like the Nico, which we saw Yago do amazing on in that game 1, and also play extremely well for the past 2 weeks in the LPL so far. So I would be kind of surprised if Ultra Prime don't take that away, but that also leaves open champions like this Wukong that also allows BLG to kind of synergize well up, and that is just naturally, once again, going to be the Nico for game 2.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Ultra Prime's change it up a little bit. Maybe we would like to see them go with the Wukong and the Aphelios, or perhaps the Jinx themselves. See what they want to go for, but the Kindred band is very, very curious to me here now. They're kind of saying, look, we don't think that you're going to go for something there, but maybe Cassante and Aphelios again. Do they try and just run it back with, you know, slightly different bans?
But having this Cassante in the pockets of Ultra Prime, which isn't going to get locked in as it is going to be the Aphelios 2 games in a row for the side of Doggo, just lock in the Nautilus. You want to fight fire with fire, play throughout that early game, and really depend on Sora landing those Qs exactly like how On was able to set up for his own ADC. But yeah, the Cassante does get locked in for the side of Ultra Prime, which I really enjoy because this is a champion that can realistically be flexed to either mid lane or top. And I think Forge, if he is given a champion like this, he's going to have a much better time, or at least surviving in that mid lane. But BLG, they're going to take a different approach in this game to go for something more scaling with the Lulu for On. But I think the biggest question is Ultra Prime going to lock in Blitzcrank and really force those flashes out extremely early in the game?
I mean, if they're able to get it, they do get the Annie as well. The Lulu Zeri being locked in here for BLG, still getting themselves a very, very powerful bot side that can do so much. And now we get to see the priorities in the bans coming out here. I will say Ultra Prime can start putting pressure onto Shun in this particular game if they want to. They will have the first rotation of pick once these bans are done, but see what they end up kind of going for right now. It's a difficult one to really know how you want to try and bring this one out. And again, I like what they're doing here though as well. I like the fact that they're saying, look, we just don't want, we want Harry to be able to have a decent laning phase, and the Malphite just mitigates this Cassante's powers too much.
This time around, the Gwen has been let open by BLG, so if Harry wants to go for that counter pick, I'm sure that Bin is just gonna Giga Blind something like the Jax or Gwen towards that top side and make Shun make up for that lack of engage that BLG so desperately need, or at least some follow-up CC to Yagal's Nico, but we will have to kind of wait until we get to that point. But yeah, Ultra Prime, I mean, I would love to see a carry jungler for Ning in this game too. Maybe something like the Nocturne when you are able to hit that level 6, you just start forcing the side lanes where Ultra Prime already having this Aphelios, meaning that they can force CC onto the bottom lane of BLG with that Gravitum gun.
Where they want to try and bring this, like, next few picks is the real question right now. The Wukong taken off the board means that, again, Ning kind of looking towards it, maybe going back towards that Nocturne. I wouldn't mind it, to be perfectly honest, with the Annie and the Cassante. It does very well at just kind of isolating targets, blowing them up, and maybe going for something a little bit more crazy. But going back maybe towards the Rakan here for Sword Art, something they can do. They know they're not going to have as bad of a laning phase this time around because they're not coming up against a Nautilus. They're not coming up against a hard CC champion, in the BLG bot lane, because it is the Lulu locked in already. And now we get to see where the jungle and solo lane of BLG are going to be going. Bin does tend to get a fair bit of priority in the draft phase from BLG. But as of late, he has kind of fallen down the wayside and kind of given himself a little bit more of a kind of facilitating role.
Yep, and that does signify if the Sejuani gets locked in, no, it is going to be the Kha'Zix in the hands of Shun, as I believe it is 1-1 so far in the summer split, but if I'm not wrong, his first game on this Kha'Zix, he went 12-1, so he is an absolute menace if he does get those kills in early. But it is going to be a Gwen locked in for Bin, as I expected, because he is feeling as confident as ever with that Cassante showing very early on for the side of Ultra Prime, so he's looking for that side lane pressure. But BLG, their only hard cease, or at least setup for these major team fights, is going to be on Yagal, and something that worries me is that when you don't have that flash available for this champion, it is pretty hard to get your hands onto the enemy team, especially when if Doggo decides to go cleanse once again, that is going to be a very big change up.
Absolutely. The Viego locked as well here for Ning, but I like that you brought up BLG, and it's something that BLG have been kind of doing for a little while now, to be perfectly honest. They're very, very comfortable just picking out these very hard to execute drafts. They're very, very comfortable kind of saying, look, let's go for it, let's give it a go. We have a one-game buffer. Even if we lose it, we get the experience regardless of everything else. And honestly, do love seeing that kind of a style coming out from a team that's so far, so far been able to kind of make a name for themselves of being able to kind of bring out these pocket picks, have the Gwen be a permaban, because if you don't, it will be picked, it will become a monster, and it will become just such an issue for you, and you will regret that choice. So we'll see, with a lot of damage available here for the side of BLG, honestly, it's the exact same composition coming out here from Ultra Prime. They're the ones who have kept it as sleek and simple as they possibly can. See if they can maybe execute a little bit better coming into this particular game.
Exactly that, as Ultra Prime doubling down, locking in the same draft to game 1, but this time around BLG locking in strong laners for their individual matchups. Gwen versus Cassante in that topside. Bin is feeling extra confident, but my eyes are onto Shun and this Kha'Zix for the game 2, as we know that once you get that Yomu's and Umbral Glaive online, I mean, the vision control is going to be absolutely nuts. But Ning fighting fire with fire, picking his carry as well in this Viego, and hopefully we get some early game action out of these two, because I feel like BLG's composition, they locked this in because they have carry potential in every single player for the second game, where they don't have to rely on Elk anymore.
That's kind of the scary thing, is that Elk doesn't even need to be the main focus. Yagao, Shun, Bin, they can all do it as long as... Honestly, I actually think the main focus in these fights should be on this, on the Lulu. I feel like the Lulu being able to kind of facilitate pretty much anybody is a scary thing upon itself, but we will have to wait and see. We are jumping onto the Rift for our second game of this series. Could potentially be our final game of the night. As BLG look to continue themselves to a 4-0 start, would be a very, very good start for them in this split. And again, they haven't had the biggest of lineups. They've gone against, I think, they started off against OMG, 2-0'd that. They then went 2-1 against RA. They then went 2-1 against EDG. So it's kind of been an on and off kind of, you know, tough top 4 team, bottom 4 team, top 4 team, bottom 4 team. And then the next week or so, they don't play until week 3. They have AL, TT, and then they have JDG, a rematch of the LPL finals, a rematch of the MSI finals once more. And we'll see if they've learned as much as we think they have coming into that particular matchup.
Yeah, I do want to credit BLG. I mean, although they have dropped games to some unexpected teams, BLG having that security in the early game and being so extremely consistent with finding those early game leads, especially through picks from Shun and on, is their best quality of life. But talking about this game, we have Award spotting out Ning, starting his own blue buff, but that is going to really help Shun to maybe go for some potential invades toward that top side and bully Ning out of his own jungle. As my point still stands, if Ning safely gets to level 6 without dying one time, I think Ultra Prime, they're very happy with that. But also highlighting this top lane matchup, it's Bin's first Gwen game of the summer split.
Yeah, he's been had it banned against some pretty damn consistently. I'm not exactly sure of the exact stats behind that, but definitely feels like something that we've been seeing a hell of a lot going up against this BLG squad. I think first a look at it, yeah, overall, yeah, just checked it myself as well. 63% there, alongside the likes of like the Zeri and the Gnar. Does feel like he's just able to kind of bring it in, but ooh, we're gonna see some isolated damage coming out here now. Shun putting in some work here onto Ning. Doesn't know exactly where he's gone though, and that's the big question for Ning, is that he needs to try and find ways of making sure he doesn't get isolated by this this Kazakhs. And this is something that we haven't really seen from a lot of Kazakhs in the LPL, that finding those kind of 1v1s to make it so that, you know, they get the passive and the unseen threat, and of course the isolation damage.
It's easy to invade, especially when you have a winning top and mid lane matchup. So Shun, he is going to have a banger of a time bullying Ning out of his own jungle, as I believe this Kha'Zix was only a few seconds away from contesting that red buff. Ning was able to secure it with his own smite, but taking both the Raptor camp and this Krug camp from this Viego is really going to deny his full clearing ability. Force Flash out of Shun, just a little bit too confident in terms of his play, but I don't think he's going to be too mad about taking both of these camps away.
Yeah, he's actually going to jump straight back in and just put some more damage there down onto Ning. Make sure Ning knows what's going on, knows what's happening there. Shun just being a nuisance, to be perfectly frank about the whole thing. Just making sure that Ning is not able to have any kind of major impact. But Ning does get himself right down back towards his scuttle and should be able to take this. And honestly, should be able to take back the Raptors as well. So not going to be the worst trade-off in the world here for the Ultra Prime jungle.
Those are so low. No pot either, so it must have been just trading from On's little Lulu, as we also have a very nice ward placing that river, so it does deny Ultra Prime's jungler from visiting towards his bottom side. But like you said, securing that Raptor camp, getting a little bit of a revenge counter jungle for Ning. But we need Ultra Prime to fasten up the tempo, especially within Sword Art, getting those flashes offline before these major objectives, so Forge can secure that CC onto the enemy team.
See Forge get hit by the Tangle Barb, and Flash comes in here from Yagao, recognizing he didn't have any mana. That's just a really good opportunistic moment there from Ning to burn a summoner from the mid laner of BLG. Nicely done by him. You see now, again, you've had a lot of early game kind of skirmishing in this bot side. Sword Art taking a huge chunk there onto his health bar. That means he has to back away completely. I said that there wasn't that much threat in that bot side going into the Rakan, into the Lulu, but I think On's making me rethink that statement.
Yeah, I believe the last time we saw On play the Lulu, he had 4 kills in his own pockets. He was just flashing in, autoing everyone and doing a lot of damage for an early game Lulu, but he's not afraid to continue his aggressive playstyle even when given Enchanted Champions, as we see Xun hovering towards his bottom side. I think if Sora wasn't poked out, it would have been a angle for Ning to kind of look for a gank towards his bottom, but just from the 2v2 isolated matchup, it already seems like Doggo and Sora, they are struggling to at least go even in this bottom lane.
Definitely pushing for it, and now with the Dragon kind of the focus here, resets coming across the board for the BLG bot lane, and of course the jungle as well, means that this is going to be a pretty easy take for Ultra Prime. They kept their bot lane out for a little bit longer. It does mean that you are looking at a probably a much more skewed reset here for Doggo. It means he's going to be a little bit further behind the reset timer. Might lose a wave or so. There's no way On steals this. No, he's not even going to attempt. Sorry. The way that the observers were looking at that, I was like, did they know something we don't know? Because they were hovering as if the little waddling Yordle was going to be able to come up with something big out of nowhere. But just drops a ward, gets confirmation that that was being taken. And we can see the invade coming in here from Xun, just making sure that he gets as much out of that trade as possible.
Harry needs to be careful here. Xun is around the corner, so if he gets too low, it is just going to result in a dive, as we have Ning walking towards that bottom side, trying to force something out of the Zeri and Lulu. But we've been highlighting this for the past 5 minutes, that BLG, they can play through their top lane or their bottom lane. But both of these champions, great scaling ability towards that late game, so they can and be very happy with how this game has begun, with a very slow start for both of these teams.
Very small tempered aggressions coming out here from Xun, but outside of that, not really a huge amount else. We will see the Tibbers get dropped on top of Yagao. He's going to walk away from the very angry bear. That's just what Andy does. That's why Andy ends up having a boat ton of damage dealt once the game gets into the later stages of the game, because she just drops her Tibbers literally every 50 seconds. Feels like, but yeah, it's a fun interactive experience. But Ning has found himself behind the bot side, on moving forward to try and stop Swordar from getting engaged. They are seeing the mist, and Ning now recognizing he's not really in a great spot. You do have level 6 though for the AD carries, and that's what makes this dive a little bit scarier. Normally the jungler should feel confident and emboldened even to move forward, but knowing that lightning crash could come in at any second, definitely something to back themselves away from.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime, they had Ning in the back, but Sora missing that initial engage from this Rakan just meant they had to cut the play very fast. Elk is just dodging these extremely well, as all Sora needs is to land one CCW onto the enemy team, proc that Glacial, and really catch the bottom lane of BLG off guard. But Xun notices this, and he is going to get both the red buff and the Rift Herald, and most likely place it towards that top side and make Bin ahead on this Gwen.
I mean, Bin is already kind of ahead, 20 CS, picking up a plate of his own. I think if he resets and goes bot, I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Get this Zeri going, get that right up into the bot lane, and kind of say, look, now this Zeri is impossible to deal with versus a Gwen that's already kind of making their advantage. And again, yes, Ultra Prime got the Dragon, very good to them, but it's a 2,000 gold lead still in favor of BLG, as we see maybe them going for something here. W over the wall. Does not mean that does mean that they're able to get their AD carry to safety and not having to lose any summoners, but again, just really, really good play coming out here from BLG, and again, their comp is harder to execute, but if they do execute on it, it can be devastating for the side of Ultra Prime. Oh no, Doggo. Doggo
should be fine, I think, as we have Xun, like you said, wanting to place his Rift Herald to free up both the Zeri and the Lulu to rotate around the map and get those major objectives at least priority towards those objectives. But I think leaving Bin and Harry in an isolated matchup towards that top side is what BLG is looking to do, keeping that tower alive so Gwen can just always get that CS lead. But we do have Tibbers being dropped in the mid lane once again. Something that I don't think any players do enough, which is exactly what Forge is doing, is just dropping the Tibbers off cooldown. Having that poke, look, Yagal's already forced to kind of play a little bit more safe in this mid lane, being half HP, which doesn't allow for that lane party for Xun to work off. Did he just jump into the wall?
Possibly. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell sometimes, but we are going to see 2 more plates being taken in this bot side. It should be a pretty easy crash in here for Shelly, and a good little dodge back here from Elk to make sure he does not lose out on any kind of those trades. But now Forge is a little bit isolated. Gonna have to flash, but the Pop Blossom is good. The claws come out, and BLG Shun gets himself the first blood.
Flash is committed from Yaga as well, trading flash for flash. But like you said, Forge just getting caught a little bit out of position with the amount of vision control that On has been able to secure throughout this river. And also the Umbral Glaive coming online for Shun does mean with that zombie ward, they are going to have so much priority towards this bottom side with the dragon spawning in 30 seconds. But no flash available on the hands of this Annie, so I'm not too sure how Ultra Prime is going to look towards this second dragon for them. But they did deny the first one, so it isn't going to be a 27-minute soul dragon like game 1.
No, not quite this time around. I love how Bin just completely ignored Harry in that exchange. Like, Harry threw everything at him, and Bin was just like, I have a minion wave, thank you very much, to take away here. With the Riftmaker already in hand and a 20 CS lead, cannot blame him with the Umbral Glaive. Shun knows that he is perfectly in the darkness to be able to take away this dragon here and get themselves up to a 1-1 scoreline. But now Ning moving forward might want to go for something here. No Pop Blossom available. I'm going to TP in as well. This might just be a full retreat. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Ultra Prime thought they were going to be able to get. Nobody's checking the pit either, so Shun happy to kind of just walk out of this one here, take away a ward as well. I mean, it's similar to game number 1 with Ultra Prime, where I'm kind of thinking, yes, I like the idea, but your execution's either just not quite there or just the timing's just way off.
I can kind of see the approach that Ultra Prime was trying to look for around that dragon. They were trying to force a fight onto the enemy team, giving that dragon away, but potentially looking for some pickup kills towards that bottom side. But we didn't see the engage from Sorta onto On. I mean, he was just walking up to both Ning and Sorta, clearing a ward right in front of them. And this Rakan and Vio kind of just watched this Lulu take everything in front of them. So a bit of hesitation coming out of the Ultra Prime roster once again, as we have the TP burnt from Harry while Bin was just sitting in that top side. He dodged it!
He dodged it, but now the Ghost comes out. Gravitum gets put onto Shun, so he can't get any kind of real trade back. But do you really want this fight? Elk does. He goes so aggressive into a 1v3 scenario because he does not care. He's going to be able to kill them all, even flashes to try and find Sword Art. Elk wants this game done and buried. He is not willing to wait for anyone to tell him to go.
I mean, that is another 2 kills going into the pockets of Shun, and like you said, Elk doesn't care or have a single care in the world, just having that flash over the wall, trying to pick up the final one. But BLG, as aggressive as ever, and they're the ones initiating these team fights.
Again, just great here from BLG. You know, not getting the same explosive start as we saw in game number 1, but just a really nice move here from On. Just about sidestepping it. Really nicely done. And I mean, look at Elk right now. He goes, I've got Triforce, it's time to go. And he just gets a 3-man lightning crash. The health bars are already so low. I mean, what can you do here as Ultra Prime?
It's crazy to think that my biggest critique for BLG's team composition is that they don't have enough setup when Yago isn't included in the fight. But Elk just said, screw it, I'll be the engage, I'll E in and ulti everyone and kill everyone off. I mean, that's Shun's 1Q and Sword Art's dead.
Sword Art is dead, but can Bin take a 1v2? That's the question. Honestly, I think he can. He's going in, snip, snip, snip. Gwen was the doll of the wife of Viego's dead queen. She's coming back for a little bit of revenge. Doggo trying to take a 1v1 underneath the tower. I don't know how safe he is. And yeah, On is keeping them away. On is stopping them from getting the resets down. Shun pushing in the wave. Ning trying to go a little bit away. They're going to get the TP in as well. They're going to try and kill off the wave just before it crashes. But here's the Pop Blossom. Ning going to get isolated out and taken down by Shun. Now the quickness comes in onto Bin. Forge is already TP'd back into the fight. He died only to come back to maybe die again. Elk comes in, trying to see if he can join in on top of this. They're just bullying Ultra Prime. This isn't fair. This isn't fun right now. And BLG, they thought about maybe backing away from this. It's like, should we leave it alone? Should we let it go? No, let's make it bigger and let's add ourselves 5 members on the top side. A flash in to kill off the Lulu. They'll get the lightning crash coming in over the wall as the Cassante is next to fall down. Forge gets taken out. Sword Art will follow and 3 kills for 3. It's messy, but BLG are having fun.
What did it cost, Oshin? It costed a 3 for 3 in this top side, also securing that top tier 1 tower, and of course, this priority over the Rift Herald. But that was a very drawn out tower dive, which was pretty well done by Ultra Prime, as Forge sitting on that Tibbers and Flash available, catching off off guard. But we have another solo kill in this mid lane as Doggo doesn't have that Flash available.
Yep. Doggo died. Honestly, Ning, I don't think you can fight this. Yes, you may be able to find it with the Cassante, but even then, I have my questions. I have my questions.
Snip.
Ning, can he be able to get it? Snip, snip. Ooh. Not quite able to get it done, but that was close. On now, maybe the potential target. 2 more people coming on the back of this one here. Ford seeing if he can maybe get on top of him, but not quite in range to drop down the Tibbers. It's getting a little bit loose. It's getting a little bit wild. As Ultra Prime are picking up a couple of scraps. They are still 6,000 gold down. With Dragon in 30 seconds, I don't think they can contest.
I think the best way to describe BLG, or at least BLG games, is that they're just pure fun to experience.
Absolutely.
They are just having so much fun on the Rift, just forcing fights over and over as we take another look at this replay. But with, of course, them getting that pick from the previous one, I believe it was Ning on the Viego, it was just a numbers advantage from the very beginning as Doggo desperately trying to at least get a tower in that mid lane. But he wasn't able to secure that as we do have the bottom lane of BLG falling down, but isn't going to be enough because they're not going to be able to translate these kills into more than just kills.
That's it. It's like you're getting kills, but are you able to turn it into anything else? And unfortunately for Ultra Prime, they're kind of dealing with the fact that, yes, we can just get a couple of scraps and we're happy with that because 2 items onto Sean. I believe he's 6-1 now or something like that. Maybe 7-1. I'm not quite sure exactly where he is, but Smite comes in from Ning. He does end up picking up that one for himself. But yeah, I mean, 6-1, there it is. And Dustblade of Drakkar already finished up as well. He is going to destroy any Aphelios that tries to walk up on top of this. And Elk, Elk is just fearless, is the only way I can put it. Just absolutely fearless, moving forward, knowing that he's just not going to be able to be taken out. Go on, you go.
Genuinely think you need 3 people to kill this Zeri. As we have the Rift Herald dropped for BLG working towards his bottom side. Forge doesn't have the TP, so their most reliable engage within the Annie isn't here. We haven't seen a single engage from Sora, at least proactive gameplay out of this Rakan, so I'm very surprised that Ultra Prime, they decided to default back to the exact same draft and specifically towards his bottom side because we see a very common force of engage in that early game through the Gravitum and of course the follow-up from the Rakan hitting that Glacial as well, which does result in some flashes being burnt, but we didn't see that in this game, and I do really think Ultra Prime, they need to start considering doing that in the future.
I mean,
it's too late now, but still, they can consider.
Yeah, it's still, I was going to say, it's 8,000 gold. Like, I don't think BLG care right now, as we do have everyone on this top side. Yagao going to be the target of this, probably going to die. Pretty damn easy when you throw 3 people into that top side. And BLG do need to be careful that they don't let this game go a little bit too funky. We've seen it a couple of times already. RA is a great example. The game gets a little bit weird, and now Elk cleanses. He's gonna have to flash. Yeah, see, this is where we start to get a little bit loose and not in a good way. This isn't you kind of having fun. This is you maybe potentially throwing away the game. Now you're no longer got your summoners, and that's a scary position to be in. I don't think it's going to be enough to obviously bring Ultra Prime 100% back into the game, but you got to be aware of those little moments.
Yeah, and that is a very worrying trend for the side of BLG, is that they have been very successful with every single early game when given the situation to kind of enable their carries to do so. But, like you said, we see Elk flashing over the walls where he shouldn't be there. He shouldn't really be challenging the red buff 1v4 style, as I believe it was their series up against RA. Little mistakes like this can draw the game out to 40 minutes, so hopefully BLG, when we approach playoff stage, or at least around the playoffs, they can clean up this act, as we don't want any weaknesses for these top tier teams.
Oh. And look for BLG. They're having a bit of a happy time. Not really taking as much due care, shall we say, to make sure that they're not getting caught out. kind of uselessly throwing away summoners for a red buff that doesn't really make the biggest difference in the world, because you're not going to be fighting for another 2 minutes. It's going to be gone by then, so we'll see what Ultra Prime can do. They've yet to take a tower in this game. They're eyeing up this mid lane one for the first one for them to really kind of capitalize on. Bin off on a flank, and they're trying to get a TP coming in here from Yagao. Yeah, you're going to get the Pop Blossom onto 4 members. The Cassante goes all out, but only to try and just take out the Nico. Triple kill coming in here for Elk. Can he get anything else off it? Doesn't matter that he goes down, because Shun and On are there to clean it all up. 5 for 3. I think they can maybe take themselves the Baron between the two of them because they have the damage. But yeah, this is a game that is just going to keep going in the way of BLG. They can keep finding fights like that.
Look, we can trade you Elk in these team fights, but what does that mean? Shun is still 7-1, an absolute menace on this Kha'Zix in game 2. But it does seem like they are going to give up their hopes for soloing the Baron and work towards that dragon, which is going to be spawning in 50 seconds. But we see a late TP coming out of Forge as Yagao, he was the one finding that initial flank and cosplaying as this Kha'Zix. They were able to kind of prank the enemy team into walking towards him, but landing a beautiful Pop Blossom into the backline just set everything off. As you see this once again, cosplaying as a Kha'Zix, gets it onto 3 people and locks down Doggo. But the problem is yes, you commit all your spells from Forge onto the AD carry. There's just so many more carries for the side of BLG in this game too that it's not enough. And Bin flashing into the wall, it doesn't matter.
And again, we're going to have a little Pop Blossom coming in as we come back in around this fight. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, but can Yagao survive? That's the real question. The all-out is good, and Yagao does get out in time. Harry has to flash away before anything else, and oh my god! The missiles from Shun, good enough to keep him there, has been onto Doggo. Doggo just hasn't been allowed to play League of Legends today. Just not in any way, shape, or form. He's either being jumped on by Zeri or jumped on by Gwen. And that's the game. 22.5 minutes into the game. It's a full ace. Nobody goes down for the side of BLG. They've plenty of damage. That's a 2-0.
Yeah, BLG being as dominant as ever, finishing off this game 2 in a very similar fashion to game 1. And I can't really fault this team. They just look like they're having the best time on the Rift. And this game 2, Shun takes it away 9-1.
Yep, 10-1. We'll get him up one more. Just get him in a nice round 10 just to make sure. But 2-0, easy as you like for BLG. They continue their crusade through the LPL. 4-0 now in the regular split. And I mean, the sky's the limit for this team. I think we're all anxiously awaiting how they kind of come in now with this newfound form up against a team that they've only exclusively lost to in this 2023 season. In JDG, they'll place them in a week's time.
Yeah, and I think something that is one of their biggest highlights coming into patch 13.10 and this new meta is that Yagao is just such a good Nico. As we keep comparing both of our MSI teams within JDG and BLG, but the biggest difference is that they're willing to just first pick, blind pick that Nico and do wonders with it in the hands of Yagao, as we saw in that final game, looking for those consistent flanks onto the enemy team and just utilizing this pick to its potential. But of course, Shun also being able to play something like the carry is just a perfect duo for Yagao to bounce off with.
Yeah, I mean, this BLG squad is starting to look scary. I think we're definitely, I am personally very, very excited to see exactly where they're able to kind of go and what they're able to try and do. But very, very good to see them kind of moving forward onto this particular one. But I mean, for Ultra Prime, look, he tried. I can't really say much else than that, to be perfectly honest. There isn't really a lot to break down from that series. Yeah, but, I don't like using that a lot, but it is unfortunately the way it is for these games. Sometimes they go your way, sometimes they do not. For them, it is going to kind of, taking the learnings from these kind of losses, that is going to be the biggest kind of factor for them. They have 2 or 3 games lined up now that I think are very, very winnable, though. They come up against TT in week number 3, then I think it's in Ninjas in Pajamas, and then RA in week 4. So there's 3 games right off the back where you kind of say, look, they are definitely winnable. They are definitely things that you can do. And look, sometimes on the Rift, like we saw today, you're just a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, and these mistakes, it's nice to have them early into the split as you have a lot of time to kind of work around them and mold together as that 5-man unit. As now Ultra Prime sitting on that 2 series loss streak will be quite the hard one to kind of bounce back. But BLG continuing their streak 4-0 now, absolute menace in the LPL so far. And I think that if you want to challenge BLG, you really need to just shut them down early. And I haven't seen a team that's been able to do that so far.
That's the scary thing, is that, like, you know, it's such a simple thing. You have to contest early. You have to go in against these guys. But even if you do, even if when you try, if you don't execute properly, it's why we're not seeing a lot of teams go for those early game aggressive plays, because this is the way the meta is right now, is that if they go wrong, they go very wrong. And you're having item completions coming in much earlier for the opposite team. You're having them kind of be a lot more comfortable with controlling the tempo of the game. These are things that are working. But unfortunately, when it comes to the BLG, you know, kind of scenario, you can't let them control the tempo, but you also can't let them just have, you know, no contention in any way, because they'll just create the opportunities. If you let them create the opportunities in the early game, they'll just go for it every single time.
Yeah, and we saw in that game too, in particular, BLG was just walking all over Ultra Prime, especially when it came to those major objectives where it was Elk being the Zeri, being the first person to be that engage for the side of BLG, and he was just eating over walls, dashing onto the enemy team, and having the amount of damage to finish everyone off. But it really does seem like BLG being able to pull off compositions like this shows that they are a very flexible team. And highlight to Coach Tabi, you're awesome, mate. I think the addition of him just rounds off BLG so wonderfully, and it really shows in terms of the confidence within the players.
Yeah, honestly, I think there's nothing but high praise got to give over to Tabe, and just kind of see what he's been able to do with this very young group of people. And you know, yes, you do have the experience of Yagao and Elk to an extent as well, but Bin, Shun, they're all very, very on as well. As you mentioned, one of the youngest supports in the entire league. It does feel like it just, you know, we're molding this team together into such a cohesive unit. It has come from the back end and out to the front stage. It just feels like Tabe, and you can see how excited he gets. We've seen many different videos of him jumping on stage and such when it goes right for this team, because he believes in the potential of these players, and it's hard not to. These guys are coming out swinging so often in these games.
Yeah, and I believe in a press conference where I was able to attend, it was BLG after the MSI finals, and just the whole kind of reflection that Tabe showed to the audience is that they were very happy with how their MSI tourney kind of went in terms of their journey, and they were able to take down both LCK representatives over at London, but unfortunately falling short up against JDG, who they have yet to take a series win against. I feel like they're just this close from becoming the best team that we have around the entire world.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with the Victorious on for an interview.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by On, the support for BLG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. And you have got 4 consecutive wins to kick off your summer split. The first question for you, why are you so dominant? 欢迎 On 来到我们的赛采访，恭喜 BLG 今天2-0拿下了本局的比赛胜利。自开赛以来呢，已经是取得了4连胜了。想问一下 On， 你觉得队伍能够保持一个不败金身的原因是什么呢？
我觉得就是我们教练的 BP 特别好，然后我们选手每个人的状态也很好，所以才造就我们的4连胜嘛。
So firstly, I think that our coach did a really great job in BP strategies. And secondly, every member of our team is in a very good form so that we can get 4 consecutive wins. And I also want to touch on something about the game number 1, because we have seen that your opponent really targeted on bowling from very earlier, but you managed to counter fight very well. Did you realize that they may be targeting on bowling from the beginning? And did you call Xun for help that he got the first blood, and you can snowball the game from that team fights, from that tower dive? 那么其实想从今天第1局聊起嘛，可以看到前期的时候对面是针对下路也是频繁做事的，但是 BLG 这边从一波4级对面越塔那一波开始就成功的滚起了雪球。想问一下，那个时候也叫了勋来帮忙吗？还是说有意料到他们可能在今天的比赛当中会以下路想要打开突破口呢？
一开始我们是没有想到被越塔的。因为我们觉得我们下路血量虽然是半血，但是我觉得对面的状态也不足以去越我们的塔，然后就是对面那样越塔就勋就看到了，然后就过来了。
Actually, we didn't expect or we didn't anticipate that our opponent will make a tower dive, because although we only have the 100% HP and but our opponent, they're not very high in HP. We didn't expect they will make a tower dive, and on that moment, Xun also comes into from the jungle, so we just make a perfect counter fight. And nextly, I also want to touch on some of the bot lane champions picks, because currently, except the Yumi, Dari, Aphelios, Jinx, this kind of traditional and high priority carries, in recent matchups, we're also seeing some like Virus, Ziggs, this kind of unpopular champions. So from your perspective, will we see more unpopular champions in this meta in current stage on LPL? 那么其实最近呢，除了我们经常看到的泽利、猫咪，然后金克斯、厄斐琉斯这样的大核大 C 的 AD 英雄之外，最近在赛场上也出现了一些会有像炸弹人啊、维鲁斯这样的选择。那么选手会不会觉得在目前版本下路会出现更多有其他多样性的英雄呢？
我觉得首先13.110。兵线14分钟前，除了第一波的兵线，其他兵线的速度都是一样的。这个改变就让8分钟的先锋换线就是有一点困难。你换线就是一定会亏一波兵线的，如果没有处理好。然后因为10分钟就可以 TP 其他物件的时候，这种版本的节奏就加快了，然后可能就适合维鲁斯、炸弹人这种 AD 出场是有一点可能的。然后我觉得这个版本还是后期大核 AD 比较有保障性嘛，我觉得。
So firstly, I also want to touch on the changes of the patch 13.10. Before in this new patch, before the 14 minutes, except the first kind of wave, the other lanes will meet to the other minions at the same time, so that maybe you need to manage lane very well. And in terms of the virus and this kind of champions picks, because that TP has changed, so maybe which makes the first hurry team fights more important, and maybe we will have a lot of TP actions in 10 minutes, so that if you can get viruses kind of champions, maybe which benefits your teams better. So from my perspective, but I do think that Jinx, Aphelios, this kind of AD late game, a very late game AD hyper carries are more popular, and they are more you can ensure your leads on these champions. Final question for you. You did a really great job, not only in LPL stage, but also in the tournament stage. Coming to the summer split, what's your personal goal and your team's goal overall for summer split? 那么最后一个问题 ，BLG 今年不仅是在 LPL 舞台上取得了非常好的成绩，并且在国际赛事上也是表现很亮眼。来到下赛之后选手个人和整个团队的一个目标是什么呢？
我觉得我们队的目标打好每一局比赛，然后争取进到世界赛。
Our team's goal for the summer split is trying to perform well in every single matchup and try to make the walls. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and the death stare from On as he looks to try and just give as direct answers as absolutely possible coming into this big one. Again, look like what he said, that the early fights are so important. It's with the new GP changes and how the game is kind of molded around, you need to have those hyper carry bot lanes just work out in your favor. Or as we saw, unfortunately for Ultra Prime, it does not go the way you want it to go. So, I mean, this for BLG does feel like the start of something fantastic, and I really do want to kind of put a lot of emphasis on the fact that, they do have a potential to kind of bring themselves to 6-0 before they even come up against JDG. They've got AL and TT. Before we can talk about that, 10-1 on Xun. We kind of knew he was going to be the MVP, but here's confirmation that he was in fact the MVP.
Yeah, and I believe now that puts Xun's Kha'Zix winner in the summer regular split to 2-1, and both with a 12-1 and 10-1 KDA. This man is an absolute menace when given a carry potential. But I also want to bring it back to On's interview, because they were providing a lot of great insight onto the current bottom lane meta, where we've seen champions like the Varus and Heimerdinger getting picked around the world, and especially in the LPL, where when traditional hyper carries are locked in, I mean, you just pick the Varus or something like the Ziggs that Christina brought up, where you have the outrange ability and then go even in terms of that bottom lane meta. So I'm really curious to see if teams are going to experiment with this a little bit more because of how Jace is an extremely high priority champion in the mid lane right now with that Youmuu's build, spiking extremely early on in the game and just playing around that poke composition. I believe it was Weibo Gaming that did it. I casted this probably a day ago. I'm having short-term memory loss, but it was Xiaohu playing the Jason Light and Chris playing the Heimding and Varus, and they pulled it off wonderfully, getting that priority in terms of the laning phase and transitioning that into major objectives, which gave, I believe it was Gala, a very hard time to survive in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how well this team is working together right now, and the fact that Yagao is getting Nico time and time again, because things like the Gwen has to be banned, things like, you know, the Kindred has to be banned. These are things that are becoming have to ban, that either first rotation or second, you are going to have to end up having either taken the Nico yourself, or if you're on the red, or if you're on the blue side or on the red side, hoping that they don't take it and you get more power picks for it. We saw it twice today where, you know, BLG were very happy giving over the Cassante. They didn't have a worry about it in the world. They said, yeah, go for it, take it. We don't care that this 100% you know, presence champion is going into your hands, because we know we have answers to it. We know we can deal with it. Now, whether or not that's to do with who's playing the champion or who's piloting it, that is a different story. But we will see, you know, kind of moving forward here for BLG. Great start to the split. I expect them to go 6-0. And then honestly, for JDG, depending on how they kind of bounce back or not, we will see whether or not this team can make it work, because they are looking fantastic.
Yeah, and I like how you bring up the point that BLG once again giving over the Cassante, but I wouldn't be too worried for this roster because you have one of the best carry top laners that have a boatload of champions to counter this champion in the top side, like the Jax, like the Gwen. We even saw that coming in for the game 2 for BLG, and it did absolute wonders. I believe doubling Harry's damage on the Cassante. But of course, we have today's results, and it's been a relatively short day. 2-0 series, one going into the hands of NIP, and of course our one, which was a huge win for BLG. But the middle game, I'm sure that no one expected it to go towards top esports, because I think both of these teams had a bit of a shaky performance coming into today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people questioning top esports, especially after the spring performance. They haven't really quelled those demons. I think Rookie definitely looking a lot better today comparatively to previous splits or even previous games, even in this particular split. But there are the standings up on your screen right now. BLG, the sole owner of first place right now, 4-0, and it's starting to, you know, kind of get to what we usually expect for our top 10 teams. You got Top, JDG, you got Weibo in there, WE as well. Definitely looking a lot more familiar, shall we say. And for teams like EDG and IG, excuse me, not IG, OMG, they definitely need to start kind of, you know, picking back up the pace. You've had 3 games already. You're coming into your 25% of the mark of the split. This is where the games start to become a little less frequent, a little bit more pressure gets put onto you. But speaking of EDG and OMG, they will be playing tomorrow. Big game there to start us off there at 9 a.m. CEST, which is RNG versus OMG. Then a little bit of a mid-table clash between IG and WE, and then we end it all with EDG versus JDG. Potential Ruler versus ex-AD carry. We'll see if it ends up being true, but that is going to be a banger either way. Potential.
Sorry,
only
continue.
rumors. only rumors. But you know, I mean, most of those games tomorrow, our weekend games are becoming so good. You know, so hard to tell who's actually going to come out on top of them.
Yep, I believe tomorrow we have EDG versus JDG. Absolute banger matchup, by the way. And on the Sunday, we also have Top Esports versus Weibo Gaming. So that is going to be 2 amazing matches for the weekend. But I think the best thing about that interview with On is that Christina asked about what his goals were for the summer split. And he really wanted to just secure that world's kind of position going into the second half of the year. And I think BLG, I don't know if he's ever going to hear me say this, if you continue playing like this, I'm sure you'll get there, buddy. But of course, continue the mojo. And it was very nice casting with you once again, Oshin.
Yeah, absolutely. And that brings us to the end of the stream. Thank you so much, Kitty, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching. And of course, thank you to all of our back-end production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back at the now usual early time of 9 a.m. CEST on the usual channel. And we'll see you then.